Hey, Doob Snacks, right?
Yeah, Cowboy. Been working together 2 years.
Yeah, exactly. So look, I've had all these crazy thoughts. I was up all night thinking, how are teams going to actually qualify for the World Championships? And nobody knows, except I have a great plan.
Go.
Imagine this. First place regional finals qualifies for Worlds. Then top 3 championship point teams, they qualify as well.
Yep.
But first, imagine this. They play through a group stage round robin to see who will go to a live finals at NAIC in, I don't know, Columbus, Ohio? I'm thinking of all of this right now.
It's crazy how you're just thinking of this. It's almost as if that's exactly what's going to happen.
I know, because a lot of times when I think of something, I manifest it into reality. The only question is, when would something like that take place? Like, when would the finals start?
All right, let me help you out a little bit. Your hair's done.
Thank you.
A little bit of makeup. Headset, jacket. We're in a studio. Great jacket, better suit, of course.
Fair enough. And the question is, when would it happen?
Great question. Hair, makeup, headset, jacket, studio.
Oh, it starts today, doesn't it?
It's today.
It's today. That's right. The regional finals for North America starts right now.
The scramble to score. If this goes in, that could make it happen. They somehow wipe them off the map. Can they get somebody's points in? That goes in. That goes in. But look at the Buzzwole going for the Hundo Burger. That goes in. Espo gets leashed back in with a power whip.
But Nouns is coming in and ripping everyone apart.
Tally Bobo Believers stretch their lead out, and they're kind of taking this fight. Buzzwole takes it. Overlord takes it for Luminosity. The pressure is on.
It's today! That's right, the Pokemon UNITE Regional Championships are today. My name is Zoinks, and today I am joined by the incredible Wonder Chef.
I'm excited. It's the beginning of the end. This is the end game for this season of UCS, and now we got to play down to see who qualifies for Worlds, all thought up on the spot by Spraggles.
Yeah, an incredible idea that he brought up, but there's a lot more to this championship series, and we got a video to help explain that one.
Hello trainers! Regional finals and NAIC are around the corner, and the season is coming to a close. Let's see what remains for players and how they can still qualify for the World Championships in Yokohama, Japan, and claim a share of the $500,000 prize pool. As the season is coming to a close, the only chance left for teams to make it to the World Championships is through the regional finals or by scrounging up whatever CP remains to earn their invitation to Worlds. It seems all but certain as to who will make it, but nobody can be counted out just yet. Let's take a look at how the regional finals will go. The regional finals consist of grouped round-robin competition, with the top teams entering a double elimination bracket. The winning team from each regional finals will represent their region at Worlds with a guaranteed slot. There's also a $50,000 prize pool per region at stake. So expect some of the fiercest matches to happen here, as it's all on the line. With only the regional finals standing in the way of the teams making it to Yokohama, Japan, who will we see advance forward? Watch the regional finals and find out which teams are guaranteeing their spot at Worlds as we make it closer to the end of another epic season of Pokémon UNITE.
That's right, this is the last stop on the road to Worlds for a lot of these teams, but most of these teams are competing for those World Championship spots in Yokohama, Japan later this year.
That's right, and it's been a long path to get here. Very well played by all these teams, but we would be remiss not to talk about the previous tournament where they did earn some championship points, the last monthly finals, where we did get a chance to see some huge upsets. Our top 3 teams in championship points actually going down to the losers bracket, and some being eliminated very early, leaving Team GT and Team YT both in the winners finals and grand finals, where in the end, Team YT managed to reset the bracket, winning 4 games straight, which leads them to honestly a great setup for today.
Absolutely. Now GT and YT have earned a ton of championship points, putting them on 4th and 5th in those seeding spots, putting them just outside of the World Championship spots. So they are in charge of their own destiny now, and they are playing for a whole lot of money. Let's take a look at the prize pool of the regional championships. That's right, we're giving away $50,000.
That is a lot of money. The stakes today overall, not just the money, probably the highest they've been so far in the season. $20,000 for first place, and of course that automatic spot plus the travel award for going to Yokohama, Japan. $10,000 for second, and all the way down to even the 8th and 7th places are going to be earning a nice amount of $1,500 just for making it that far.
And that's not it. CP also on the line. First place earning 2,500 championship points, and of course just going down from there. First, second, third, all earning more than a monthly finals worth of championship points. And for a few of these teams, this is the most important graphic right here. The closer you can get to the top 3 spots in championship points earns you that World Championship spot. So let's take a look at the current standings into the North America region. Amaterasu, Luminosity, and TTV currently the top 3 holders. And also, congratulations to Amaterasu. They cannot be upset. They will have a World Championship spot no matter what.
That's right, and assuming that they make top 8, Luminosity and TTV also guaranteed, but they've got to perform today. Team GT and YT are going to be the teams in the highest running for getting that last qualifying spot, so they are in the toughest, most deciding moment today.
And we are not going to be wasting any time about the spot that they are in. I mean, GT and YT already competed in the May finals in an amazing grand finals matchup, as well as the winners finals, of course. But they're also within the same group because of where they are seeded. So let's take a look at those 4 groups, and we can see where these teams are set. Group D, of course, having GT and YT, one of the most pivotal matches that we are going to see today. But Group A, B, and C also just littered with talent.
Oh, absolutely. We've got some teams that have kind of come together with a bunch of great names for this. We've seen teams that we have known throughout the entire season, and anything can happen. Any single one of these 16 teams can still qualify for Worlds regardless of where they stand in the championship point standings. All they've got to do is win.
Exactly, that is it. When you are in control of your own destiny, winning the match will do it. Winning the whole tournament will send you to the World Championships. We have our first game getting ready right now. It is going to be Rogue versus God Squad, a Group A matchup, and maybe the best one we're going to see today. Rogue, right here, Rex, Oblivion, Barnwell, Relax, and Glow, a very powerful squad. They have done very well across the year, very good consistent placings, and they're going up against a tough matchup of God Squad.
They are a God Squad with Anonymous, Silent Red Forest, Zealot, and Neon. And I have to personally point out the best, or at least my favorite so far player card with Zealot, fist bumping the Garchomp. I mean, you can't win unless your partner Pokemon and you share that kind of special bond. And that already starting off good to me.
That special bond actually runs deep as well. Zealot, one of the only North American players to bring out the Garchomp on a consistent basis. And when that top path, that when you're dedicating to a Pokemon like Garchomp, a late scaling Pokemon, does a ton of damage in the right spot, you have to commit to winning the game early and kind of landsliding from there. And Zealot, one of the best to do it. Anonymous and Zealot have been playing together for so long, kind of that dynamic duo of the central area and top path. One of the strongest parts of God Squad's toolkit, in my opinion. They really are a 1-2 punch that can dominate a lot of teams, but Rogue, on the other hand, is an incredibly impressive team as well. Rogue is coming into this group as the number 3 seed of the group. However, I think a lot of people will put them as the favorites to be the other team making it out of this group, with, of course, Amaterasu taking that spot as well.
Right. I feel like in a lot of these groups, they're pretty strong kind of first and second seeds that are maybe favored to make it out. But this group in particular, Group A, is probably the closest between their second and third seed, which are the 2 teams that we're seeing right now, Rogue and God Squad. So this is an awesome first match to start things off with today. I feel like this is already one of the big deciding factors. Of course, these are group stages to qualify for the top 8 for NAIC offline, and this is going to be the first big step because they've got, of course, Amaterasu also in that group, so they're going to have some pretty tough matches going forward, but as long as they can make this happen, that is the, I think, biggest hurdle in their way.
Yeah, that's true. That's one thing we haven't talked about too much is North America has that extra reward. If you make it out of group stage, you actually get to go to the in-person event for NAIC. But these 2 teams are going to be competing for that spot. Rogue versus God Squad. Let's head into the draft. Rogue already hovering, originally a Hoopa, but it looks like we're going towards a Zoroark ban. Makes a lot of sense to me. A non-Zoroark has been extremely good these last few months. So God Squad pivoting over towards the Hoopa.
And just in case anybody isn't aware, we just had a patch with some updates to the Spectator, and we can see now where the votes are going towards the ban. There's some really nice, cool little quality of life updates that we're all going to be seeing throughout the weekend. But yeah, the Zoroark Zoroark is a first ban. Very, very interesting. I know a lot of teams have kind of tried to find some answers against it in other ways, but we're actually going to be banning out the Speedster and then taking a quite strong Speedster as we're starting off with that Dodrio pick.
Yeah, really strong draft strategy, essentially locking down your damage core, the centerpiece of your team composition immediately, but that leaves both Slowbro and Lapras available on the other side. God Squad currently hovering and locking in the double defender. This is a bit of an all-in strategy for God Squad. You're going to be going with a very tanky composition. You probably can't afford to grab a supporter as well, but now it is going to make Dodrio's life so hard. Earning knockouts against a Slowbro and a Lapras is a very tough task. Rogue has a lot of damage, but they got a lot of HP to work through on the other side.
Yeah, Rogue picking up even more damage, picking up that Mew and the Urshifu, so all damage dealers so far. We don't really get to see too much of the support line or the defender line on their side yet, but now on God Squad, we're going to pick up the Chandelure, still relatively new to the competitive scene, and it has been putting in a lot of work.
Yeah, no kidding. The special defense ignoring that Chandelure has available to it. Its kit is very powerful. Wow, Rogue actually coming away with the Trevenant Blissey at the end of this comp. So Rex and Barnwell, they really do love these two Pokemon. Rex has been an amazing Blissey player in the past. I know they prefer the Eldegoss. However, this is going to be a great stop for them. Blissey also being a great support, great healer, but it also can kind of double as that tank style position for your squad. Alolan Ninetales as the final pick is going to make that bottom path extremely strong. But going up against Oblivion's Mew is a very, very tall order.
It can be, and that is going to set up the God Squad team to have, I don't want to say small damage, especially with how much damage we've seen come out of Lapras, but it's certainly going to be very focused on that Chandelure for dealing a primary amount of their damage, especially with the other side having so many, potentially Pokemon that would go down very quickly. It'll be interesting to see if this works.
Yeah, exactly. They're going to have a very tough protective net around that Chandelure, though. It's going to be tough for Dodrio. It's going to be tough for Relax or Glow to find that spot. However, we are going to be jumping into this first match of the day. I cannot wait, and neither can Sprinkles and Dupes next, who are going to be casting this match. Take it away, you two.
All right, here we go. Rogue versus God Squad. Yeehaw to you and yours. I am joined by the incredible Dube Snacks, and I, of course, am Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. That can't be right.
Yeah, that's what mine says too. It's all right. God Squad Rogue. Heck of a draft we just got walked through, and I'll tell you what, we were kind of looking at each other as we saw this draft going through. God Squad has a girthy team.
Yeah, incredible. Lapras and Slowbro right off the bat. I mean, this is going to be very, very difficult. Rogue with a ton of power Pokemon as well, though. They've got the Dodrio. They've got the Urshifu. I cannot wait to see these two teams go at it. This will be our first match of the NA Finals here for this region. Incredible.
Yeah, bracket stage is incredibly important, and Group A is one of the ones that everybody is kind of slotted as one that can get mixed up a little bit between the top two teams there. But going straight into the middle is Glow with the Urshifu, as we know, Cubfu getting to that level 5 so they can actually become Urshifu. Critical.
Here we go. We see the Chandelure making their way to that central area as well. Alolan Ninetales in this bottom path, a Pokemon that has just gotten so much value lately. Nice secure there by Rogue.
Yeah, looking good early, and of course, that's exactly what Rogue is going to have to do with how stout the God Squad team is in front of them. And it's really how can they get Relax online with this Dodrio, because, I mean, the Lapras and Slowbro are going to cause tons of static.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough up here in this top path, but Relax jumping on in there, getting a nice big secure, even though they got pushed out a little bit. Barnwell now trying to secure this as well as we pull back to our bottom path here. Level-wise, looking incredibly good here for God Squad.
Yeah, love the size and the level up animations that we've got on the side. The size of the level and the level up animations look great in this quality of life ad that Chef was talking about, so that it makes it easy to keep track of for those of you at home.
Huge moment here. Dodrio has 3 hats as they decide to push in right here. Massive wicked blow as they push God Squad back, and they're going to continue right here. Nice big solar beam as God Squad's going to have to pull off of this goal possibly.
Yeah, 4 on 3. They really had an opportunity there. If Relax or Glow could have actually gotten into that center core, deal tons of damage, that probably would have been a pretty successful siege. But I like how Rogue just took a deep breath, a pause for the cause, and stepped back and said, okay, we don't need to overcommit here, not this early.
You can also see Rogue sent their Dodrio to that central area of God Squad, able to pick up a big KO onto the Chandelure. Now looking for another one here on Forest, but getting pushed back. Alolan Ninetales moving up to that central area. Nice plays there by Rogue, putting the pressure on God Squad.
Yeah, I love what Relax was doing there, and again, didn't overcommit and overstep. overstayed their welcome, was able to get out of there, didn't stick with that Gossifleur KO, and just made sure to get out of dodge, get some points in on that behalf as well. We got a little skirmish in the middle, but God Squad actually getting most of those Altaria and Swablu for themselves, trying to bring some parity to these levels.
Yeah, huge amount of special attack damage, just able to take all of that down between the Alolan Ninetales and the Lampent right there. Up here in our top path, we see Zealot hiding in the tall grass, Barnwell doing the same thing, and now they all kind of know where each other are.
Yeah, Glow looking for an opportunity to jump on top of Zealot, couldn't quite find it there as Barnwell was quite literally just standing there waiting for the action to kick off. Trevenant buffed out and pushed out really quickly. Nice little engage on the A9, but they're able to jump back to their goal pad. Again, Rogue playing very cautiously, not overextending, but again, they're not getting those KOs for that effort. Bang, right on the backside. Dodrio comes through, gets their first KO. Gonna see if they can string another one. Nope, they dip out of dodge. Anana's there, and that Chandelure is looking to do tons of damage.
Yeah, we've got 8 seconds now until Regieleki hits the top, and a Reggie spawns here in this bottom path. We see God Squad getting ready for this fight, as well as Rogue. They're just looking to see how they're going to start this thing. Big Scald, nice big Solar Beam. Regirock already at half.
Yeah, pushing forward here. Silent Red's going to try and make a move. Unite move out of Mew. They're going to look for an opportunity to jump into the Chandra. Electric Ball goes back through. Nice little Egg Bomb here as Rogue is all over it, but it's God Squad taking it out from right from under, and that Slowbro looking really good. Silent Red getting to get done for the team, and God Squad able to peel back and look at the levels now. They're starting to balance themselves back out.
Yeah, incredible stuff there from God Squad. The hot water from Scald securing that bottom Reggie, as we see once again Relax in this central area, just looking for some experience, looking for some buffs from the side of God Squad. Something this Dodrio can do is just be incredibly annoying all over the map, just looking to steal away as much experience as possible from God Squad.
Oblivion getting a ton of little birds there as they're getting a good engage on Zealot. Zealot is very low. Eldegoss there for the save as Forest, but finally cashed in as Glow, able to get that KO, and that's a good one for them because now they have an opportunity to push as Slowbro's on the bottom side of the map here. They're sieging this goal zone. Woodhammers go a little wide. Forest is trying to hold it down, but they're getting some points in here, and that is going to look good. That goal zone is gone, Spraggles.
Goal zone is gone in the top path. First one of the game so far as they turn onto this Regieleki. No one from God Squad is here to do anything about it. That's going to walk towards their tier 2 right now. And Rogue really gets to just take a stroll throughout the entire map. There's lots of experience they can take. They also can push onto this tier 2 in the top path. They could run down to the bottom path. A lot of opportunities for Rogue right here as they do decide to make their way forward. Big old Unite move, and Chandelure's in a lot of trouble going home.
Blitz assist is right in the middle, so Glow's going to be able to keep pushing. They're hunting down Force. They're going to see if they can turn on him. They get another engage as a Wicked Blow going to find the mark. No, it goes just wide. Rex is on the backside spacing out Neon. They're all over this goal zone, but this siege is going sideways now, and the KOs are starting to fall. Down goes Glow, and the Barnwell goes down as well. Just couldn't quite convert onto those key KOs, Spraggles. Yes, they got the Chandelure, but they got pushed back in short order.
Yeah, unfortunately for Rogue, it looks like that did go in favor of God Squad. You know, they were the higher level team. They gave up some KOs right there, but not too terrible. They were able to retreat and pull some of their Pokemon back. Unfortunately for them, not able to put in a big score, as now this is just about evened up. 123-129 on our scoreboard as Regirock once again makes its way to the bottom path.
Yeah, and God Squad is here first, which means they got the positional advantage. Regirock throwing those rocks all over God Squad, though, and that gives an opportunity for Barnwell to get in there. Regirock's at half HP. Look at the backdoor by Relax. Perfect. Eldegoss Unite gets him out of the way. They're going to crash lane and try and take it, but no, Glow seals it up on the Regirock. Eldegoss couldn't really save anybody. Not a ton of damage getting shelled in, but now Rex is almost on the backside, focusing the attention of God Squad. They try to flip the script, but the rest of Rogue peels out, and a good little maneuver by them despite what the opportunity they could have had after taking the basement Reggie.
Yeah, nice stuff here by Rogue. Obviously, when you have that Urshifu near an objective, you have to assume that God Squad knows at any moment it could go over to the side of Rogue as Relax is trying to chase this down. Little X speed being used by the Eldegoss to get out of a bad situation. A couple big wood hammers come on in. Dodrio looking for an in somewhere to pick up a KO, but decides to retreat.
Yeah, Zealot is being tenacious on top of Barnwell. Finally gets the KO with the help of Forest, and Rogue is trying to peel back. You actually saw Oblivion and Rex trying to buy just enough time for Barnwell to get out. Couldn't quite get that done, so quality KO for God Squad.
Yeah, nice stuff there for God Squad, as it looks like Rogue is getting ready for this top Regieleki. Again, this could push towards the tier 2 goal of God Squad. God Squad actually coming up here, possibly looking for a fight right now, but it's going to be hard to out-secure this Wicked Blow, and they cannot.
Very well timed by Glow as they're able to seal that up. Silent Red getting chunked a little bit. Big Solar Beam coming through. Neon throwing a little Blizzard back the other way. A little Blizzard Avalanche tandem there. Enough to push Rogue back as God Squad's just going to take care of this Regieleki very quickly.
Yeah, and you can see God Squad knows that Rogue is rotating rotating down to this bottom path right now as they are crashing onto this goal, looking to make something happen, but Lapras right there pushing them right back. The big water pulse. I mean, look at the HP bar on that thing. You can't take it down. It's going to defend this as we now have a Reggie spawning in the bottom path in 20 seconds right here, and we're just 50 seconds away from the first Rayquaza of our regional finals.
This is one of those opportunities where that basement Reggie can turn into the Rayquaza fight, depending on how these teams commit to this space. And it looks like Forrest is just trying to find an opportunity, gets the skill shot on top of Glow right there, suss them out very quickly as Rex is going in, and it looks like Rogue wants this fight. They're going to collapse on Forrest. If they can get a KO, that'd be really good. But actually, Regice is getting worked on. Rex is going to bubble up the rest of the team, and God Squad doesn't look like they want to risk it. Are they going to try and slide in and take it? No. 17 seconds until Rayquaza, but God Squad putting tons of points in.
Yeah, God Squad deciding, look, we can't take this objective. We have 2 Pokemon not here. We'll try for a sneaky steal. Didn't work out, but at the same time, they got to put some points in the top path. They are now up, which means Rogue is going to have to make the play here, and we are moving into Rayquaza, and they're just looking for their moment. Nice big solar beam. The team is peeling back right now. We have Dodrio sneaking around in the top path, possibly looking to make a score of their own, as we see God Squad pushing more and more forward towards Rogue's side of the map. Dodrio is putting those points in, but they are still behind Dupe Snacks.
Yeah, Zealot is just kind of hanging out, finally eating some pot shots there, and they're just bubble beaming, trying to find Glow. They actually do. Rex chucking out some wood hammers, and we're just really feeling out where this fight is going to go. And it doesn't look like either team's really looking to engage, maybe waiting for Relax, for Rogue to come back and try and backdoor the God Squad team a little bit. As Zealot is moving very far forward, they're trying to convert. Another solar beam comes through, chips up 3. Nice little screen there goes up as it's stuck back on top of Oblivion. They're going to be able to push forward if they want it, but we got an Eldegoss back cap spray.
And here we go. Big Unite move from the A9 as Dodrio jumps in looking to pick up a KO, but they can't see because of that Chandelure Unite. And here comes the massive Bliss assistance. We have 1 down already for God Squad.
Yeah, they're trying to collapse on top of Zealot. If they can sort that out. Wicked blow, tandem Unite move by Glow. Tries to take out Zealot, but it's not quite enough damage. That Lapras is massive. And now finally Rogue decides we're going to switch on top of Rayquaza. Not too sure what made them switch the script like that, but now they're finding Force. They get a KO there. Neon needs to get in there if they want to make a maneuver here. They're chipping into Rayquaza. The teams are now coalescing together. Woodhammers come out. It's all 3. Big Hornleash pushes them out. Rex doing the Lord's work out here, trying to make it happen for Rogue. God Squad, who? Big question mark. Neon's chunked again by Rex. Can they get the Hornleash come through? And it's the Lapras. It's the Lapras coming through. Zealot making it happen. And God Squad with those shields can put some points in.
God Squad now running to put points in. They are already ahead right now. This is going to be 378 to 211. We see members of Rogue running to the other side of the map, but I think it's going to be too little too late. Perfect scoring right here. And there we have it. Rogue loses the first game. God Squad taking a big victory right here.
I mean, look at that. God Squad coming through. They tried to get the big KO on Zealot. Glow used their Urshifu Unite right into the Wicked Blow, just shy of the damage needed to get that KO. And guess what? Zealot comes in and makes the play. Let's kick it back over to Zoinks and Chef and get this thing broken down for you.
Thank you so much, Dupe Snacks. What a crazy game number 1 between Rogue and God Squad. The double defender draft works out as they're able to outlast Rogue. And well, let's take a look at the story of this matchup as we see this score graph. I mean, extremely close all the way through.
Yeah, that is almost a line directly on top of another line. That was, I mean, it really came down to that flip at the end. It was even closer than even this close of a score looks like. I do love the fact that we can now see it as well when each goal goes down, but you can see it was neck and neck. We said this match was going to be close, but I didn't expect it was going to be this close.
Yeah, it's a pretty big credit to God Squad that they kept the score so close. You can see 2 Regieleki earned for Rogue, as well as drafting the Dodrio. A lot of these options really are leaning into trying to make you have a huge score lead by the time you get to the end, but God Squad able to outlast again. Let's take a look at the damage numbers that we had for this matchup. I mean, pretty impressive. A lot of damage taken on the side of God Squad, as you would expect. And Relax still putting up a pretty solid 52,000. Oblivion showcasing a great Mew, though, in game number 1 for Rogue with 60,000 damage.
And are we sure that Zealot's not actually on Garchomp? Like, this isn't actually just Garchomp wearing a shell on its back, because that is still a lot of damage, leading the team, and also, of course, being the one to take that Ray in the end. That is huge. Definitely the strength of actually 2 of the newest Pokemon that we've seen. Really getting to be shown off in this her first match of the day with the Chandelure and the Lapras. You love to see it, but that Lapras, I mean, it was so key to every single part. You mentioned that the Dodrio was huge in being able to potentially get a score lead, but it wasn't able to with the fact that they did lead off with that double defender pick.
Right.
The Lapras is just such a wall. Same thing with the Slowbro. It is just tough to get past that.
And it's not even just a traditional only tank defender style Pokemon either, right? You can play it in a few different ways. And let's take a look how God Squad was playing it with this highlight reel. I mean, God Squad obviously pulling it in the end in a big convincing fashion, but very close throughout. I love that play from Urshifu. You eject button close, and as soon as you have a target with that Urshifu Unite move, they cannot escape no matter what they do. Eject button away, you will chase them to the ends of the earth. Great chase down, great knock up, big secure.
Yeah, you can almost think of it like a slow beam, but a very much aggressive version of it. But yeah, no, honestly, it's almost tough to even talk about this because it was just so back and forth the entire time. Nobody really giving up all that much. And again, it came down to this flip here. There was so much potential damage on the side of Rogue trying to burn down that final ray, but in the end, it just came down to the fact they couldn't get it down quite fast enough, and they just had to take the risk.
Yeah, when you have a refight like that with no Unite moves on either side, all of a sudden God Squad's drafts really starts to sing. Lapras and Slowbro, when you don't have a Unite move to shut down, is really tough. Hey, what up, Doomstacks? Good to see you again. I love hearing it. Anyway, what a game number one. Don't worry, Doomstacks. We're going to be jumping back to you in a game number two very shortly because we are playing a best of three, of course, in this group stage. And this match is so important for Rogue and God Squad. It really is. Number 2 and 3 in this very stacked group of Group A. It's a really close one.
Listen, I get it. We get a lot more time now, you and me. Doomsnacks just wants a little bit more camera time. You know, there's just only so much that you can get at any given point. You know, you can come sit in between us.
Yeah, eventually
you can join us a little bit for this. But no, first match of the day, going great, honestly. He showed us the sign that said griefer. Oh my God, perfect. He knew, he was ready for that.
Exactly.
Okay, but
exactly.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna pivot to talk about CP a little bit here. Let's take a look at what is on the line here for these teams. Of course, Rogue and God Squad, two teams that need a lot of things to go right if they're gonna qualify for the World Championships via the CP route, and earning that first spot, of course, auto-qualifying you in. That second spot at 2,000 championship points. Well, a lot of other teams would have to be out of the running, but still, you gotta play your routes. You gotta get as many wins as you possibly can to earn that second spot and earn 2,000 championship points.
Right. Not only do a lot of things have to go right for both of these teams, but some things have to go wrong for some other teams as well.
True.
So there is a lot. But I mean, regardless of what happens, that's the best thing about these regional finals. No matter what the situation is, whether you have zero chance to qualify through challenger points or championship points, whether you really don't even want to qualify for Worlds and just want some money, or whether you want to just be the one to pull off the huge upset, like everybody has a chance to get something huge out of this, or even just to put on a great show, which is the hugest thing.
Oh, absolutely. These teams are working very hard at that. Let's take one more look at our group stage, and we can see where these teams are stacked up again. We've been talking a lot about Group A because that's the match that we're currently in the middle of between God Squad and Rogue. Andromeda and Amaterasu is the other matchup happening within this group. And I have heard down the grapevine that Andromeda may be the 4th seed into this group. However, they are a very powerful team. They have knocked out some really solid teams in the qualifiers. And what I've heard is their draft game is one of the best in the region.
I did hear that as well, of course, through your podcast. But yeah, I'm actually not as familiar with them as a team, so I'm really excited to see that. And I mean, that is a tough group to be in. Of course, we can see how well both these teams are playing right now. They're both absolutely in it to win it. I mean, this is really where you got to put everything together, right? Especially when you're in that kind of mid-range area. So this could be, you know, kind of the biggest group, this Group A. We could be starting off with it. And of course, there's going to be plenty of games in each group throughout the day. So it's not like either of these teams are going to be guaranteed 100% out just from this single match or in from this single match. Of course. There's a lot that can happen.
Yeah, it is a very pivotal one, but you're right. They have multiple chances within the group stage because of how the format works. And you're playing for a lot, right? We talked about at the top of the show. There's prize money on the line, of course, World Championship spots, and North America earning those top 8 spots at NAIC in just a few weeks here in Columbus, Ohio. The in-person events are amazing. I had the chance to be at EUIC just a few months ago, and it really was just a huge pivotal moment for the European region. I know North America wants it as well. Now, when it comes to Game 1, we saw the double defender pick straight away from God Squad, but they were in that second spot. Now we see the switch, we see the script flipped a little bit here. God Squad is going to be on that first spot. Last time we had a Zoroark ban from Rogue, or I doubt we see that again. I can imagine God Squad would get the Zoroark, but I like this strategy, banning it away. Obviously, we got a lot of good Zoroark players on either side.
Oh, we're actually looking towards maybe a double ban on the Zoroark. I actually didn't expect that we were going to see this much. I don't want to say, I guess I could say respect for the Zoroark overall. That is a lot. Both sides actually banning it out. That is pretty surprising. And so we've got 3 Zoroark bans in 2 games so far.
Yeah, Speedsters have really been a huge definitive part of the metagame right now and the competitive level. I mean, you can backcap, of course, but just the takeover potential that some of these Pokemon have are just too powerful to allow into the game, and grabbing Dodrio for God Squad is definitely a change up in strategy from the Game 1 we saw, but it is such a powerful Pokemon that it is worth drafting. Urshifu and now Hoopa being allowed into this matchup. So that was God Squad's ban last time. We're seeing Rogue finally get access to that one.
We are seeing a near reverse draft here. A lot of the same picks and a lot of the similar backwards order, but we are going to see that double defender again with the side of God Squad, and it's going to be those 2 once again being thrown over to them, but this time they're going to be the ones with the Dodrio. That seems pretty terrifying to me.
That is true. It is a pretty powerful pick, but I think a lot of us are asking, how did God Squad get away with it 2 games in a row? I mean, Rogue allowing 2 defenders with this much power potential in the metagame to just go over to God Squad, it seems like a pretty big risk. They're going to be going with the Eldegoss this time around too, which they had last game. It really helped Lapras in the early game of the top path. Lapras, of course, a Pokemon that doesn't evolve, so it is just strong from the start of the game ongoing. You're not capped by those levels, but the Eldegoss support really helps the truly early path game really shine.
Right, and this final, was that real? Aegislash! All right, it's first set of the day, and we are seeing a Pokemon I have not seen for quite a while in competitive. We are getting some interesting picks. What do you think the Aegislash is for?
It's 100% for that percentage health damage. So when Aegislash hits with those boosted autos, and especially its Unite move, which has the execute, you are doing more damage the larger percent of HP they still have remaining. It's one of the best tank shredders that we have in the competitive game. It is though a huge risk, and not because of his no guard passive. It is a Pokemon that is in a tough spot a lot of the time. Wide guard and Iron Head, but their stuns aren't super relevant unless you're able to catch Neon out. But other than that, you're not going to find too much impact. Relax is going to have to thread a sword through a needle, something like that. Sprinkles and Dew Snacks, bring us into Game 2. I can't wait to see it.
Here we go. God Squad versus Rogue. And don't worry about walking in front of the camera earlier. This is all rehearsal. It won't happen live. What?
We're live? Right. It starts right now. Okay, God Squad Rogue. Let's take a look. I don't know how God Squad, Zoink said it, I don't know how they got both Slowbro and Lapras, who are 2 of the most banned Pokemon in May. Just not even allowed to play the game. God Squad, 2 games on the hop, get the 2 best defenders going. It's going to be tough sledding for Rogue.
It really is. I mean, it's such an amazing draft. Both times that we've seen it, we've been pretty shocked that they were able to get it. But in Rogue's defense, there are so many powerful Pokemon inside of Pokemon Unite right now. You can't ban away enough of them. You can't pick away enough of them. You've got to play to your strengths, as Rogue is looking to do that here. God Squad, your purple team. Rogue, your orange team. God Squad looking to win this thing right now.
Yeah, and I mean, they've got some great tools to get it done between Lapras, Slowbro, and Dodrio as well. So it's going to have to be big-time action out of Glow on the sword here for Rogue to help stymie some of that.
And an interesting fact, it looks like God Squad is up 2-1 against Rogue in the April finals.
God Squad looking to get it done. Another one here in June for sure. As a good little Snorlax invade by the side of Rogue into God Squad. Going to put some static onto that Chandelure. Barnwell's left to babysit this goal zone by themselves. And Zealot unable to get their points. And however, Forrest was able to get just a hair in there.
You can see it. Nice little play there from Rogue as they sent Rex, this Snorlax player, into that central area of God Squad, able to pick up that blue buff. Not only that, there's just so much you get from stalling out the enemy's central area Pokemon, making sure that they are low on levels, they don't have enough experience, and they're wasting a ton of time in that central area.
Yeah, Litwick finally a lamp in here. Anon finally able to get that evolution, but they are behind where they want to be because of the Rex invade there. Zealot going to hold down the top, and it looks like the rest of God Squad is going to start working through the middle a little bit.
Yeah, we can see 3 members of Rogue in that bottom path as they send Urshifu back to their central area right now. Things are looking pretty good for Rogue. The question is that Snorlax going to run back over? Is anyone else going to try to invade that central area of God Squad, or are they just going to hand the experience over at this point, make sure that they can take care of everything on their side of the map?
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Rogue, I want to make sure that this Urshifu gets as big as possible. You know, they're going to have to crank up the damage output to try and deal with the front line of God Squad without a doubt. Quick little dipsky-do there for Relax as they jump back through. There's still a Han Edge. Not hitting Doublade yet either is going to be not a great look for them as they need to start scaling that sword up.
I think one of the big questions in this match right here is how useful is that Aegis going to be? You know, we haven't seen a ton of it in competitive play recently, so we're going to see if Aegis is ready to make a comeback here, or if it's going to be one of those Pokemon that Rogue wishes they could repick.
Wicked Blow does not land on Forest. That means they're able to make it out and start picking up that Chandelure and Lapras there for themselves. Rogue just going to hide out for a little bit, see if they can get a pick in the 720 birds as well.
Here we go, Rex. Heading up to this tall grass right here, we can see Glow up in this top path. Obviously, this Urshifu so incredibly powerful as Anon is coming up as well, throwing some big old overheat damage towards the side of Rogue.
Great spacing by Zealot, and Urshifu actually able to go in and get a ton of the Swablu there. Are they going to get KO'd for that effort? Might have to throw down a little portal to reset them. No, Barnwell says, you're good, Glow. Just grab a couple berries, eat them up, and we got 5 seconds to the basement Reggie, and Reggie Alecki hit the map.
That's right. They're sending him down to that bottom path using Hoopa. Obviously, the most important thing Hoopa can do is just move your teammates around the map and set up some incredible moments. Regirock already getting chipped up here by Rogue. The Aegis coming in there looking for a big secure right now, and they get it with that Wicked Blow.
Yeah, Silent Red trying to get in there with the Surf, but great spacing by Rex with that heavy slam over the top, stymieing the push of Anon so they can even get their damage in. And they're moving all over the map. Rogue with a great rotation here, putting tons of pressure on. And maybe this Hoopa is the key to success. If you don't have to fight in front of a Zealot and the Slowbro, you can just pivot around them by using the Hyperspace Highway.
Yeah, they're able to move around the map and set up some incredible plays. Still behind on score right now, but once again, a Reggie is going down. The Wicked Blow is getting ready, and they get a massive secure. It's just so difficult to stop Rogue when they have that Urshifu near an objective.
Yeah, Glow with another awesome secure there. Neon's going to try and take everything from the central area of the Rogue squad and try and stymie them. Is that a yawn out of Rex? We got a yawn Snorlax, and we're trying to put him to sleep. A big heavy slam comes through. Is this going to be a yawn time on Silent Red? No, they're going to be able to make it back to their goal zone. Relax. Going to have to get an opportunity here. They're level 9. I'd like to see them, 10, 11. I really want to see them lead the level race in this game to make an impact.
Rex now looking at these birds here in the bottom path as we head up to our top path. Glow in a little bit of troubles. 4 members of God Squad pushing towards this top goal right now, having to run away from it as they do break it right there. God Squad up now 98-32.
Not getting KO'd there was huge for Rogue, so that way they could actually stay in the pocket and get back into the action in short order. But Rogue is getting their points elsewhere, and that's in the bottom path. Rex, Relax, and Oblivion getting tons of points. A nice little wall there. Snow wall, as they say. Somebody says, I'm sure, but able to keep that and get the team back.
Yeah, that's Snow Wall, keeping out the White Walkers and all that here in the bottom path. I got to say, every time we talk about Relax, I think you're telling me to relax. You're like, hey, Spraggles, Relax is actually doing some great stuff in the central area.
Yeah, well, if I wasn't so relaxed, I probably wouldn't have walked in front of the camera like a huge doofus. Here we go. The engagement for Glow tries to make it happen on top of the Dodrio. Not today. Forrest going to have to bubble out Rex and Barnwell. That's going to be a tall order as the heavy slam comes through. Both put to sleep right on top of the hyperspace hole as well. But now the Registeel is kind of getting ripped. Oblivion chipping into there. See if they can get Silent Red or Forest to engage into them and get those KOs. But awesome spacing here just by the support and tank player for Rogue, really keeping them down. Here we go. The hyperspace Hoops Unbound are here, and we're going to try and stun them down. Forest catches the first fist. We're surfing through Registeels on the backside. Silent Red getting bubbled out. Heavy Slam chips up, and another secure by Glow.
Glow is just everywhere they need to be thanks to this Hoopa, and every time it's near an objective, they can get a massive secure. God Squad is going to need to figure out how to deal with this. I think the best option is to KO the Pokemon, but hey, that's just me.
Yeah, you know what? That's not a bad look here. Zealot's taking tons of damage, trying to peel back a little bit. Rex was caught up in the bubble beam, but that gives God Squad just enough time to take that Regieleki as it's heading towards that tier 2 goal zone. Barnwell holding out, hanging out, trying to keep an eye on their goal zone, and they're going to be able to pop that hyperspace highway to get the team down there in short order.
Yeah, Rogue just having to deal with this Regieleki. And this is one of those moments where you don't get a ton of value out of it for God Squad, but you do force Rogue to have to deal with something as Barnwell brings the team down through that hyperspace highway. God Squad going to have to push back right here. Zealot in a little bit of trouble. Nice big catch from the Blizzard Avalanche, but it's a Lapras that uses its Unite move to run away.
Yeah, I mean, firing up the bus and trying to escape, and that's a great use of the Lapras Unite there just to not get KO'd. They have enough time if they work hard to get it back for the final fight as well. Relax! Spraggles is going in deep. Forest goes down with the help of Oblivion here as they're going to keep pushing. Big coup de grace gets a KO and a land, just absolutely shattering that, what's it called? What are the dangles from the ceiling? It dangles from the ceiling.
It's a big chandelier!
There it is. We got there. Another goal zone gone. Rogue looking good. And I'll tell you what, from what looked on the draft screen, a tough opportunity for Rogue. They're making it happen.
Yeah, Rogue is playing great inside of this match, and even though they don't have the tankiness that God Squad has, they still have that incredible secure there from that Urshifu, and they have been able to use that so well throughout this match. The score line, incredibly close. The levels, incredibly close for both of these teams. Rogue needs a win here to hold on as we have a Reggie spawning in the bottom path here in 5 seconds. That's going to be the last before Rayquaza, and it looks like Rogue is ready to take it, and God Squad has other plans.
Yeah, and the fact that the next Regieleki won't hit the map until Rayquaza is huge as well, because that tier 2 goal zone for Rogue is actually gone. Now Rogue is all over this Regirock. No interest on God Squad. They're going to try and get the positional advantage for Rayquaza.
And here we go. God Squad actually getting ready for this. Lapras finding them right here. The heavy slam pushing them back a little bit, but they know exactly where Rogue is coming from as they move in towards this Rayquaza pit, sending Snorlax back home to get a little healthy and coming back. Dubsnax, relax! It's in the fight.
It relaxes in the fight, but Dodrio just scored a ton of points in the home goal zone. So now they're up 300 to 198. They're pushing through big time Unite move. 2 players down for God Squad. The Dodrio not being there is tons of problems as it's a winter wonderland out here for Oblivion. They're going to keep pushing on. That's another KO back with the help of Glow as Zealot rolls through the portal, see what they can do. They are trying to get it done, but they are stunned and they're spaced out. Barnwell doing a great job buying the team time. Can we get another hero play out of Zealot on top of this Rayquaza? Rogue needs to seal this thing up, and Glow needs to land a heck of a wicked blow here to take it for the team. Bang, they get it done. Rogue, duck it time, baby. Go get your points in.
Rogue, what an amazing secure. 2 big KOs, and they were just able to take advantage of that, push forward, secure that objective. And it's as we said before, if they keep that Urshifu near an objective, they can take it every single time. Heading on in there, putting a nice big hundo burger in the bottom path, 78 in the top path. They are now up, but only by less than 100 points, Dubsnax.
Yeah, there's plenty of time, too, for God Squad to make a push here, and especially with that outer goal zone open, it's a tough one to defend, but getting some KOs onto Dodrio helps. That is a big-time move by Relax. Now they need to get out of dodge because they need to start holding down these goal zones. Rex with 41 in pocket is great. I think Barnwell has a part of a shield as well, so we're going to see what kind of push God Squad can cobble together.
Yeah, Rogue now raining more points into the top path. 92 up into the top path there for Rogue as God Squad is fighting in the bottom path. We can see there Snorlax putting the points in. A9 trying to pull back, but not able to. They get KO'd as God Squad is pushing onto this goal. 20 seconds left, only 1 member of Rogue down, and they need a lot of points on the side of God Squad.
Yeah, they need to keep pushing. Dodrio nowhere to be found. That's the fastest scorer they've got. Rogue gonna try to hold it down. We got a Snorlax Unite right in the middle, big time heavy slam. Can we get a yawn in there as well? Why not? Let's finish the door on it. They're getting a couple points in, but I don't think 10's gonna get it done, Spraggles.
Rogue not. Wow, incredible match there from Rogue.
Yeah, I mean, it was great work, and I think the key truly, Glow was on fire with those wicked blows to seal the objectives, but as well as Barnwell moving the whole team across the map was pivotal there. And like I said, if Zealot and Silent Red are going to frontline with those beefy Pokemon right there, just play around them. Be on somewhere else on the map, and that's exactly what they did.
Now, I got to hear what Zoinks and Wonder Chef think about this match right now. Gentlemen, take it away.
Oh, I think that was quite the match. That draft ended up being so good on the side of Rogue. I mean, I know, again, you two mentioned it. We were all very interested how they just kept getting the double amazing defenders on the side of God Squad, but this time the counter draft, it just worked so perfectly.
Yeah, exactly. We're taking a look at the score graph here. Again, held incredibly close, but the objectives really just kept falling towards Rogue constantly. Getting that Urshifu, just so much dedication to making sure they have that Pokemon every draft, and it works out extremely well this time. Glow securing so many objectives. Count them, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Count them just like
5.
that. Yeah, you know, you can just keep going. You can just keep going. We'll just have another match. We'll just keep the count going. But let's look at the damage and how it played out. And overall, we can see actually Oblivion with a huge amount of damage on that A9. But despite the numbers, I mean, we need to talk about how that Aegislash worked out so perfectly.
I was actually going to say, one of the numbers across for the Aegislash is the 40,000 damage taken for Relax. And of course, not getting knocked out very often either, able to absorb so much of that damage as the Aegislash. But one thing I think we really need to talk about is Rex's Snorlax. Incredible gameplay and ended up being so pivotal in that final team fight. And we actually want to talk about it in our replay that we have right here.
Oh, and we've got something a little bit special, I would say, as well. I'm excited for this.
Yeah, exactly. So we see right here, Rex actually gets a huge yawn stun onto the Chandelure, and this is what I want to talk about. A huge Snorlax stun that knocks up 1, 2, 3, and 4 members, which allows Oblivion and Relax to start moving into position. Let's see how this plays out from this point, as Rogue gets a huge initiation, 4 knockups, and the knockouts just happen again after that. And immediately, Relax gets a stun that stuns into Forest and into Zealot on the Lapras. 2 members stun, which allows, again, just Oblivion to start wrecking havoc on this Alolan Ninetales. Eldegoss does not stand a chance, and at the very end, Barnwell launching in the hyperspace hole, just sort of doubling down, making sure they secured that one. I don't know if that Unite move was necessary, but it certainly pushed Zealot away from the Rayquaza, and it allowed Rogue to secure this main objective. No one even close to the Urshifu. That means the Wicked Blow is going to get the job done.
Yeah, when the first game, you know, it ended on a flip. This one was won by this extremely amazing team fight. Also, just gotta say, love the illustration. Love your artistic work, Zoinks. We're gonna put that one in a museum. But that was huge. I was actually popping off when I saw that Snorlax Unite. That was a huge one. Like you mentioned, it popped up so many people, and that just led to, honestly, still a pretty close victory. The points did get scored in the end, but overall, it was a great one. And Glow on that Urshifu, you mentioned just securing so many objectives. That's what we really do like to see, of course, from that single strike Urshifu, and that's exactly how it played out.
Exactly, and the rotations made it so easy for Glow to do that as well, right? Barnwell's Hoopa, just making sure that Glow is always in the right position, but you gotta hit those shots when you have them, and Glow making sure that happens no matter what. Weakness Policy, Muscle Band, and the Razor Claw. You can hit the Urshifu all you want, you're only making it stronger. That Weakness Policy, getting that damage up by 6/6 was very impressive. So big player of the game, and well, honestly, Rogue surprising us all with a very interesting draft strategy in game number 2 to push us to a game number 3.
Which I'm glad to see. I'm glad to see we've had 2 close games. We're going to a 3rd close game. We hyped this one up as being potentially one of the most important matches going into today, and one of the closest matches going today, and that's already playing out exactly how that is. But the real interesting thing is just how weird the drafts have been, right? I'm curious to ask you in particular, why do you think there's so much value being put on Zoroark in particular?
Zoroark is just one of the strongest Pokemon in the game. No matter what moveset you want to do, it is very powerful. Those two agree, I guarantee it. But Zoroark just having a lot of big combination plays. It's good early game, but honestly, the threat of it late game is too terrifying to try to deal with. And a lot of your compositions, you can try to counter draft into it, but honestly, it demands so many resources that a ban, to me, definitely feels worthy when you're going into that drafting phase. Now, are we going to see it in game number 3? Because Rogue has now had kind of showed their cards of a permaban on Zoroark. God Squad has now brought 2. One of them the Zoroark, but also banning away the Hoopa in that game number 1. God Squad's in the same draft position here for game number 3, and I have to imagine we're going to see a repeat Hoopa ban. I don't think you want to have to deal with Barnwell's amazing play on that Pokemon.
Yeah, just the amount of mobility that it has given the team around the map has just been basically impossible to value. value. It is an infinite value, but we're actually, okay, it does look like we're probably going to see the Hoopa on the side of God Squad. Rogue, though, looking to stay, okay, enough with the double defenders. We're tired of this. We did well against it, but no more, please.
Yeah, there was one specific interaction on that first goal in the top path that I think Aegislash really proved its merit in that one, but I don't think we're going to need the Aegislash for game number 3 since we banned away the Slowbro. Dodrio, very solid first pick, one of the strongest Pokemon that we have currently available within the game. Got to pick that one up first. Looks like Zillot's going to be doing a repeat performance on Lapras though, but God Squad taking away the Urshifu. I love this draft coming out from them.
I'm really curious if we're going to end up seeing the Zoroark since it was banned so many times. And clearly, there's a whole high value on it from both of these teams. But, I mean, we've already got the Dodrio on the side of Rogue. Let's see what they back it up with. It does look like we're potentially seeing this Snorlax and the Eldegoss. Nope, Snorlax switched the last moment, as usual, troll the A9 and the Eldegoss since the Hoopa is gone.
Yeah, and Alolan Ninetales for Oblivion has really been amazing to watch in this last game. I think Alolan Ninetales providing so much extra damage, of course, but the extra spacing that Blizzard can provide is working out as well. Are we going to see another bit of a repeat defender? It looks like we might as we have the hover over the Blastoise and the Sylveon to try to play in that, I assume, going to be the bottom path early on. Sylveon, a Pokemon that I know Neon just really, really enjoys. They played it for a long time, so a bit of a comfort pick for the side of God Squad, but you're right, Zoroark still missing.
Yeah, pretty interesting with how much they valued it, but wow, we are going to see the Garchomp on the side of Rogue.
Yeah, exactly. It's not God Squad bringing in this Pokemon, which I kind of consider to be one of their signatures, but you know that God Squad had to grab a supporter for that final spot. You need the heals right now, and especially into Garchomp. I think Garchomp really does not like to see a Blissey on the enemy side, unless, of course, they can start doing damage to that Blissey. Now, we're going to have Zealot on the Lapras and Silent Red taking the Blastoise control. Now, the Blastoise talk is going to be very interesting. This Pokemon can play into the Surstoise, but also the Rapid Spin Water Spout combination is just as powerful as ever. Both options look pretty good, but maybe when you're going up against a Dodrio, you might consider the Surf a little bit more.
Yeah, that we've seen it actually pretty strong. I think we saw it in the OC last night, so I'm excited to see exactly what the builds for all these Pokemon are going to be, but there's only one way to find out, and that's sending it over to our casters to show us what's going to happen in game number 3.
Okay, got it.
Little left.
Okay, I'm moving it. I can barely hold it.
Wait.
Oh, it was already up. Duh. Wow. All right, here we are heading into game number 3, Rogue versus God Squad. A really interesting draft as we see the Urshifu stolen away. Obviously, that was such a powerhouse last game.
Yeah, I mean, the fact I'm still blown away that they're able to fight through that double tank composition that came out. They found a way, but now Hoopa's gone. And Barnwell's Hoopa, as mentioned by the desk, was on one. It looked great. So big time adjustments here. We're going to see what they can do in the face of another double defender setup.
Yeah, of course, the Blastoise making it out here. They weren't able to get the Slowbro, but they still have the Lapras and the Blastoise, a couple of big tanky water Pokemon for the side of God Squad. Here we go. Rogue, your purple team. God Squad, your orange team, as we're heading into game 3 here, the first game of our regional finals, and it's been a really exciting series.
Yeah, very unique approach by both of these teams, committing and protecting that central area. Barnwell stepping up with the red buff. They're going to be able to slow everything down. Zealot's getting jumped big way. Glow trying to get in there, can't quite catch up to the Fairy Pokemon. Fairy, F-E-R-R-Y, not F-A-I-R-Y. Spelling.
I don't know how to spell. Don't do that to me on broadcast.
All right, my bad.
Here we go. We see Anon trying to get some of this experience as Rex has stolen away another buff in that central area. Snorlax just so capable of heading on in there and getting a big sneaky steal on the other side. It's a really amazing invasion strategy that some teams are able to implement. And when it goes well, it goes so well, and you really slow down your opponents, especially this little Cupfu right here who still has not evolved.
Yeah, that's shades of the early parts of the Thea Sky Ruins where everybody was invading back across the map here. And Rex able to get that done for Rogue. It's giving them a good start to this game.
We can take a look at the win rate here in this season. Rogue at 60%, God Squad at 59%. And you can see it here. These two teams are so incredibly close in skill level.
Absolutely, and that's why we're kicking off our day with this amazing matchup here as Anon is absolutely collapsed on. They're trying to, was that a little throat chop? Wicked Blow's charged up, finds its mark, but doesn't deal enough damage here. But now Relax is caught in that flux zone. It is catching the Hyper Voice, and it is put down.
That's right. Up here in our top path, we can see we finally have our Blissey evolve here, and we would love to get some more experience in the bottom path, as this is still a little squirrel right here. Oblivion already level 6 on that Alolan Ninetales, which means it has its Avalanche, it has its Blizzard, and we can see the combo right there.
The real combo here is a Squirtle and unable to evolve as it's going to hit Wartortle, and we all know from our solo queue experience that is tough sledding. So they're going to have to get Blastoise online ASAP, because that's when the Pokemon actually can make an impact.
You can see level-wise, things are not looking amazing on the side of God Squad. It is pretty close here, but Oblivion already level 7. Look at the damage there from that combo. We saw the numbers that they were able to put out last game, and it's just been incredible for them. Nice big play here in the bottom path as points rain in for Rogue, and they break that tier 1 goal.
Yeah, Squirtle getting KO'd again, still just sitting at level 4, can't even get to Wartortle. That's a big time problem here, and Rogue essentially just has to play it pretty safe. Relax gets engaged on, Rex can't save them, and now Rex might go down for that hero play that they just tried to cobble together. We're going upstairs and we're taking a look at what Zealot can do. Glow keeps the push on, but in the meantime, it was a KO streak of 2 for A9, or Anon in the bottom path.
A9 not on the Anon. Oblivion picking up a big KO.
I can spell, but I can't say words, Fraggles. Tough place to be for a caster. Regirock, half HP, Hyper Voice comes through, but no, it's Oblivion, of course. Alolan Ninetales from these buffs has looked amazing. They're tracking down Sylveon. KO streak of 2 for Relax. They're absolutely massive here as Glow gets a KO on Zealot upstairs, and Rogue really putting the screws to God Squad right now.
Yeah, there's not much they can do. This little Wartortle trying to run away. Huge score, 36 points from Oblivion right there. They might pay for it. No, it looks like God Squad's going to pay for it. Big old Unite move from the Dodrio, and they are able to back out from that fight.
Yeah, and then Glow engaging on 2 upstairs because they know how good it's going down in the bottom path. Relax is now taking everything for themselves. Not a thief in the night. They're just taking everything in the middle of the day.
Yeah, it looks like God Squad's in a lot of trouble right now. Obviously, they're behind on levels. They still have a Wartortle. Their Lapras is only level 7. Their Blissey is only level 7. I mean, look at the other side of the map. 9, 10, 10, 8, 8. Huge level advantages for Rogue right here. As long as they don't make some big mistakes, they can keep this advantage and win this match.
Yeah, the fact that Glow is online as this Garchomp, they're going to be able to shell in damage on top of the shell Pokemon, Lapras there, as they're poaching all those Swablu and Altaria, and they're going to keep this level lead going. A9's going to have, or Anon, good night, that's going to crush me all day, is looking for an opportunity to jump on top of Glow here as this Regieleki is at half HP, good engaged by Rex, they're on the backside, and a huge Dragon Rush by Glow all over Neon there, who picks up an egg, but the Blissey is just too many people to try and save here, as we've got more Unite moves coming out, and KOs are flooding into the hands of Rogue.
Yeah, Rogue looking incredible once again, trying to break this before the Regieleki makes it, and they do, which means Regieleki is pushing towards this tier 2, and we are above the 5-minute mark. There are no jump pads on the side of God Squad, so they can make a really interesting play here. They decide to run away from that top path, and it looks like they might put a few points in the bottom path. Relax, trying to decide if that's going to be the play, as we see the announcement that the left side team, Rogue, has a huge lead, and yes, they do.
Yeah, between Relax and Glow, they're going to be able to shred this basement Reggie. God Squad without really an opportunity here. Might be a prayer egg bomb to come through and try and take it. Can Forrest make a quick hero play to keep the team alive in the game? Kind of works. Dragon Rush comes through, barely takes it. Forrest going to be caught out big time. Dodrio getting the KO there. Relax.
Incredible heads up play by that Garchomp on the side of Rogue right there. Just noticing that Blissey was there, peeling back off of the objective for a second so that they can make sure it doesn't get stolen by a heroic Ender-style egg bomb here in the bottom path. Rogue just in absolute command of game number 3.
Yeah, this level lead's getting egregious, but what does that mean? Great comeback experience if God Squad can get a catch. So that's what we're going to be looking forward here, and that's going to be off the back of that Urshifu Anon. They're going to have to get them into the mix because that's their biggest source of quick damage to be able to get a KO.
That's right. We have 4 Unite moves on the side of God Squad right now that they could use in a big fight. If they were able to get one of those catches, like you said, take down to the Dodrio, take down the Alolan Ninetales, that could be a big swing, and God Squad needs it right now as another one goes down. Massive Blizzard Avalanche combo into the boosted.
I mean, Alolan Ninetales, with the Blizzard, being able to either knock back the opposing team or keep them locked in place has just looked so good. Hyper Voice coming out, Snorlax Unite on top of the goal zone, going to be able to chipping up tons of players here, and that's going to be able to them flip the script on top of God Squad and force them out. And what looked like a good opportunity for God Squad to shrink this score lead absolutely dissipated into thin air.
Yeah, Rogue just in control of this match. God Squad not finding any ends right now, seeing if maybe they can do something right here. Silent Red just getting pushed back. Unfortunately, this Blastoise has been getting bullied all game. Someone call the principal because this is rough.
As Shredder once said, tonight we dine on turtle soup. So here we go. They're ripping through the Regieleki. God Squad needs to take care of that, and that's just one of the problems they have to face right now. They need to find experience. They have tons of wild Pokemon on their side of the map, and of course, a basement Reggie that Rogue is actually ready for.
Interesting fact, that's also something my uncle used to say. Tonight we dine on turtle soup.
Fair enough.
It's a weird household.
Yeah. I mean, the original voice of Shredder, fun fact, Uncle Phil from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. There you go. Take that to the bank.
That fact is fun. Nice secure there by Rogue. Rogue is just in command of this game. 30 seconds left until Rayquaza. God Squad needs a miracle. I hope they're praying to somebody right now because they need a big secure on Rayquaza. They are so far behind on levels, on points. And you know what? I think in people's hearts right now.
Yeah, well, it's all going to come down to that Urshifu Wicked Blow. That's really their best source of secure there, and they're going to have to find a way, God Squad is, to get them into the mix. Zealot playing very far forward, kind of getting stunned down by the Alolan Ninetales. Rex is looking for an opportunity. Glow's kind of chunked. This might be the fight kicking off early. Silent Red caught again in front of that Blizzard Wall. Heavy Slam comes through, and they're big Unite. Of course, Glow engages on the follow-up. That's a KO on the Blastoise immediately. They're going to see if they can pivot. They're caught in the Bubble Beam. Zealot is trying to space out this team. Glow's at half HP. The Blissy's on the backside. 2 players now for God Squad, and they're going to need something else here. Zealot's getting shredded. Glow's all over him. Another KO for them. Forest coming through. You need that Ender-style Egg Bomb now. I'll tell you what, Glow is all over this God Squad team, and they're looking for another one. Dragon Rush goes wide. Forest is followed up there. Coughed, yawned, sneezed on, and Dodrio packed to absolute knockout position here. God Squad is nowhere to be found. Rogue is all over.
Yeah, look at Rogue right here, just hanging out, waiting for God Squad. They know they need to make a play. They're continuing to score here in the top path. Dodrio putting the points in, 385 to 37. Even if they're able to get this somehow, I don't know if God Squad can make a play and win.
Well, they're going to have to make a play indeed. Hyper's Voice comes through, Wicked Blow comes through, but no, they were chipped up. They were chipped up, so Oblivion takes it. They're all over Anon. They're going to get a KO there. They're going to KO on Zealot. They're going to KO on all 5 of them, Spraggles. That's Jack, Queen, King, Ace.
That's right. Massive win here for Rogue. Absolutely dominating this match. You would think with stealing away that Urshifu that was so powerful for them that things could have actually gone poorly for Rogue, but Rogue just crushed this game. Commanding fashion, commanding win as our first match here on broadcast for our regional finals. Rogue looking fantastic, and now God Squad's future in this tournament is at jeopardy a little bit.
Yeah, without a doubt. Now we're in those garbage time moments where everybody's just trying to pad those stats up a little bit. God Squad trying to get some of those, conciliatory KOs for themselves and say, hey, we still got some fight in us. But in Group A, this is the matchup that we thought was going to be the closest and was going to be the difference maker into who could leave this group.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now, Rogue is in great position. Incredible match right here. Great stuff from Rogue as they take a huge win. And honestly, that was one of those matches that it's a little Serena, you know? It's a stomp.
It's a stomp indeed. We haven't seen Serena in a minute, but I'll tell you what, Rogue had their work boots on because they were getting after it. I love how they were able to get Glow online and look at Relax coming absolutely unglued on the Dodrio. But let's get a better look at that. Let's get a breakdown of that with Zoinks and Chef at the desk.
Thank you so much, you two. Yeah, what a crazy game between Rogue and God Squad. Rogue securing the 2-1 victory in this matchup, and boy, it looks like a 4-1 after that final game. Absolutely crazy game from them. Take a look at the score graph. Every single objective going towards God Squad, and God Squad only peaking at a mean 37 points.
That is rough. Yeah, every single every single icon that you can have is on that top purple line and nothing on the orange line, which was surprising to me based on how the rest of this set went. But when it came down to it, Rogue just found every single answer here. Let's take a look at the damage.
Wow.
Oblivion's damage on this Alolan Ninetales has been unbelievable, almost hitting that 100k mark.
I'm glad we get to see this graph because I truly think the Alolan Ninetales is a bit of the silent carry on the side of Rogue right now. Alolan Ninetales putting up almost 100,000 damage. Glow and Relax, though, having crazy games as well. Garchomp, not an easy Pokemon to put into that top path early and find those power spikes. However, the Garchomp, a decent matchup into the Lapras on the other side, and it worked out really well. Let's take another look at that matchup and just see the crazy showcase from Rogue that we saw in this game number 3.
Yeah, I loved how they decided to play this out. I think the fact that they did have, of course, that Alolan Ninetales that's strong from so early on, has one of the earliest power spikes, was able to help kind of control that early game. Same thing, the Dodrio got online very quickly and was able to make sure that just there was no comfort on the side of God Squad. That one was just mean. That was one of the many mean fights that we saw throughout that game where there just was no escape for some of the God Squad members.
I'm pretty sure Spraggles was trying to talk to someone's principal or something along those lines, but yeah, Blastoise was being shut down this entire game. The Tri-Attack Dodrio, a really good response to it. Yeah, you can surf away from danger, but Dodrio will chase you down to the ends of the earth and hit you with those really big attacks. A great surf to try to space out, but Oblivion was still in position, and they were able to secure the Rayquaza despite being knocked away by a Blastoise surf in those final moments. But just again, Rogue probably had that one sealed up at about the 4-minute mark anyways. God Squad taking down the Rayquaza, probably not even a ticket into that number 3 win. So Rogue with a crazy good game, and Relax getting our MVP award. 12 knockouts.
12 knockouts and 409 points in. That is an unbelievable amount, just carrying across the board. But like you mentioned, actually, the Tri-Attack, I think, was so key to that. I think the best Dodrios are the ones that can flex the Tri-Attack when the moments are really important for them to do so.
Exactly. An ability, a really awesome secondary move for this Pokemon as well, basically giving you an additional full heal as you are moving around the map. A speed gauge, very important to manage. But Rogue already showcasing that they are a force to be reckoned with in the North American region, earning their first win here in the group stage. I mean, they are looking to play within that top 8, and Rogue already showcasing that they're going to be a threat when they do eventually make it there.
Yeah, that is a huge win for them. Absolutely gigantic. Again, I really cannot overstate how important that first win in this group is. This is one of the closest groups as far as level, especially between the 2nd and 3rd seed.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they just have to be so happy with themselves, especially with the adaptation that they ended up making.
Yeah, I can't wait. But we actually have an update from the bracket stage. So let's take a look at our groups. Obviously, we have one there, but a pretty amazing one is Luminosity is currently 0-1. That's right. Dewsax thinks it's crazy. He actually had a lower third that told him that during the game, but I guess he didn't see it. Luminosity losing to Ginyu Force in that Group B is wild to me.
That is huge. That is already one of the biggest upsets that we could possibly see. I mean, Luminosity, LG, that is a gigantic team to be able to take out in one singular game. And Ginyu Force, I mean, they're one of those teams that they have to pull off the entire thing, but that is one way to start it off.
Yeah, what a way to do it. And then, of course, Group A, the connotations. Now, God Squad having that one loss in their column means that they need to be flawless for the rest of the day within their games of Group A, meaning they need to win against Amaterasu and Andromeda, and they really need Rogue to try to beat Amaterasu as well. So we will have to see how the rest of this group stage plays out because we have so many more exciting games to watch. I cannot wait. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series Regional Finals. An incredible game to start the day has already happened, but we got so much more UNITE action for you coming up very, very soon.
That's right. Can we get a yeehaw? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yep.
And yeah, we already have an upset. I mean, can't believe this. We're like what, 30 minutes in the first day? I can't tell time. But we are very short into the first day. We've already got a pretty big upset. We've got some more matches that are playing out as well. This is already turning out to be quite the day, as we can see that Team TOS took down Purple Hearts. So Ginyu Force and Team TOS are going to be leading the pack in Group B, and we're going to see the match between them a little bit later.
Oh man, so exciting. Group A already having a match done, Group B having 2, and we're actually going to be jumping into Group D for our next matchup. GT versus Brave Birders is the next one we are covering, and this is one that, like, off stream, all of us were talking about one of the most exciting games we have seen so far. I cannot wait. Let's take a look at these two teams, starting with Brave Birders, kind of their token or iconic player of Colin Tang, Asha Owo, and Natsu, and that last name is Rebisnotic. I think I nailed it.
Yeah, you probably nailed it. You probably nailed it. I'm not going to try, but you definitely nailed it. Brave Birders, I would say kind of a wild card team, right? Definitely a team that has a wild factor to them, and they're going to be going up against GT, who is currently pretty high up in the rankings. I can't remember if they're 4th or 5th. I believe they're 5th still, right? 4th. Okay, they are 4th. Sorry. But they have been one of the most electric teams that we have seen, pulling off some huge upsets, getting 2nd in the last monthly finals. That is going to be Egg, Noob, Coding, Esposito, Stockings, and Black. So that is a team that has been on the up and up. They have just slowly over time just gotten higher and higher placements, and then they got 2nd in the last one. So is this finally their time to get 1st?
Exactly. I mean, they have 2 second places in monthly finals overall, right? So they are looking for that 1st place finish, and GT, like you said, has been getting better and better. They're one of the most storied teams that we have in the competitive UNITE scene. In general, adding a player here and there, and of course, the most recent addition is, of course, the star player of Stockings, and she's truly been one of the best players within the North American region. In fact, bringing out a 4-time Chandelure ban in the grand finals of the May finals. So just really, really showcasing why they are a player to be watching in this next game. But GT is chock full of those players. Esposito has had so many hero moments on the support play. Eggnoob, one of the most, I'm going to call it, loyal defender players in the North America region. If you are an enemy Pokemon in between them and their carry, Eggnoob will make sure that that is never the case again. Eggnoob playing amazing defensive tank play with 4 GT, but Brave Birders, of course, also has some great opponents on them. Let's take one more look at GT here.
Yeah, I mean, we have to talk about GT so much. They've been, like you mentioned, some of the biggest storyline of this entire season, and so much of their team is really dependent on how well Stockings does. Yep. Obviously, like you mentioned, she is amazing, one of the best mechanical players that we have, but we did see a little bit of a weakness in the team when a lot of the Pokemon that she was really aiming for to carry the entire team were banned out or stolen away in that last grand finals that we saw against Team YouTube. So we'll see if maybe there was a little bit more flexibility added after that tournament happened, or if we're going to see anything new today in general.
Yeah, exactly. I know that GT is definitely grinders. They have been scrimming. They have been practicing on ladder. I don't think they're going to be caught out with just having too much of a comfort pick yet. Again, I don't see that happening. One last player we haven't talked about too much on the squad, though, of course, is Black. Black being their central area player, going from coach to player on the main roster. A big switch up for them, but I think they've been filling the shoes quite well. Their Urshifu in the central area might be one of my favorites to watch in the North American region. Normally going over to the Wicked Blow, which so far today, we have our 1-game sample size, has been a very, very strong selection. So I do think we will be seeing more of that. Now let's talk about Brave Birders, though. Colin Tang has been on this squad since the days of old, this game's inception, and has never once picked Brave Bird, folks. Never once has Colin Tang picked Brave Bird. Have they picked Talonflame? Yes, lots. Never once Brave Bird.
Fake fan. No, I'm just kidding. No, well, I think one of the biggest stories that we have to talk about with them is the fact that they managed to defeat GT in the group stage of the AOS Cup.
Yes.
So this is a match in group stage again. We'll see how it goes this time around. We're already looking at the potential bans, and it already looks pretty mixed up. Looks like maybe we're going to see GT locking towards Lapras, but are we going to see Brave Birders take a page from Team YT's book?
It sure did work a few weeks ago. We're going to see a repeat of the Chandelure ban from the Brave Birders side, and GT bringing, of course, the Lapras ban. I'm actually surprised we haven't seen more Lapras bans. I think it's the most powerful Pokemon within the competitive metagame right now. So GT starting out there. Brave Birders have the option for first pick. Slowbro is available. I have to imagine it's going to be that or the Dodrio, but a Sylveon first pick.
Well, I mean, but you know, you never know, I guess, at this point. It's impossible to tell anymore. But that Sylveon first pick is extremely surprising. Definitely one of the Pokemon that tends to kind of end towards the end of the draft.
Yeah.
But, hey, if you value it that highly, I'm excited to see exactly why.
Okay, so GT going over towards the Hoopa pick, one of the most impactful Pokemon when it comes to the 10-minute matches of Pokemon Unite. Really a play style defining a Pokemon, an epicenter of strategy, if you will. Venusaur Trevenant being the response from Brave Birders is a huge dedication towards the late game. Venusaur really doesn't come online until later on, but because you're counter-picking it into a Blastoise, you can kind of count on them being a little slower in the experience race as well.
Right, on the other side, it does look like Stockings will probably get the Mew.
Yes.
And Eggnoob picking up that Slowbro. So this is not going to be that situation that we saw in that last Grand Finals where none of Stockings' characters are available. And on the other side, we're going to see the Machamp come out. We're seeing some pretty interesting picks overall. The Wigglytuff, the Machamp, the Venusaur, which maybe is a little bit more common right now. And then, of course, that's first pick Sylveon. Very, very interesting.
Okay, I think we are going to see the lock-in on the Delphox, and I think we're going to see a swap between Stockings and Black, potentially, where we're going to have a Mew probably headed into the lane and have the Delphox Central area, which is a potent pick, especially into the composition that Brave Birders has brought. I think Delphox is an amazing answer to both Trevenant and Venusaur. I think it's a good response. Of course, Fanciful Fireworks Unite move has a lot of impact, but even the Fire Spin combination really makes Venusaur's life a lot harder. So I'm excited to see, well, it seems it's going to be Black playing it, but I'm excited to see how well GT can utilize this Delphox.
Right, and one thing about Brave Birders comp is that they have a lot of kind of self-sustain, but it's only self-sustained. They don't have really the hard support on their team, so being able to prevent even any of that kind of self-sustain might make that team fight just crumble. And I'm excited to see it, so let's send it over to the casters one more time. Take it away.
Look at us. Look how cool we are.
I mean, we just put this up, and it can hold, I was going to say it can hold us up.
Brave Birders GT going at it here in game one. Incredible stuff. By the way, I love the draft from Brave Birders. It's absolutely insane.
It's Banana Lands.
Yeah.
It is off the reservation for sure. But look, got to pull all the punches here. Regional finals time, baby.
First pick a Sylveon here into their first game. That is pretty exciting. GT obviously has had trouble with this team before, and GT needs to get out of group stages or they are in a lot of trouble. They might not make it to Worlds. They're one of those bubble teams that's right there.
Yeah, GT surprisingly well into one of what I would consider maybe the more predictable or cookie cutter type of squads when they go up against them. But maybe that's what the recipe for success for Brave Birders is, because they are picking Sylveon first. And they're throwing so much unique stuff at GT that maybe they aren't scrimming a lot against, or I don't have a lot of experience adjusting to, that they're able to kind of get some points in their direction in that sense.
You know, I have to wonder, is that the real Assassin Dave on the side of Brave Birders? I'm hearing that it might be the real Assassin Dave.
It's actually Association Dave.
Oh, he's associating with things now. Well, now he's associated with Brave Birders, who have a wild draft right here as we head into game number one. Let's see what they can make happen. No Talonflame for Colintang.
Brave Birders without Talonflame, and as Zoink said, even if they did pick it, we ain't seen the move Brave Bird. This Sylveon, like Chef pointed out, I want to see what warrants a first pick, because they would have gotten it way later than that. Asha getting some stacks up, and we've got a Wigglytuff as well, as Natsuri's going all the way in and putting tons of pressure on Eggnoob and Black.
Brave Birders 2-0 against GT in the AOS Cup Open qualifiers here. That's why they are so dangerous for GT right now. Again, GT really needs to make it out of this group stage or they don't have any shot of heading to Worlds.
Yeah, Brave Birders with a great opportunity to Dream Crush, essentially, right? They're on the we need to win it to make it, so let's leave all the bodies next to us as our path to the top continues.
Nice big secure there by the Wigglytuff here. Things are looking pretty good for the Brave Birders here on the bottom path. They almost have that level 5 on their Machamp.
Yeah, I mean, Eggnoob still not hitting Slowbro is a bit ridiculous. Normally, that's one of the Pokemon you want to get spiked up. That just means that Bravebird's kind of bottom path phase has been going incredibly well, and Asha already a Machoke, and we know they have stacks in as well.
Yeah, and here we go. Nice big dynamic punch. They're looking for the KO, singing them to sleep, but they actually get put down before that, sent back to base.
Yeah, really quick, you know, the rotation back through the portal to keep that pressure on and take Asha down is one recipe for success for GT early. They have to do something in this bottom path to get it back under the control. That's a heck of a way to start.
Here we go. Espo and Stalking now in this bottom path here, looking to sort of out-secure the side of Bravebirders, getting the focus band off of that Wigglytuff and having it run back. Assassin Dave now, Association Dave, excuse me, running back to the side of Bravebirders.
Assimilation Dave getting it done out there in the top path, really working through. They need to evolve. I mean, that's kind of been the story of the Bravebirders so far, is trying to get to that next level, and they do need to scale up. This Sylveon, level 7, biggest thing on the map, needs to make an impact.
Yeah, and here we go. Black here at level 6, little over level 6 now, looking for that level 7, getting that big power spike here, as we can see them pushing towards the side of Bravebirders. We still do not have a Trevenant for the side of Bravebirders, looking for that level 5 very soon.
Astrological Dave really needs to get some more experience so they can level up here, because Trevenant is going to be a key component, especially to stun down so that Colin Tank can get in there with that Hyper Voice and lay in some big time damage. Literally, Association Dave just sitting in there and still can't secure. Maybe this score here will put him over the edge.
The score would give them the Trevenant, but no, they are getting taken down. Sorry, Dave.
Sorry.
Yeah, wait till Dave watches this back.
Get your name right, Dave. Get your name right. Here we go. Black CH ripping through this Registeel. Bravebirders nowhere to be found. Nats are trying to get in there, but it's 4-on-1, and they are just absolutely ripping it in half. Colin Tang, you might be the biggest thing on the map, but if you're not at the objective, you ain't taking it.
Nice stuff here from GT. As it feels like they're a little behind in some of these moments, but working really well as a team right now. Eggnoob just holding down this bottom path, as 4 have been sent to the top path here from GT.
Yeah, Bravebirders really unable to contest any of these objectives because they're just late to them, so they can't even get in the mix and have a good push into the face. Lakoding gonna tick over to level 8 here, looking great for a Wartortle this early. Big time Unite move, tons of damage goes in. Unite comes out, Stocking's looking for an opportunity, Electric Ball, and not sir. They're gonna see if they can get a follow-up. Boosted Auto might be able to do work, but they actually flip on top of Asha. Eggnoob comes in with a Surf, doesn't find anybody, but Asha is going to go down here. Black getting credit for that KO.
Yeah, nice big Unite move, but not able to make anything happen from it, as GT once again working like a well-oiled machine, pushing onto this goal zone, and barely not making it home. Eggnoob in a little bit of trouble right now, but they are going to continue pushing towards the side of Bravebirders. Colin Tang with the Unite move, looking to pick up a KO on the Delphox, but they don't go down.
And Black makes it back to base after an amazing hyperspace hold. What a follow-up. Espo goes in there, but they are just laying in all of this damage. GT has one player go down, but that's Eggnoob, and they lay it down for the team every single time. As long as the rest of the carries are standing, they've done their job.
Let me tell you, GT working with the Hoopa on their side has just been a thing of beauty. I feel like that pick has made all the difference. Espo, just such an incredible support player, and you've seen play after play after play of Espo saving the side of GT. Incredible stuff so far as they get ready for a fight here in this bottom path. We can see Aspirational Dave hiding in this tall grass, just getting some vision.
Well, they're going to have to hold down that gold zone. Well, it's gone. It's a hold down the path at least to have some vision so they can start. Getting tons of pressure. Rapids Water Spout is going, and they get collapsed on by Asha, getting credit for that KO. That's huge. Asha already being a level 11 is a great place to be. Eggnoob Surf goes a little wide, but Natser is pushed out. Really, Owo needs to get into the damage race here. Big Unite move. Can they convert on it? Surf comes through. Eggnoob gets tons of spacing, and damage is getting shelled in. Follow up. Solar Beam Stalking. Counter punch from the Solar. The Fanciful Fireworks comes out. Chipped up by Delphox. Now it's Black pushing back the other way. Fire absolutely burning down that Venusaur. No questions asked. Colin Tang. Hyper Voice goes way wide. Nobody's in that stadium to hear that concert, as now they're all over this goal zone. Assassin Dave puts the Woodhammer out, but it's a Trev Unite right back into the Blastoise Unite, into the Mew Unite, and we're going to see if they can get a follow follow-up as the Blastoise getting the better edge of that one. Give them 2. Black gets credit. Hoopa is unbound, and they're saying, Unite as well. Might as well go for it. Assassin Dave is in there, and Assassin Dave is getting out of there as his goal zone is going.
What incredible stuff from GT over and over again, just working as a unit and making some amazing plays. It feels like when they are all together, especially when they have that Hoopa there for support, this team has been unbeatable in all of these massive team fights. Now bringing the team on down so that they can secure this Regice, and Brave Birders has to know they are in a lot of trouble right now.
Yeah, they're contending with the Regieleki. Eggnoob is using that to help them get vision so GT can understand where Brave Birders are on the map, and they're going to get this basement Regi for the low price of free as GT is going to keep pushing this advantage.
Yeah, here we go. Regice gone to the side of GT. The score 75-197. GT up by that all-important 100 points currently. That means even if someone sneaks around in the final moments for Brave Birders, they're still going to be behind as they pick up another nice KO. And once again, this is just GT fighting as a team and doing so well.
I mean, they rolled through the portal and OO just evaporated off the Thea Sky Ruins. It's like it didn't even load into the game. Asha trying to get some of their own Swablu and Altaria, and Lakoding's like, I'll just take whatever I can and get out of here. That's pretty much a free roll for me, as GT is huge right now going to the final moments of this game.
Yeah, GT looking incredible. 50 seconds now until Rayquaza. We can see this Venusaur only level 11. Obviously, the big break point for this Pokemon is 13. I don't know if there is enough time to make it. They're trying to feed it a ton of experience, but Machamp needs it as well for its Cross Chop Plus. Machamp does get their level 13 on the side of Brave Birders. That could be huge. A massive Unite from Machamp can obviously change this game.
Yeah, that leads into a good catch with the Hyper Voice as well from Colin Tang. That's tons of experience that can go into the hands of the Brave Birders, but they're following up, and it's Natcher getting shelled with damage from the turtle, and they're forced scrambling, because we've got about 10 seconds until Rayquaza.
Nice moment there for GT, by the way, getting the focus band off of that Wigglytuff right before this fight. It's not going to be able to heal up the way it would like to. Big moves for GT. Again, they're still way up, over 100 points, and they have great position around this Rayquaza.
Asha resets to get their HP back. They're taking a look. Brave Birders needs to get in there, but when are they going to find their opportunity, Spraggles?
That's the real question. When does this fight really start? Obviously, Assassin Dave is possibly the one who makes the call here. A lot of times it is your supporter, defender, who decides when this thing starts, pushes in for the team. Right now, Brave Birders just resetting, trying to figure out how they are going to take this fight as time is ticking away. 1 minute, 30 seconds left. They're behind by over 100. They need to make something happen, as the nice water spout just finds that Assassin Dave is in the tall grass.
Yeah, half HP. They might have to reset here, which gives GT even more of an advantage as they're just looking for, oh, they absolutely collapse on top of the Wigglytuff. That's a quick time KO. Is that going to be the impetus for them to flip on top of the Brave Birders? We're going to see Colin Tang about that action, though. They're trying to find an opportunity here, and they're chasing down, see if they can get the stockings. Assassin Dave spaced out by Eggnoob, big time surf, and that's more of a face check maneuver for them. GT's really just trying to get an idea of where this Brave Birder squad is at, and they have a huge lead.
Obviously, Brave Birders resetting right now. Wigglytuff is back. It has that Unite move, and they're going to need to engage now. 50 seconds on the clock. Colin Tang pushing forward with the Hyper Voice. The water spout moving in. There's the big sleep. Eggnoob makes it home, however, and they are chasing the Delphox.
Assassin Dave's all over the Delphox. That's going to be huge if they can get that catch. Black's peeling back towards the rest of the team, and it's Wigglytuff right in the middle trying to put the whole squad to sleep. Oh, it's collapsing. That's a reposition eject button. Unite move by the Blastoise right into the middle. They're trying to find one player down, 2 players down for GT. This is an opportunity for Brave Birders if they try to collapse. Asha needs to convert on Black if they can get the KO, but no, they're snuffed out just in time. GT now onto the Rayquaza, and Espos use their Unite move. Electro Ball comes through, rinses the team. GT with a great set of origami there, folding them all up. Brave Birders can't be found on this map, and GT gonna take that dub.
Incredible stuff there from GT, and I don't know if you saw it, but that Unite move from Machamp really found absolutely nothing, right into a wall. Unfortunately for Brave Birders, they get rinsed by GT, but maybe they needed a bath. Who knows? Oof, what a tough start for them.
Well, I'll tell you what GT just did was dirty. So yeah, I guess they needed to get a little clean here. Let's get the breakdown by who else. Who's Zoinks the Chef.
Thank you. Who else but us right now? We were just watching that, honestly. I mean, who else? Literally, who else? I don't know who else is in the studio. Maybe we'll just throw it back to YouTube to continue the analysis. But yeah, honestly, the weird draft, I was really interested to see exactly how well it paid off. I don't know. Zoinks, what do you think?
Honestly, I think this is just another story of how GT Synergy truly puts them into a league of their own in the North America region. Every single one of these team fights, even if they're split, you notice Espo going to help, you know Stockings hitting a solar beam from downtown because they're there to support their teammates. Every single time GT just has the coverage. You can see this on the score graph as well. Objectives every single time going over towards GT. Brave Birders not having a lot of great secure options on their side of the draft, which really makes that a bit tougher for them to find, as well as GT grabbing the slow-mo within the draft helps earn them a lot more space and a lot better of a chance of securing the objectives. Let's take a look at what the numbers were like when it came down to this matchup, because again, the Sylveon first pick able to net themselves 50,000 damage in total, and honestly, I think on paper, Sylveon's a pretty good matchup into Blastoise. Lacoding held to sub 50,000 damage, so maybe that matchup worked out all right, but other than that, GT looking great.
Yeah, I mean, the overall damage of GT just from every single person was good. I mean, even though the fact that Lacoding wasn't able to get quite as much as maybe normal, it's still like it's not a short amount of damage. And over 50k from Stockings, over 50k from Black, and just a solid amount as well from honestly both the defender on Eggnoob and Espo on that Hoopa. So altogether, you can just see that it's a synergy thing, right? I love when you see any sort of team that they're kind of close to each other as far as damage overall.
Exactly. Well, there's a moment I wanted to break down into this matchup at about the 4-minute 42 mark. Let's start getting this match going on. As we see, Brave Birders was attempting to get this big goal zone break, but immediately the response from GT is electric. They start going in, and Black actually drops that huge Unite move right there. It's already passed, but when we get to this goal zone is the pivotal moment. Eggnoob with a surf in to take up a ton of extra space, as now finally Brave Birders gets a little bit of defense and they push in, but Lacoding with that huge Blastoise Unite move really separates the entire squad. And the champ actually just a second ago here, we can take a look at this, tries to get a Unite move in, but the slow beam immediately right here from Eggnoob, mid-Machamp Unite move, shuts that down completely and protects both Stockings and Black from getting caught up in that huge pivotal move. So Eggnoob with a sliver of HP knows when to use the slow beam Unite move, and after that it was just GT taking knockout after knockout and eventually led into a big goal zone break. Let's take a look at the player of the game.
That was such a great fight, and so much of it was Espo on this Hoopa. Of course, we've got a pretty good amount of score, but I mean, the biggest thing is, you mentioned this actually in the previous set today. I feel like this was such a great comp to use Hoopa against. Hyperspace Hole brought so many like sub 10% HP Pokemon back to base. I was trying to count it first actually to use this set afterwards, and it became so many, I just couldn't actually keep up.
This is one for all you math lovers out there, is when it comes to problems is really what you're trying to do within the draft phase. You want to create a problem for the enemy team every single time. And Hoopa creates one is, how do I find a knockout in time before a portal appears below their feet and takes them all the way back to base? If you can't find that within the draft, you are going to have such a hard time. And Espo's going to make that even worse because of truly their mastery of the Hoopa Pokemon, of this mythical Pokemon inside of Unite. Experience share, Focus Band, and the Muscle Band. A little bit of extra attack speed from that Muscle Band goes a long way within Hoopa, whose basic attacks are actually extremely strong.
Yeah, you can put in a pretty massive amount of damage, especially when you add up everything from Hoopa Unbound. But oh man, even at the end of that fight that you so expertly got to draw over, you saw. I mean, I think there was like 3 or 4 members that all went back with a Hyperspace Hole. It all just came back down to the fact that, like you mentioned, this is a team that maybe can't quite finish those KOs. Right? They've got some really solid like damage that just happens over time. You see the Sylveon, you see the Machamp able to get a few little hits in here and there, but in the end, nobody's really confirming any of those KOs, and then it just runs away from you. You're like, okay, we just did everything we could. Suddenly, everybody went back, and now they're back again, and we've got an entire full HP team to deal with.
And Machamp is the answer to some of those knockouts, right? They went with the critical hit build, bringing a Scope Lens held item into that battle, hoping for big dynamic punch and cross-chop knockouts, find those criticals, but GT understands that and played really well defensively around it. Of course, Eggnoob Slow Beam being one of the main callouts, but of course, Hoopa giving the resets, dodging the Machamp sometimes. That's also going to be a big way. We didn't get too much Stockings on screen, but I'm sure the Mew light screens were also making that Machamp's job really, really hard. And when we go to game number 2, we're going to see a flip-flop of the draft screen as well. Brave Birders are going to be in the second pick position. And Are we going to see a Sylveon first pick yet again, Wonder Chef?
I don't know. I wouldn't have guessed it the first time. How would I have guessed it the second time? Honestly, I want to say like, oh yeah, that would make sense if they like ban the Hooper or something. That works so well. But I mean, when I don't know, the way that they're drafting, I genuinely have no idea what they're going to do. I feel like they're kind of a surprise to all of us.
If I was the coach, I would definitely be putting a ban of Hoopa forward for this squad. I would want to make that, but we're going to see where it actually ends up. GT in first pick position might end up banning the Hoopa away themselves. They don't want to have to deal with him on the other side, and it looks like they're going to go with a target ban strategy, and Brave Birder's going to run it back as well.
All right, well, yeah, and then it looks like the Chandelure just not going to be a part of this set unless it goes to a game 3. I mean, it does make a lot of sense, but I don't know if it was enough to stop the entire synergy of the entire team. I really like this Machamp ban. I think it's really interesting. Like you mentioned, that was one of the big key ways that they were able to confirm some of those KOs. The rest of the team couldn't quite, and so we'll see what gets picked up instead. But a first pick Lapras on the side of GT.
It's just that strong. It's strong enough that you're not dedicating a first pick towards the Hoopa. That was so impactful in game number 1. It's fine enough because that Lapras is so powerful. Brave Bird is responding, grabbing the Hoopa away from GT and grabbing the Blastoise as well. Coding was playing this Pokemon last game for GT. However, now Brave Birders has access to it. They can play that defender style or even attacker style.
And you know, we didn't see a first pick Sylveon, but we actually do see a Sylveon picked pretty early and on the other side this time. But this is now like the third game that we've seen in 2 sets where we're seeing the Lapras Slowbro on the same side. This is so weird that this is happening so much in North America.
Yeah, I have to imagine that Lacoding is going to be the one playing that Lapras into the top path and just playing it alongside of a support like Eldegoss. Works very, very well in that early game. Aspo hovering that Pokemon currently, and Stocking's getting what I have to say is their original signature Pokemon. We've all seen the Twitter clips. That Mew has gotten a lot of knockouts. Now, on the other side, Brave Birders has grabbed the flightless bird, but a bird nonetheless of Dodrio, and of course backing it up with the Urshifu. Their secure game has all of a sudden escalated a whole bunch. Urshifu getting those main objectives is going to be important, and Dodrio is a constant threat that GT is going to have to be aware of, whether with vision or just good communication.
Right, we did see, however, again, in the first set of the day, this is weird how similar it is, that the Dodrio can have some issue getting in on that Slowbro Lapras line. It can be very difficult to get past that to the more vulnerable, most likely Mew in the back that you would be targeting. So we'll see if Brave Birders can do a better job of that. But again, this has been such a scary line seeing this double defender.
Yeah, well, they're grabbing the Wigglytuff as well, so you can kind of consider that to be double defender on the side of Brave Birders. Pseudo in a way. Hoopa portals are going to go absolutely crazy with Blastoise, though. I'm expecting to see Brave Birders back in the action quite a bit. But who else is back in the action? It's Regals and Dews next with game number 2.
All right. You bringing us in?
Yeah, no, you got it.
You? Me? You?
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 Me?
Me?
Who's you?
Who's taller?
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. GT versus Brave Birders. A very interesting draft here for game number 2, looking pretty different on the side of Brave Birders. And once again, we see a team picking up these 2 massive defenders, Slowbro, Lapras on one team.
Yeah, and the time that was countered successfully was with Hoopa with Dodrio, which is what Brave Birders has. And of course, Kalantang locking in the Urshifu as well, which was another component of being able to out-secure. Yes, they have the big, beefy front line, but that's an opportunity, as we've seen it already be successful today, to get a W.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see what they can do here coming into game number 2. Obviously, GT must be feeling pretty good right now. They struggled against Brave Birders previously. They need to make it out of group stages so they have a chance to go to Yokohama. So things are looking good for GT right now. I really like the draft on the side of that team in both games. So we're going to have to see what they can do to Brave Birders here in game number 2. Interestingly enough, this Sylveon seeing so much priority for these 2 teams.
Yeah, I can't really tell if that was GT explicitly targeting down Brave Birders, you know, seeing that they picked it first and saying, okay, let's mix it up, let's take that away. But they're running it right into the middle, just like Brave Birders did.
Here we go. Kalantang on that Urshifu in that central area here, looking to evolve, get all leveled up so it can become a big, powerful Urshifu rather than just a cute little cuddly cub.
Yeah, and most importantly, get some abilities that actually do something on the map. That's pretty critical for them. Stockings and Eggnoob, a pair that is all over this bottom path, and they are just doing great work down here, bullying a little bit as Asha is just getting chunked big.
Asha is getting chunked big. They might, almost picking up that KO, but Asha with a massive boosted, securing 2 wild Pokemon, and now we can see Black in this central area. Colin Tang has not yet evolved. The big Hyper Voice picks up a KO, and then poor little Kubfu just got nowhere to go but home.
Nowhere to go but home indeed. The Pokemon Center is where it can call home at least for a brief moment, but Black is still all over the Kubfu. Why reset when you can keep bullying? Colin Tang needs some support for this team. Finally, it looks like the Hoopa was going to come down for some support and immediately goes back into the top path.
We can see Sylveon running to the top path here, trying to make it in time for this fight at the 850. Altarias and Swablues, it all just gets chunked down, and we finally have ourselves a Kubfu evolving into an Urshifu.
Yep, and it needs to make its impact felt immediately, and they really need to get, I mean, I feel like we're saying the same stuff when we see this lineup. Get them involved immediately and get to the Blastoise. Good night. The fact that Squirtle is still level 4 is not a great look. OO needs to get to level 5 in short order, but there's 3 players there to make sure that they can.
Yeah, this is just something we've been seeing a lot today too. You know, it's definitely not one of the top tier defender choices inside of Pokemon Unite. And one of the big reasons is it has to evolve twice before it becomes as useful as something like a Lapras, who starts off already fully powerful, no need to evolve, no level gating. It's just a much stronger choice in path.
Yeah, absolutely. And Black CH collapsing on top of Colin Tang. Colin Tang getting a ton of the Swablu there. That's a great start for them. Nats are there in support, clearly comfortable on this Wigglytuff pick. But pretty much stymied immediately by Black by themselves. Little portal comes through. OO catches the reset. Still a poor little Squirtle as Black CH is waiting to see if they roll back through to get that easy KO.
I really like seeing Natsur here on the Assault Vest. It's just able to eat an entire boosted attack or Solar Beam from a Mew and just keep on trucking. I think that's a pretty cool strategy on the side of our Brave Birders right here. But right now, GT running away with this thing points-wise. They absolutely dominate the top path.
Yeah, early goal zone break, which gives them the opportunity to get the experience from the birds up top. But however, that does make it incredibly easy for OO to keep leveling up that Wartortle, and we know that's going to be an issue if they can't do that. So a little bit of a gift in disguise there by GT.
It looks like, I mean, every time GT is together, they just stack up the KOs. They make some incredible plays. GT has 2 top, taking the Regieleki while they are fighting and skirmishing down here at the Reg Ice, not trying to start it at all, just so that their team has the ability to, you know, rotate down or continue to push top.
Yeah, what Mew with their Unite move, able to use the Unite move, engage, and then Electro Ball onto the objective is a great way for them to absolutely chunked as Colin Tang boosted auto from the longest range possible, as now Stockings is flipping the script and they're telling him to put the pressure on. The Brave Birders need to deal with this Regieleki while GT is putting the screws to him in the bottom path. GT is absolutely going wild right now.
Nice big eject button into a Surf. Almost picks up the KO with a Hyper Voice, able to secure it there from Black, as they're in great position here for Reg Ice. However, Colin Tang coming back down to this bottom path. The Wicked Blow is here, so it looks like GT is not going to be able to secure this until that Urshifu is gone, and it's getting pretty close.
Yeah, tons of damage goes in. Nice hyperspace hole to get to reset on top of Colin Tang. Natsur is really catching the receipts for the rest of the team there, as Colin Tang's able to step up and get a quick KO on Stockings. Unite move pops up right onto Black. Black has a sliver of HP, and I can't believe they're still standing. Assassin Dave is trying to make it happen, but no, they're KO'd by Espo in short order. This Battle Goss is looking good, and this Reg Ice is still trying to make its presence felt. Like, did you forget about me? As Asha is going to get pushed by the Lapras, barely able to make it back. Lakoding still looking to space, and this Reg Ice is still at a ton of HP.
Yeah, somehow this Reg Ice is still on the map. Nice big Electro Ball, getting very low. Here comes the Wicked Blow. Can they secure it? No! It's the Lapras from the side of GT that's able to secure it right there. Colin Tang getting pushed out and getting sent home. Not through that hyperspace hole, though. That's a big KO. The boosted attack seems to fly all the way across the map.
Something I want to bring your attention to, Spraggles, is yes, Brave Birders gave up that objective. GT had to commit, but they did buy a ton of time. And look at OWO. They're at Blastoise that finally hitting level 9 and taking both buffs from the side of GT. That can be an opportunity for them to really level up here.
Yeah, they absolutely needed to peel off and make sure that they could get their levels right now. The worst thing that could happen to them is that they stay a Wartortle all match. We've all been in those games of Pokemon Unite, and they are quite stressful when you have a 2-stage evolution Pokemon like Blastoise Venusaur that just stays at their second evolution for so long.
Yeah, absolutely. But now they're ready to dance as Owo gets right to the... Oh! Boosted auto! Buckles them before they can get through. Assumption Dave made the assumption that they could get back in time, but they could not, as now GT gets a Regieleki for free, and Assassin Dave is getting absolutely styled on. Another Hyper Voice hole. Rings of Bounder coming through, but that was more defensive than anything. The team rolls through like the Avengers. Can they get some KOs? They're trying to collapse. Dodrio Gasha gets one right off the rip. Can they follow up onto Black? Okay, Stockings get taken out by Colin Tang, and that's a couple KOs that are pretty good as Espo's getting eaten up. Asha's trying to get some points in, but now they're sieging this goal zone, Spraggles. A nice little counter punch by Brave Birders.
Yeah, Brave Birders actually coming alive right here. However, unfortunately, Colin Tang just getting picked off by that slow beam going down right here. 196 to 109. Levels are getting more in line, but you can see GT starting to run away with this match a little bit. Asha in some trouble. Are they able to make it home? No, actually, that was a bit of a diversion. Just ran right around, gonna go put some more points in as Assassin Dave KO'd here in this central area.
Yeah, Association Dave getting KO'd there is much better than Asha going down. However, Asha needs a big time Electro Ball because Stockings is level 12, absolutely massive. Getting a counterpoint, or excuse me, getting a KO on their counterpart on the other side, also level 12, is a good look.
Here we go, Registeel being started by the side of GT. They have 4 members down here. Lapras is in the top path, currently playing a little Stardew Valley, farming up and getting some experience right now. As it looks like we have a big Unite move coming in from the Blastoise. Nice secure there by Dave as they are able to take that away from GT. And you know what, you gotta be honest, I don't know what GT's plan really was for a secure there because Brave Birders has so much of it.
Colin Tang trying to get the mix with the Unite move and take out either Stockings or Black CH. Black CH was the target. Owo goes down as well, but they are actually gobbled up. 3 players now from Brave Birders, and they have overstayed their welcome. That's an understatement. You're paying rent now as GT gets another crop of KOs. KO streak of 2 there for Lakota.
Yeah, it looks like Brave Birders, they have some opportunities to get back in this thing. You can see in that moment there, they had a nice fight, nice secure, but at the same time, it really feels like every time GT is together, I mean, it's Megazord time. You get the 5 members together and they're able to take down every single player on the side of Brave Birders.
Wow, Brave Birders really looking like Rita Repulse out here today. They need to step up and maybe stop using the putties and start tuning up the Green Ranger. You know what I'm saying? Here we go. GT sending the Regieleki down to Brave Birders. We are 2 minutes, 10 seconds left, and Asha's at half HP. They need to catch a reset and get ready for this final fight.
Yeah, they need to get ready because here comes Rayquaza. We're going to see if Brave Birders can make something happen right here. Getting pushed out by GT. GT is up by a little under 100 points right now, so Brave Birders could actually make a sneaky play if they would like to. They're watching that top goal zone because Regieleki did move into it right here. We can see this is not going to be an ideal score for the side of Brave Birders. Very, very small, breaking that goal. Still 216, 168. GT is up.
Yeah, about 50 points separate these 2 squads, which means there's a real opportunity for some back cap magic to happen for the Brave Birders. And they're actually pretty close on levels here. We get an engage here. We're trying to put Egnoob to sleep. They flip the script right on top of him. Hyper Voice doesn't hit anybody. The Surf is back, but Colin Tang is looking for the backside action. They're trying to take them out, but they're slow beamed. Absolutely caught by Egnoob, you legend. The whole GT squad is still standing as Egnoob was able to lock down Colin Tang immediately. Now Brave Birders has their best player KO'd, and they need to look for an opportunity on how to get in there. Owo is getting shredded by Espo as finally the rings are unbound. They're trying to pivot. Asha's trying to poach the rest of the team, but not enough damage comes out. Stocking Electro Balls through, and that's in tandem with Lakota. They get a KO. They're going to keep pushing. The Wigglytuff is down. The frontline defense is down. Can they mount a comeback as the Brave Birders are pushing? Owo's trying to wrap his Water Spout, but they're shielded out by the wall that was built by Stockings. Can they catch a reset? 3 players gone. GT is looking for that action, though, and the right is Surf right on top by Egnoob is going to make it happen. Lakota's trying to pivot, and holy smokes, Colin Tang is back. They're going to catch a reset here. They get stunned out. They get KO'd, and Assassin Dave can't reset either. 4 players down, and it's just a poor Wigglytuff that needs to make something happen, but GT is seeing the opportunity to score.
Yeah, GT running for the scores right here. Obviously a huge fight and win for the side of GT. They are already up right now, splitting the score, so this means that a member of Brave Birders cannot stop one of these scores, as now it is 316, 168. There's just no time left. Brave Birders not able to make it happen. The Megazord taking them down. They're looking like Ivan Ooze. They're done for.
They are absolutely done. GT really getting it together. Brave Birders, though, real signs of life in that second game, Spraggles. But guess what? We can say all we want as we watch this score line up here, but we're going to have to get some in-depth analysis from the only two people available, apparently, Zoinks and Wondershell.
And the best two, come on.
No, that's us. The only two available, Zoinks and Wonderchef. That's right. I'm going to read numbers on the screen because I can do it. That is right. 9 knockouts for Lakoding's Lapras. That is why this Pokemon is so sought after. Lapras is such a strong Pokemon within this metagame.
Yeah, it's not too rare to see it kind of ahead at every single line in the stats. We'll see that a little bit later, but this was, as mentioned earlier, a very close game for Brave Birders. They really stepped it up this time around, but in the end, even despite the fact that they were able to do pretty well in that final fight eventually, it was almost like the third fight of the final fight, they just weren't able to quite get to that spot that they needed. So you can see, once again, though, the name of the game, as always, is how many objectives one team took.
Right, and so 4 to 1. 4 to 1 is the answer there. GT securing all 3 Regieleki. An objective we don't really recommend too often on the broadcast, but so far today it has been proving to be really impactful. A score lead headed in towards that final fight allows GT to really play a little bit more wide in those final Rayquaza pits for a bit more vision instead of needing to desperately score. Let's take a look at the stat lines there. Lakoding with 75,000 damage in this matchup, leading their team with 26% of the play. But we got a highlight package to take a look at as we look back at this game number 2.
And there were so many fights in this game in particular. This one was way more of a brawl, which is, I think, a spot where Brave Birders tend to do pretty well in. They do seem to thrive a little bit in the chaos, which is a good thing, honestly. It's an amazing thing as a team, but yeah, we saw the huge fights up top for that first tier goal zone. We saw the fights down here for Reggie. There's a reason why only 2 Reggies were taken, basement Reggies at least, because these fights ended up lasting so long.
Yeah, exactly. This double defender composition has become extremely popular today. Has been showcasing why it is so powerful. You take a look at Egnoob's HP bar, it goes down to about 1/3 so constantly and then immediately skyrockets back up, and that's without a Hoopa. GT playing really well with both the Lapras and the Slowbro, showcasing why these defenders are so strong.
Right, and this final fight was huge. I think there was actually enough time in this final fight for 2 hyperspace hole resets from the entire side of Brave Birders after the Unite ended. And you can actually see, I think the first one goes right here, and we can see, I believe, 3 members get all healed up right there, maybe even 4 actually. No, that was just 3. And then they pop back up, then there's another chance, which we actually may have just seen the end of right there, but when they eventually come back, there just wasn't quite enough. Regardless, though, you can see the value of that Hoopa.
Exactly. Yeah, Hoopa bringing value for Brave Birders, but unfortunately not quite enough. As one of our favorites within this tournament, GT obviously getting 2nd place in May Finals and having so much to play for, showcasing a really good start to this tournament. Espo getting back-to-back player of the games, by the way. The support's getting a lot of shout-outs here on GT. Espo making it look good on the Hoopa or even the Eldegoss.
Hey, always give love to your supports. They're the backlines of the team. We've seen some support metas before, and honestly, the support players get to really show off currently. I feel like we always get to see the best ones show exactly why they are they're stars in their own way.
That's right. Let's take a look at the group stage and where it is at right now. Of course, we've been doing group stage all day long. TOS and Ginyu Force taking the first wins in their group. TTV and Spinal also grabbing wins within theirs. And of course, GT taking down Brave Birders. And you can see there, Amaterasu able to take down Andromeda in Group A. I believe it was a 2-1 result for Amaterasu.
All right, that means Amaterasu and Rogue are going to be kind of facing off there, both with the lead in Group A. We've got some nice storylines playing out. Team YouTube, though, still has not played their match, and they are going to be one of the biggest teams looking to be placing in the high areas so that they can get that chance to qualify for Worlds, potentially.
Of course, it's all on the line. Money, championship points, and of course, spots for the World Championships. All of that and even more right after this. Welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Regional Finals. We are back after 2 games. My name is Zoinks, joined by Wonder Chef as always. I mean, 2 great games, but this next game that we are going towards, I cannot wait to get into, Chef.
Right, that is going to be Ginyu Force versus Team TOS. I am very, very excited, and of course, this is coming off of the back of a gigantic upset with Team Ginyu Force taking down LG. So they are clearly doing quite well. I didn't get a chance to see that match. I know none of us did, so I'm excited to see how this goes.
Absolutely. Ginyu Force here with Bloodline, Boozle, Asnomal, Kratos, and Machizzle. So Machizzle, obviously one of the most popular Machamp players we have in the North America region. We've already seen some big impact from that Pokemon. I would not expect to see any less.
Yeah, I mean, we got to talk about this team, right? I mean, they just pulled off a huge upset, but also, I mean, this is a lot of really well-known names that we've seen do very, very well, but they kind of come together, you know, as a little Ginyu Force, and let's see if they're the strongest in the universe. But of course, their opponents will be Team TOS with Sanji, Yard, Atreyu, Faz, and Mux. So this is, again, very well-known players.
Yes.
I feel like just the personalities of all these players on both of these teams are going to match up to be like a fun match regardless of what happens.
I could not agree more. Boozle versus Sanji in the central area is a matchup I am always here for. It's going to be a fantastic one. And of course, you mentioned a lot of big names. A lot of people might remember Atreyu from a lot of amazing Season 1 moments, a lot of greeting gameplay, but they're playing a lot more. The Pokemon pool they have access to is quite large. I actually expect Team TOS to go after Lapras quite heavily within the draft.
All right, well, let's see what gets banned out first. I love the fact that we get to see the bans. Whoa, are we looking towards a Clefable ban maybe? No, they're switching around a lot, but we may be going back to that Zoroark ban that we saw so heavily favored in the first set of the day, and maybe our first Urshifu ban of the day as well, which, like you mentioned, has had a pretty good success rate so far.
I love the Urshifu ban. I really think this Pokemon has had way too big of an impact on each of the matches we've seen to not be receiving a ban within this phase. Ginyu Force has that first pick available to them. Both Lapras and Slowbro are available, so you're going to select one knowing you're giving the other to the other side.
Or you're going to pick Sylveon.
Yeah, that's true.
We may have seen that before. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, the Lapras first pick, really, really strong, but on the other side, the Slowbro immediately. This is a lot more what I expect to see when both of these Pokemon are available, and then the Dodrio as a first pick past those two, I think very strong as well.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Sanji's sprint is definitely infamous, but Dodrio famous for the sprint, so I think it's a great combination between the two. A Wigglytuff pick from the side of Ginyu Force is a big surprise to me. Bloodline has a mean Wigglytuff, don't get me wrong, but again, this Pokemon really surging in popularity in the last few weeks as we head into this tournament. Now, Eldegoss and Mew being hovered for the side of Team TOS. Dabboy Muk really does have a few Pokemon that I think are iconic, signature picks for Muk. Mew, one of those, but maybe not the one I would think of the most. I'm surprised we don't see an Alolan Ninetales selection right there.
I'm surprised we haven't seen it on either side. That's one of the Pokemon we've seen so much, but the Glaceon, we actually were just talking about this off camera. We were like, where's the Glaceon? There's no Glaceons at all. But yeah, I mean, Alolan Ninetales has been such a major force, and of course, no, they were sneaking it. We could get anything right here, and we're gonna see the Sylveon again. Another Pokemon that's being valued very highly that I didn't expect to be quite valued this highly, but as a last pick, makes a lot more sense, I think.
Sure, and I think a Screamion style of build with the Sylveon is pretty solid into Lapras. Any Pokemon that you can kind of kite away from, slowly backpedal and do damage to, but Mystical Fire also an option if they want to go that direction. Sanji picking up the Mew, so going to be the attacker role for them, and Muk taking the reins of the Sylveon, Atreyu on the Dodrio.
Yeah, and I mean, despite the fact that, of course, we mentioned there's a high chance that we're going to see Machizzle play the Machamp. Machamp also showing up quite a bit today, I have to point out.
Right.
Just a few picks that I didn't expect to see. I'm excited to see how North America is kind of pulling out this meta. But once again, we'll see how this meta plays out, this draft plays out, as we're going to send it over to the two casters. Who's taking it away first this time?
Hello, everybody. Here we are, Ginyu Force versus Team TOS. Interesting fact, Ginyu Force from Dragon Ball Z, Team TOS from Dragon Ball GT.
Facts indeed. Also, fun fact, Zoinks, for the first time, instead of pronouncing it Ginyu Force, said Ginyu Voice. Ginyu Force.
Almost got there.
You almost got words there. Are the worst thing ever. Let's take a look at these two teams. A big upset, Ginyu Force on LG. And when you look at the names across the board for that team, it shouldn't be that surprising because there are some players in there.
Absolutely. I mean, Ginyu Force is a stacked squad. Team TOS is such an amazing team as well. They're full of players that you especially know from Season 1 of the UNITE Championship Series, getting very, very far into their circuits. We've got Dat Boy Muck, we've got Artreyu, we've got Sanji. I mean, just so many big names on the side of TOS. This should be a really exciting fight, as I've got to see what Ginyu Force did to beat the world champs here as they go up against TOS.
Well, it starts with getting Boozle in the middle and letting them get big and try and take over this game. They're on the Glaceon, which is something they're incredibly comfortable with, and that's going to be a great place to start. Sanji and Faz in this bottom path, I mean, a tandem that we've seen in the bottom path over and over and over again. Slowbro, Mew.
And here we go. This is actually the first time these teams have faced off this entire season. We're not sure if offline they've been doing some scrims to try to get ready for this tournament together, or if this is actually the first time these two teams are facing off in general. Very exciting stuff right here.
Absolutely. Muck getting caught a little bit. Can they get the follow-up? Muck is hyper-voicing and trying to backpedal out. Artreyu and Yard there for the support, and they're able to get them out of dodge, which is very important. Muck going down there would have been awful. Yeah,
that would have been very, very bad. As we actually see Kratos sneaking up to this top path right here. I don't think they would expect this Lapras to come on in as they push forward right here. We've got the Icy Wind Glaceon throwing the damage out. Muck trying to stop them from scoring. Kratos does put the points in.
Yeah, and gets a nice little HP boost. It lets them bubble out a little bit. Dat Boy Muck with the KO is huge. Can they get the KO before they reset? No. Don't go back through that portal, Ginyu Force, and they didn't. They're going back to the path a long way.
Nice start here from both of these teams. Very fun play from Ginyu Force, but a nice counter from TOS. And here's an interesting one. We have seen so much Wigglytuff today. Well, a lot more than you would expect.
Absolutely, and when you look at the CC it brings with its Sing, it's invaluable, and it really helps your engagement.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a big difference maker. And they've got two big tanky Pokemon on the side of Ginyu Force. This is something we've seen a ton today, is teams picking up a couple defenders, a tank and a supporter that's very, very tanky. So this has been a big play from a lot of these teams, just recognizing how important this bulk is, as a nice big eject button picks up a KO. Nice play there by Muck, as they are going to continue pushing right here, trying to pick up another one, and they do. That's a two-piece.
That is a two-piece indeed, and two quality KOs. If they get Machizzle as well, that's massive. That's the 3 damage carries on Ginyu Force going down to Team TOS, and they're looking for this opportunity to push. As Enable is poached and pushed off the gold pad, and another KO for Muck. Muck is getting huge. Level 7 already, about to tick to 8 and get their Unite move. This could be an opportunity to push. Kratos finally shows up, but still just level 5, and they are getting absolutely shredded by that Hyper Voice. Machizzle comes in for the save. There's that Unite move I was talking about. Can they pivot and get more KOs? No, but what they did do, buy tons of time for the Swablu and Altaria to be taken by TOS.
Incredible stuff here from TOS, fighting like a real squad, like a Ginyu Force, if you will, up in that top path. Incredible stuff as Team TOS moves down to this bottom path. Registeel is here, and we have Ginyu Force with 4 members, and we have 3 members of TOS running to the bottom path.
Yeah, Muck looking to maybe take a buff and then get into the mix here in short order. But Artreyu is babysitting up top all over Machizzle. This Registeel is melted, but TOS is already ahead, and they're looking for this opportunity to pivot here. Sanji with a great secure, and back home is Ginyu Force through the Hoopa, but that's going to open up this goal zone to get absolutely dunked on.
Team TOS is crushing it right now. Top and bottom path goals gone. Up 178 to 21, winning every fight that they make their way into. Sanji with a massive secure there on that bottom objective. Team TOS is looking fantastic here at the start of game number 1.
Looking great and really putting Ginyu Force on their heels. You can see there's 3 players living in their central area, while TOS can really do whatever they want. The fact that that tier 1 goal zone is gone for Ginyu Force means that this Regieleki has far more value for TOS.
Yeah, absolutely. This now walks towards their tier 2. It's something that Ginyu Force has to deal with. It puts them in a bad position. And Team TOS, they might be saying, you know what, we're going to push towards this. There are no jump pads yet. We're over the 5-minute mark, and they might be able to get this into that top goal right now as they are sieging.
They're trying to, and getting the KO is the first thing to leash here. As Faz is on the backside, they're babysitting the bottom path, and TOS says, okay, they've fully rotated, they've fully committed here. Let's just back up and let's find some value somewhere else.
Yeah, absolutely. And look how much they need to commit to make sure this Regieleki does not go in here for the side of Ginyu Force. While in this moment, they need to be spending their time getting some experience. We still don't have a Machamp here. But if you look at the side of TOS, every single Pokemon level 9, 11, 9, 10, 9, they are way ahead on experience right now.
Absolutely. Team TOS in full control, and this is where we really talk about just don't get caught don't give that comeback experience into the Ginyu Force, because when you take KO opposing Pokemon of a higher level, you actually get a higher crop of experience back the other way.
Yeah, that's right. There's a mechanic inside the game where these big KOs give you tons of experience. It's so much more valuable for you to KO a level 12 opponent than a level 9 opponent, especially when you're a higher level than the level 9. And that sets up a lot of opportunities for the team that's ahead to unfortunately put themselves behind. And you have to be careful in those moments as TOS gets ready for another fight here at the bottom path for Regirock.
Trying to stun with the surf as enabled, but they're going to pull the whole team through. Machizel's the first one through, and they're going to look for an opportunity. Nice little bubble beam keeps Team TOS at bay for now. As enabled playing 4, going to try and stun with that Rings Unbound Koopa here, and tries to throw the fist, but the Unite is out, and they're able to actually secure it as enabled, and they're going to put the screws of TOS. They have to back up a little bit. Sanji finds an Electro Ball in there. The Glaceon Unite comes out, but that's actually to retreat. And can they get through this hyperspace hole? They're going to get KO'd. Machizel is down. Team TOS looking for another opportunity, collapsing on top of as enabled. There's a nice Wiggly Unite with the follow-up Sing on top of Yard. KO streak at 2. It's Boozle. Can't bamboozle the big Oozle as they keep pushing forward here, and they're looking for an opportunity. Sanji goes down. KO streak at 3 for Boozle. They're getting huge, and they're going to follow up. Can they get our Trio? Can they get our Trio? The Hoopa gets credit for that as enabled getting it done, and a good little flip of the script here for Ginyu Force as they are absolutely beating down Team TOS.
And they're looking for that number 5. No, not able to get it. So close to that Penta KO. Actually, members of TOS deciding to respawn and run back down, so hopefully they could give them that Penta KO. At least that's what it seems like.
Yeah, friendship. Wood right into a wood chipper is what it looked like. Team TOS was, in fact, you know, keep up your sprint gauge. That looked like an int gauge. They went right for it. Ginyu Force, great comeback. Now they need to preserve what they just gained in the final moments of this game.
Yeah, Ginyu Force right now, if you look at the levels, you can see how much that did for Glaceon. It is now the highest level on the map, level 13, and that Icy Wind combo is going to do insane damage. You can see our Trio there, less than half HP. I'm sure that was through one Icy Wind combo here. So that is going to be something TOS is going to need to figure out how they can counter, as we have the Lapras coming with a big Unite move.
Yeah, trying to get on top of that boy Muck. Great engage by Machizel. Can they get the KO? They actually force Muck off of the hyperspace hole here. More Muck is retreating, but Ginyu Force is sieging. Regieleki is taken by them. Faz is getting low as well. There's a big time follow-up Dynamic Punch, follow-up KO. 3 players now for TOS. And this is another opportunity for Gold Zone to be gone. Woo! Machizel not just heating up, they are sizzling like bacon, looking good out here.
Yeah, incredible stuff as Ginyu Force is now ahead 216 to 191 with a stronger overcap. They are now in the lead score-wise, they are now in the lead experience-wise, and all of a sudden the match is slipping away from Team TOS as they get ready for this Regirock.
Yeah, really just Bloodline getting some vision, trying to just stymie a little bit Team TOS so they can't commit to the Regirock and get it for free as they're getting ready for that Rayquaza fight.
Here we go. Rayquaza in just about 5 seconds right here. Ginyu is up, and they also have that level advantage, which is extremely important. Their Pokemon are more powerful and ready for this fight. The question is, how does this start? Who is going to make the big engage, and can they take down one of these important Pokemon? If they're able to get that Glaceon, TOS is going to be in an incredible position. However, if it dances around and throws the Icy Wind at them, they are going to be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, Boozle playing very far forward, and it's really going to be up to Faz to try and get that catch on them and slow beam them down so they get taken care of. Faz playing forward, that's where they want to be. I want Boozle to be a little bit more protective of themselves here. Electro Ball tries to actually find Boozle, but we're going to get a nice little reset. Machizel at half HP, but there's a slow beam. They collapse. They'll take Machizel right now. We'll get the KO. Muck gets credit for that as they're looking for a follow-up. We're coming through. Eldegoss Unite comes down. Crash Land's going to give tons of HP back, but the surface through and the spacing is done. Bloodline and Kratos are trying to collapse back up and support their team, but everybody from TOS is still standing. Wiggly Unite comes out. Can they get a follow-up anywhere? Boozle really needs to start shelling in some damage and finding their mark. Faz is getting low. Our Trio's caught out. They might get KO'd. Oh, I think they got sorted by the Lapras, and we're going to find out. Boozle goes down to Muck as well. That's a huge part of this equation for Ginyu Force, and they are KO streak at 2 for Muck. Getting yucky with Mucky down in the middle, but for Shizzle, Machizel going right in with the Champ Unite. Trace just trying to track down Yard, and that's 3 players down. Machizel absolutely squatting the team. Look at Yard, they got their goofy shoes on, but Machizel's on the chase. Ginyu Force looking to score, and they are looking good, my friend.
Ginyu Force now up 316-191. TOS needs to make a play here. We have 30 seconds left as a lot of their players are coming off of those massive KO timers. 3 members are up right now. They are starting this rip on Rayquaza, but they're getting pushed back. The Sing, the big combo from Machamp takes Dodrio down right here. There's only 15 seconds left, and it doesn't look like there's anything TOS can do as he picks up another massive KO, putting him to sleep and taking game number 1.
Good night. Looking like Goro and boss mode is Machisel out there. Ginyu Force getting it done. That's how they beat LG right there.
Yeah, you saw it. Ginyu Force behind a lot of that match, but as soon as they turned it around, as soon as they got those big KOs in the bottom path, they just started taking names, and all of those names were on the side of Team TOS. Speaking of names, that's a pretty good transition. There are 2 names of people
that have
who
to
are going
do
to
stuff.
analyze this incredible game, Zoinks and Wonder Chef.
Thank you very much, you two. Yes, what an incredible game number 1. Ginyu Force with an incredible game. Really, really impressed by the squad. That one coming away with 10 knockouts as well, though. That's a big number.
You two are just going to go back and forth on this forever. But yeah, no, I mean, we can see the value in that Sylveon, like I mentioned, really highly valued today overall.
Yep.
Aside from that, we also see the Wigglytuff very highly valued. But wow, this is maybe the most interesting graph that we've seen all day. Look how far behind Ginyu Force was, or I can't even say it in the wrong way that you did. It's actually harder to say it that way. But they were so far behind until that 6-minute mark, and that is just a set of stairs, which I know for sure our casters are familiar with, all the way up to that win at the end.
Exactly. That pivotal moment that Spriggles was talking about, that bottom path where those KOs really shifted, led to a lot of these goal zone breaks, and you see just more Ginyu Forces coming through with these big objectives. I'm going to the battle. 83,000 for Boozle. That's crazy.
Everything is falling apart here. I'm going to read some numbers because I can't mess that up. Wait, I can't. Oh, but yeah, Buzel with the 83,000 damage on the Glaceon. That is an incredibly high amount. We were wondering why we weren't seeing a little bit more of that Pokemon. I mean, regardless of having used this moveset, it is putting in a lot of work. Yeah. On top of that, we see the damage that we expect from that Lapras, which is a pretty wild thing to see. But let's take a look again at that final fight. That was such a long fight all the way through. I mean, this went through basically half the map. That was a huge, gigantic start with that slow beam. I think had things gone a little bit faster in this fight, Team TOS could have done better.
And look at how many Unite moves Team TOS used in that first engagement. Slow beam was good enough for 1 KO, but both the Mew and Eldegoss Unite moves are used in response, and look at the opposite from Ginyu Force. With a great response by Wigglytuff, and then Asnable holds on to that Hoopa Unite for as long as they possibly could. Muck has a bit of a hero play to come away with a KO streak of 3, but Machisel comes back from the respawn zone, comes out of that Hoopa portal, and gets a huge turn of events. I mean, obviously, the ring around the rosy scenario here lasted quite a while, but Machisel with a great play coming back with that Unite move, and of course, Kratos with a great back cap.
That little runaround was definitely my favorite part of that match. But yeah, that was huge. So much of this game is about the patience, and our MVP player of the game for this one will be Kratos on that Lapras. I mean, just a huge part of every single team. There is a reason why we see this Pokemon gone pretty much most of the time.
And if you're wanting to bring this Pokemon into your own games of Pokemon Unite, check out that item loadout, because the special attack specs when equipped to Lapras really put up some major numbers. You can see this, 59,000 damage in a professional game. That could be you as well. The scaling damage of special attack for Lapras really is incredible. So I love the item build that Kratos is bringing into this match.
Right, on a defender. I did air quotes, you can't see it, but I definitely did them. So yes, a defender that is very, very strong. But again, just a strong showing overall, and I really love that long engagement at the end. I almost don't even want to call it a fight because so much of it was just running around, but it is really so much in this game about not having to use your resources until you absolutely have to. And I think you pointed that out so well that, I mean, if we had seen that Hoopa pop the Unite earlier on, then we wouldn't have seen Machisel be able to come back in, clean things up. And it was just about how long can you wait? How long can you wait to use those body barriers? Just everything. A lot of times we do see the second or third engagements be the ones that cause of the victories.
Yeah, I mean, if we were mic'd up during that final fight, you would have heard me staring at the screen, watching Bloodline and going, alt, 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 because that Wiggly Unite move, the Starlight Recital, is one of the most impactful in these final team fights. It's hard to find value for it up until that final stretch, but once it hits that moment, being able to ignore any effects of stuns or lockdowns or anything like that for that short amount of time, not to mention the huge amount of shielding it gets, which was so pivotal. The only reason Asnable was able to use that Unite move is because of the shields letting them hold on. So amazing, amazing patience by Bloodline to know when to use it, make sure that their whole team is stacked up near them so everyone is receiving the shield. And again, just amazing defender play, whether it's their defender player or even their attacker player like Kratos.
Yeah, like that.
Defender.
Yeah, defender. We can actually do the air quotes on camera now.
Right.
But overall, I mean, it was a really interesting match, I think, just in general, because it did feel like it was so dominant for so long, and then they made the comeback. So I don't know if there's like any particular thing that I'm thinking that could be changed in draft. But let's take a look once more at how the schedule is going to play out for the not so long rest of this 2023 season.
Yeah, we are at the tail end of the season right here in the regional finals in that June timeline. Every single region except North America will know their World Championship representatives after this weekend. And then, of course, North America, the top 8 will be playing live in Columbus at NAIC for the regional finals. And then that big shiny one at the end of the year in August, the World Championships in Yokohama, Japan. Everyone is so excited to see that. International competition is one of the best parts about competitive games in general. Seeing the different regions finally go up against each other is going to be so exciting. And the way NA has been showcasing their talent today, I think North America has something to say at this World Championships.
They've definitely been saying something so far, and I mean, so far it's, hey, we love Wigglytuff. I think that might be it. And you know what? I agree. I absolutely love Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff made for quite a long time, but definitely not to the point where we need a ban. It looks like that Lapras, putting in so much work, being our player of the game last time, is maybe going out from the side of Team TOS, and then Urshifu again from Ginyu Force.
Yeah, I love this Urshifu ban. It seems to be their permanent ban that they're going in with from, again, the sample size of 2 now. But yes, they are going to be blocking that one out. Now, first pick is going to go over to Team TOS. This, of course, is what I like to call the Slowbro opportunity. But no, a hover over the Zoroark is going to go in, and there we go. Team TOS locks in one of the most powerful speedsters we've ever seen in Unite.
Well, now I would be extremely surprised to not see the Slowbro first pick on the other side. We are going to see that along with, once again, that Dodrio. But yeah, the Zoroark, we saw so much value on it through the most of today, but it hasn't been picked yet. So now it's time to finally see exactly how strong it's going to be. It's going to have the Hoopa backing it up as well, and a Blastoise.
Yeah, the Hoopa, the support Pokemon to be here for Team TOS. Comfey receiving a few nerfs ever since our last tournament, so maybe not as popular this time around. So the Hoopa really having even larger of an impact on the metagame now in this tournament. A response Machizzle not hovering the Machamp, but instead hovering over the Buzzwole. Ooh. One of the most impactful Pokemon we have seen in the May finals. We're going to see it again here in the regional group stage.
Yeah, and it's one of those picks that we tended to see quite a bit against the Blastoise, just to pull it out of its spin. Yes. One of the few Pokemon that can actually do that, but then we stopped seeing Blastoise quite as much. We stopped seeing that exact counterplay exactly as much, but this is a great time to pull it out, and we are going to end with that Mew once again. Still such a valuable Pokemon despite the nerfs that it's had, and the Trevenant, just a solid team on the side of TOS.
Now, Boozle needs to lock in some kind of secure for the team. Chandelure is one option. The final tick of damage from Overheat is impactful and does a ton of damage, but right now what I'm seeing from Ginyu Force's side is that they don't have a whole lot of objectives secure. They have a great team fight. Both Dodrio and Buzzwole are one of the most impactful Pokemon at spacing and finding big knockouts, but objective secure is something that is going to be tough ask for them. TOS, though, does have the Mew, does have the Zoroark.
Plenty of secure for sure. And honestly, I gotta say at this point, I can't tell whether or not you're actually messing up the name or you're just continuing on with the joke, but we'll figure that one out later. I think that this team, especially on the side of TOS, is very scary, but there are some strong counter picks on the side of Ginyu Force. I want to see if it works out, and I want to see if our casters know how to say the name of that team.
Of course we know how to say Team TOS. Incredible stuff here, Doomsnack says. Zoinks has made his first mistake ever. That's pretty exciting.
Yeah, pretty exciting for us who makes them all the time.
Oh,
it's nice to have more people drugged down to our level. good draft out of Ginyu Force here. I think they are poised for success. Their biggest hurdle, of course, is that lack of secure, but you can secure the objective if the other team is wiped off the map.
That is an interesting way to do it. You know, Rayquaza is extremely important, but if all those Pokemon are gone, it's kind of pretty easy to take down. It's just one big green snake. I believe it's a green snake. It isn't? Okay.
Wrong again.
Fair enough.
Here you go, Zoinks. We did that one for you. Here we go. There's game 2 underway. Let's go talk about it.
Here we are. Team TOS, your purple team. Ginyu Force, feeling like they're coming out of nowhere. Your orange team taking down the world champs, and now they are looking to basically secure their spot here for regionals if they take down Team TOS. I can't say that for certain. I know things have to be crunched, but they're going to get very, very close.
Ginyu Force here has a real opportunity. Eldegoss with the red buff and follow up into Artriu here to really just keep the Squirtle down. And I mean, Machizzle has a great early game here with the Buzzwole. So if you got an opportunity to really take over this top half, as Enable getting KO'd here would be awful, as it turns out. And a quick update here. We're seeing this one this time. Team YouTube beat Oracle 2-1.
There we go. So YouTube moving forward a little bit in Group D. Obviously, Group D, such an exciting group. GT and YT both trying to move forward out of Group D. As we have Team TOS here, Sanji looking to make something happen here in the bottom path, hiding in that tall grass with Zoroark, a Pokemon that is just so incredibly good at KOing their opponents, especially squishy ones like that little Litwick.
Yeah, Ginyu Force is posturing here. They're looking for an opportunity, but Boozle just still being a Litwick is not great for them. Artriu able to take over to level 5 with a big-time engagement on the Swablu and Altaria, but the push is kind of starting to happen. It's 3-on-1, and Kratos is going to try and backdoor Artriu and try to poach them off this goal path, but Machizzle is so low. They have 20 points, and that's going to be tough to get in as the Hyperspace Highway is open. They can't grab the berry, and they get KO'd. Yard going for another follow-up KO streak of 2 for Yard. Well, stomp the Yard indeed, my friend. Now we're coming in. We're going to try and get some points. Faz playing far forward, playing defender role as true as it can be, getting in the way and letting the points be scored behind them despite not being a Trevenant yet.
Yeah, incredible stuff here from TOS. This is what we saw from TOS last game as well. Incredibly strong start. We're just going to have to see if they are able to keep it up throughout the entire match and not give up some massive KOs over to the side of Ginyu Force, because right now TOS definitely looks like they are ahead, pushing Machizzle off of this goal zone once again.
Yeah, Machizzle's pockets are a little too glutted right now, which means it takes them a longer time to score. And as Enable, doesn't even matter how much heals they throw in, that's not going to help the score speed. And that's really what Machizzle's trying to do, is get those stacks in.
And here we go, heading down to this bottom path right now. 20 seconds until we have the top and bottom path spawning with the Swablu and Altaria that these teams are going to fight over. Obviously, TOS, they have the Hoopa, so they're able to send their team up and down very easily. Artriu looking for that level 7 there, a massive break point for this Pokemon. It will get its second move, and they pick up a huge KO there.
Yeah, taking out Muck is massive. Kratos is in the backside, going to grab a berry for them. Sanji pulls through and looks for the smoke. Who's going to catch it? Zach and Kratos bringing it right to their doorstep, pushing them off a little bit. Team TOS getting bubbled out despite it being their own goal zone. 3 people blinked out. Nice little hyperspace hole reset for them. Big Woodhammer catches 4, and they're huge engage by Sanji. Let's go. That's 4 players down in a heartbeat. And Team TOS saying, remember who we are. We're coming through, baby. And now they're going to get this Registeel basically for free because Ginyu Force is gone.
This is great from Team TOS. Once again, we see them dominating at the start of this match. Nice little push from Ginyu Force, but at the same time, it wasn't enough. As soon as TOS came right back, as you said, 2 huge wood hammers into that feint combo from Zoroark, cleaned up the whole squad except for Buzzwole, who's hanging out in the top path all by their lonesome.
Yeah, Machizzle is desperately trying to get their stacks in, and this is one of the things with Buzzwole. If it gets ahead early, it's great. If it falls behind, man, does it have a tough time. Boozle's going to have to find another spark of amazing play like they did in Game 1 to help Ginyu Force rally back a little bit.
Yeah, and here we can see in the top path, we have a Wartortle and we have a Buzzwole, both at level 8. Both of them, as you were mentioning before, the kind of Pokemon that really struggles if they're behind. But if they can get that level lead, if they can get their stacks in, they are a force to deal with as Machizzle is starting this Regieleki.
Decent spacing by Ginyu Force to let Machizzle get some damage onto this Regieleki, but Sanji gets in there, gets imprisoned real quick. They still find the engagement, and they get the objective, and they get a KO as well. We're following up as Team TOS. Muck there for the support. At least Boozle gets one back the other way on Sanji, but they're going to let this Regieleki hit to just have it be an overcap of 5. Kratos is looking for an opportunity, but there's 3 players blinked out, and Kratos is going to try and score. No, keep running, kid. Keep running because the chase is on. Can they get them boosted auto? Is that going to come through? Oh. No, the hyperspace hole seals it up.
Almost had their way out of there. The jukes, we saw it. It was incredible from the Dodrio, but they do go down right here. I think the only misstep TOS has had so far is that Regieleki walking into that Tier 1 goal. I would say with such a small overcap, only 5 over the goal, that's actually probably more advantageous for Ginyu Force that goal goes down there. They get a lot of free experience, and they really aren't behind on score too much from that one move.
No, I agree completely. It was definitely the smart play not to overextend into it. Amaterasu beating Rogue 2-0. So they're sitting well atop that Group A here. As now Ginyu Force is trying to get their points, and they've got a good opportunity. Great spacing. Yard using their Unite move, but just a hair too late to stop that goal zone from going down. And now they're collapsing 4-on-1. Muck getting a KO back on Kratos. Good start. Does tons of damage. But who's there for the follow-up? Registeel is here, and these teams are going to start fighting over. Faz goes straight forward using the wood hammers. Nice little surf in. Trevenant Unite catches 2. Is there going to be a follow-up? No. Blastoise Unite right on top of Registeel, and we have the Chandelure Unite back the other way. Trevenant seals it up, and Eldegoss is going to crash land and get a KO for themselves on Sanji. Is this the opportunity Ginyu Force needs? They need to flip the script here. Machisel coming through in tandem with Kratos. Can they poach Faz and get them off the goal zone? No, they're going to take Muck instead. KO streak of 2 for Kratos, and Ginyu Force all of a sudden is back.
Yeah, right back in this thing, just like last match at this bottom Reggie. They're not able to secure it right here, but they do pick up a ton of KOs, and now level-wise, this is much, much closer. They aren't walking away from this with a level 13 Glaceon, however, but their levels are a lot better. We have 12 and 12 for the side of Chandelure and Dodrio, and we've got a little update. Luminosity, your world champs, beat Purple Hearts 2-0.
Well, nice little slow beam on Trevenant. Going to use that so they can get it back in time. Bloodline getting KO there. Kratos going to sort out Sanji, and Ginyu Force is just finding real opportunities here as they're looking to score. They're going to try and break this goal zone, put it down to 27. They've actually got the great opportunity for Regieleki to hit here if they don't all get KO'd. Machisel is caught on the backside, poaching themselves a Muck and getting the KO. Dodges the surf back through. Yard with the follow-up KO, but I think the damage has been done. Bloodline is just leeching all of their attention. Meanwhile, Ginyu Force can get all the wild Pokemon on the map right now.
Yard, by the way, just doing some incredible work on that Hoopa, picking up a lot of KOs that they otherwise wouldn't get right there, breaking some ankles and breaking some hearts on the side of Ginyu Force, as this match is incredibly close. Ginyu Force up on score, and level-wise, these two teams are basically right at parity. A minute left until we head down for Rayquaza in that central area. We do, however, have an objective spawning in 20 seconds in the bottom path. We're going to see if Ginyu Force is able to mount an offense for it, or if Team TOS even wants to fight for it at all.
Yeah, exactly. Faz just trying to get some vision for the team. They also get part of that with the Regieleki and Ginyu Force, where you can clearly see they're ready to concede that Regieleki here. But is Ginyu Force going to make a play for the basement Reggie? That's the real question.
Yeah, and here we go. We can actually see 2 members of Ginyu Force at the bottom path right here. And there's the question of, are they going for this Regirock? There are a lot of times where teams decide not to take this objective. They don't want to get into a crazy fight before Ray, and it looks like both teams are deciding to just back off here, leave that Regirock all by its lonesome. It is going to have to head home because Rayquaza is hitting this map here in 5 seconds. Ginyu Force ahead on score. That's why they're watching that tier 1 goal in the bottom path. You can see them sort of crowded out around that goal there. They know they're ahead. They know TOS needs to make a play right here, so they're just hoping that they can move in, make a mistake, catch them with a slow bro Unite move, and win this whole thing.
Yeah, Kratos looking for an opportunity for a back cap themselves. They're just trying to suss out where the 5 players of TOS are. Just a couple bombs going in for Boozle there, looking for an opportunity to chunk some damage, and their Solar Beam comes through. Fazit is at half HP. They might want to catch a quick reset since nothing has really happened yet. Oh, are they surfed up? Oh, that would have been a great opportunity for a catch there. Solar Beam comes through for Muck, and they don't really find any purchase there. They're kind of middle school dancing this thing, Spray.
Yeah, they're just hanging out. No one's really engaging with each other at all. It does seem like a middle school dance as they are just getting possibly sent home. Yes, they do. Right back through that hyperspace hole. No one deciding to start this fight, and here we go.
Trevenant Unite catches 2. They're looking for the follow-up on Machisel. Faz is forced to peel out. The Unite move comes out. It's Sanji on the one-on-one on Kratos. Can Kratos get the KO? That's going to be huge. Dodrio Unite to get out. Oh, Hydro Typhoon catches 3. Can they follow up? 2 players down for Ginyu Force. Team TOS sees the opportunity. Can they get the follow-up on Machisel? Good pickup by Asnable. They're following Boozle. Oh, they're starting to go through the Rayquaza. It's about 75% HP. Where's the follow-up on Machisel? Can they get it? Eldegoss Cotton Crash comes through. Does it pick anybody up? 2 players down for both sides now. Ginyu Force looking for an opportunity. They've got the quicker respawn timer. Machisel poaches Faz and gets a KO. She got 2. Can they KO Sanji as well? 4 players down. Who is this Ginyu Force squad? Just Yard, but they've been working miracles all game. Bloodline spacing them out. They're gonna have to catch their own hyperspace hole. Muck is back. Rayquaza's getting chunked on. They get poached out and they can't reset. Yard getting spiked up, spiked down. Get your kitty litter, get your sawdust. Everybody's getting thrown up. We're following up on Muck here. Dodrio with the engage and Asbo comes through. Ginyu Force making some magic happen. Surf comes through just in time to stop, but the Kratos and Asnable score is going to happen on the backside. Ginyu Force.
Incredible stuff as Ginyu wins this thing. Once again, I mean, you said it before, Dupesnax. If you KO everyone, you don't really need to worry about securing that Rayquaza, and they do just that. I will be back in just a moment. I think I have to get kitty litter and something else.
Sawdust and kitty litter.
Oh, okay, I'll go grab it.
No, everybody was getting thrown up. It makes sense. It's a good joke. Back to the desk.
What's up, everybody? What a crazy game, and Ginyu Force taking a 2-0 victory. What an incredible match. That final team fight really shook up the whole thing. Machisel's Buzzwole with 6 knockouts this game.
All right, I mean, Buzzwole is looking like a force to be reckoned with, but look at this once again. Ginyu Force, like their namesake, Captain Ginyu, you look like you're getting an early lead, and suddenly they just switch the lead with you. That's just how they've won every single time. Really incredible stuff from them. One of the best teams I've seen at playing from behind very clearly, and then they just run away with things. You can see this graph right here. It was such a back and forth, but there's just always that one key moment in these Ginyu Force games.
That's very true, and I told you in the draft, I was worried about their secure options. I really was with the draft they found, and they only were able to come away with, count it, 0 objectives. They didn't even take away the Rayquaza, but they still found the victory. Boozle with 72,000 damage in this matchup. Sanji Zoroark, that got such high draft priority, able to dodge a ban, only ended up getting 33,000 damage. Now, Speedsters, not always known for the big damage numbers, but the KO number wasn't that big either.
Yeah, there was just so many ways to get kind of grabbed, quite literally grabbed out of things, you know. I mean, whether it was with Bloodline or with Machisel, there was just so many ways for you to just get stopped right in your tracks. So just really, I mean, amazing stuff from Ginyu Force. This is a team that I just feel like I gotta keep talking about it, you know?
Yes.
This is like not a team that we really have seen much of, right? I mean, we know the players, of course, but this is kind of, I believe they really put together kind of last minute 4 regionals in particular?
Yes, mostly. I believe they have a new addition for this final regional. I believe they played together in May a little bit as well. But still, this squad, yeah, like you mentioned, it's kind of a mercenary squad, you know, picking up a lot of good players from here and there, and you put together the squad, and it's working out fantastic. We got to see Machisel on 2 muscular Pokemon. Both had a lot of impact, but Bloodline on double pink Pokemon had so much impact. Let's take a look at that highlights, because I need to run that game back.
Oh yeah, there were some amazing moments. Once again, this was a huge fighting game, which does make a lot of sense with how many aggressive Pokemon were on the field, the double speedsters all together, and then of course, just we're gonna see that Buzzwole in pretty much every single fight. But I feel like, you know, despite being not on the winning side, that Hoopa had a huge impact.
Oh my gosh, yes, of course, Hoopa defining a lot of how you have to play the game. Now look at this, Boozle actually launching the Chandelure Unite move onto the Registeel. That's maybe their one best option to make it happen, but not gonna be enough. But Machisel flipping the script here. This is the moment that everything changes here, and Team TOS starts losing their hold on the lead. Muck not able to make it back because of the Dodrio chase, and not gonna happen.
Yeah, now that's both games that they've managed to, at that kind of bottom Reggie, win one gigantic fight to turn things around. And then, of course, this final fight that was so gigantic. That was a huge Unite from the Blastoise. But again, this came down to a fight that came down to multiple engagements. That seems to be the name of the game this weekend. And that's something we've been seeing a lot more, is teams learning what to do when they start getting kind of behind in these fights. But, I mean, this has just been the dunk game. We can see the Chisel just having so so much effect in particular in this final fight, but I know you love this moment.
No, I do. It's one of my favorites. The Hoopa reset portal, and then, of course, Bloodline's immediate Unite move, the slow beam onto it. But I think that final fight was honestly that 1v1 between Kratos and Sanji. No one was KO'd on either side, but the problem is our trio hit one of the best Hydro Typhoons I've seen today. 3 players knocked up, but no damage dealers were there to capitalize on it. Sanji had too low of HP. They couldn't risk getting in on that fight. They had to play the reset, and unfortunately, TOS just not able to take over this game.
Yeah. I think in that exact moment, we got to see the Unite move, the Dodrio Unite move down to the bottom. And then speaking of, you said that was the key moment. And Kratos here on the Dodrio, a huge player of the game.
Exactly. Kratos is actually one of my favorite Dodrio players within North America. They are maybe the, I'll say less flashy kind of Dodrio players. They're not going for these 4, 5K kind of moments, these big, multiple knockouts. Instead, they're playing that lung style of gameplay. In and out, deep breaths. You go in, you get a ton of damage, you bail. And because you could count on Machisel to capitalize, it's totally fine. Let's take a look at the group stage update after the conclusion of this game. We now have in Group B, Ginyu Force being 2-0, the only team in the group to do it.
And that does mean that they are confirmed, one of our first confirmed teams to make it to NAIC in Ohio. That is huge. A team that a lot of people would not have expected going into this, but pulling off not only a huge upset, but an amazing win against Team TOS as well. And of course, we can see also in Group Stage A, we can see Amaterasu will qualify. Not a huge surprise to a lot of players, and one of the only teams that was going to qualify for Worlds regardless.
Exactly. Now, Group B getting even more exciting now because TOS versus Luminosity is going to be a very, very important matchup. But today is chock full of them. So many amazing matches that we have seen, and we're going to see even more incredible ones right after this break.
everybody, and welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. I am Spraggles. That is Doobsnacks. I know what you're thinking. Wait, is that Zoinks and Wonder Chef, but they've switched bodies? Obviously, a lot of people would expect that, but no, we have simply changed positions. We are here on the analyst desk with the telestrator, and I think that will be a huge mistake by production.
I mean, my biggest mistake is not bringing my glasses to become smart Doobsnacks, so not too sure what kind of analysis I'm going to be able to shed up there, but let's take a look at our matchup here. That's Spinal. We got Midnight Maulers.
That's right. Spinal, Midnight Maulers. Spinal obviously already up 1 inside of their group right now, and they are an incredible team. I love watching Spinal. I love watching Red Love, just such an exciting player, and I can't wait to see what they bring into this game. They have been on Sableye for a little while, and I would love to see that in the tournament today.
Absolutely. For me, the kind of player to watch here for Midnight Maulers, Agent Avocado.
Yeah.
Player that's been around the UCS scene quite a bit and has made a pretty decent name for themselves, and of course leading the charge here for the Midnight Maulers, and in a must-win matchup against Spinal.
Yeah, they really need a victory right here. Down 1 already in their group stage, and that is a scary place to be. All of these teams want to qualify for the championship. All of these teams want to qualify for that live in-person regional finals for North America at NAIC. Well, they're going to have to beat a really tough team to do it, and that is Spinal. As we see the bans coming out right here, Spinal deciding that they don't want to deal with a Slowbro, and Midnight Maulers looking like they are banning out the Lapras.
Yeah, and that's kind of where we anticipated these bans to go before the day started. Of course, it's been an absolute ride seeing what these teams have selected and gone with. But a little bit more traditional here. Slowbro, Lapras. Let's get the top 2 defenders off this island, and let's go in a different direction here, giving a great opportunity for a first pick out of Spinal, and they're locking in Blastoise.
Blastoise has been an interesting Pokemon today. I have to say, I don't think it's actually provided as much value to a lot of the teams as you would think. I feel like Blastoise has been lagging behind in a lot of these matches, but that powerful Unite move, the fact that it is such a massive tanky Pokemon to deal with has obviously been huge, as we see Midnight Maulers locking in that Hoopa, and that I think without question has been a playmaker all day, all season really.
Yeah, a phenomenal pick and a great support to have in your corner. Obviously, the stonks are rising on Sylveon. We are seeing that Pokemon get picked earlier and earlier and earlier, and specifically right into the face of that Blastoise. Great selection.
Here we go. They're bringing in the Zoroark and the Urshifu on the side of Spinal, as we have Scizor or Scyther getting locked in for the side of Midnight Maulers. I'm really interested to see what happens with this pick. I know we recently got some nice buffs for Scizor, but I also feel like Scizor is just outpaced by a lot of the Pokemon inside of our current meta, as Spinal locking in Eldegoss and the newly buffed and newly incredible Alolan Ninetales.
Yeah, it's been a walking all-star and definitely the patch winner in my opinion for these last couple months here. Bora is going to do a great job with that Pokemon. I'm kind of remiss that Red Love didn't lock in Sableye, because that Red Love Sableye is so much fun to watch.
It is a thing of beauty right here, as Delphox gets the final pick for the Midnight Maulers. And again, Midnight Maulers need a win right here. You know, Spinal would like one too, because they want to make their way to those regional finals at NAIC. Taking a look here, I like the setup here more from Spinal, but they are missing that key Pokemon, which is Hoopa. Hoopa is such a playmaker.
Yeah, just being able to be on the map before the other team can really give good positional advantages there. We're in our final preparation stages. We see where these Pokemon have ended up, who's locked in what, and Red Love's going to be carrying the load on the Blastoise, and that's exactly the type of player I'd like to see on that.
Yeah, incredible stuff here from these two teams. I can't wait to see it in action. We are going to send it on over to Zoinks and Wonder Chef. They are not us in switched bodies, as they are going to cast this game.
Can't prove that, and I won't let anybody even try. That's right, we get to cast this game. I can't wait. Wonder Chef, Spinal, and Midnight Maulers, 2 very strong squads. Obviously, making it to the top 16 of the North American region puts you into that quantity. But I mean, Midnight Maulers in a must-win situation. Currently 0-1 in their group. Spinal sitting at that 1-0.
this is the first time that we're seeing that today, a team that is 1-0 going up against a team that's 0-1. So the stakes, I don't want to say it's like any higher for any particular match, but this, you got to say at least one of these teams is feeling a little bit more pressure, if not more than that. But here we go. Game 1, Spinal on the left, Midnight Maulers on the right.
Midnight Maulers drafting a composition that reads to me like an incredible team fight one. So many solid Pokemon at these big team fights that you can see around these bottom Regis, and of course the Rayquaza. That is going to be a big pivotal moment. However, Spinal, they have Zoroark, but more importantly to me, they got OG, and OG is back. Season one players fear this player, and in Season 2, OG took a while to finally come back into the competitive limelight, but they are here, and they are here to stay.
And interestingly enough, we're seeing that Midnight Maulers has a slightly higher win percentage than Spinal. They've never played each other in this season.
Wow.
So it's some pretty interesting stats. We'll see how it plays out. Right now, Rhino going down. A very aggressive start from Midnight Maulers in that top path.
Yeah, earning in 2 knockouts, having double red buff on the side of Midnight Maulers makes that early path so difficult for Spinal to play. Red Love actually playing the Blastoise in the bottom path, and they find a knockout onto the Snorlax. Very pivotal. A Squirtle getting any amount of experience is going to be impactful. Avocado still sitting at that Scyther. I doubt we see that change. In my opinion, Scyther will probably be a big mainstay and a good answer towards the Zoroark, and that's right, Avocado sticking with the bug Pokemon.
All right, now a great answer for the Zorua, but yeah, this is going to be a nice way to get people away. Wait a minute, yeah, you were just a little bit too early there. They had some time to pick. We are going to see the Scizor, a very interesting pick. We saw it in the OC a little bit, but it was switched off of eventually, so we'll see if it works out this time around.
Yeah, Scizor definitely sees very little play, but when it does seem to find some impact. Of course, the buff increasing its defenses whenever using that bullet punch move, and with Zoroark, a Pokemon that wants to sweep knockouts over their low HP targets, that'll make it tough as Gulpin a Melon finds a big knockout onto Red Love.
And that's huge. We keep seeing these Squirtles stay in Squirtles for a very long time, but wow, going down, that Scizor just getting melted, and there is not even an attempt to re-engage there. Vinny just going for a few hits here and there. They're going to maybe try to steal this Altaria, and it looks like they may have actually gotten some, but the attempts to follow it up has cut a little bit short. OG was taken, backing up, saying, okay, that's a little bit too much of a commitment.
All right, I finished my theory. Of why we have this Scizor. Very little special attack damage outside the little Ninetales, but the ones you're worried about in the early game at top path, Zoroark and Urshifu, both attack damage dealers. If you wanted to play a Scizor with having that defensive stat, you'll be great to block up against that amazing attack damage that both Zoroark and Urshifu can play. So the top path, it's an investment in the early game.
All right, I like that. I do like that quite a bit. It can be a gigantic Unite move as well. That has been some game winners for sure, but here we go once again, both paths fighting for the birds. No huge engagement so far. Both these teams were going pretty wild early on, but they're playing a lot safer now. I think they're starting to realize that they've hit some power spikes. Red Love, though, gets jumped on again. Maybe just having a little bit of a tough time. We've seen that, I keep saying it, multiple times today, where Squirtles and Wartortles are just not quite hitting their power spikes fast enough.
That's true. Now, a bit of history on Midnight Maulers, by the way. Their team name is actually evident of when they like to play the game. This is the late night squad that you will see on the very high rankings in ladder. Midnight Plus, they love the wee hours of the night to practice their Pokemon Unite. Well, we're making them play in the middle of the day. Let's see if they can have a big impact. Spinal absolutely dominating that Registeel fight. OG able to get the last hit, and now they have an attack damage buff across the board. Doesn't help Wartortle though as they get knocked out. Sylveon Unite move, Fanciful Frolic back the other direction. Alola Ninetales knocked sky high, but Border Reach responds with a great Unite move. Pushes them away with the Avalanche, gets a lot of extra damage done, but I think the one knockout and trade is a really good spot.
Amazing escape button, escape, basically. Eject button escape. But also, I have to point out, Vin Diesel was on this Urshifu just farming in top that entire time. So not only did they manage to lock down that Reggie so cleanly, but this is a huge level advantage. You can see Agent Avocado was the one against them, and this is a 2-level gap now up between these kind of strong top lane Pokemon.
That's big. And Vin Diesel playing the blue Shifu as well. I feel like we haven't seen very much Rapid Strike Urshifu whatsoever this matchup. Again, just trying to build a strong team fighting composition, and now that Red Love has achieved Blastoise at level 9, they have one of the best Unite moves in the entire game to swing fights their direction as well.
Oh, the attempt to escape is going to work pretty well. Going back in is a little bit risky. I know you don't want to see that scored, but here we go. Oh, Andromeda beating God Squad 2-1. That's actually pretty huge as an update, and this should be a pretty heavy over dunk. Yes, it's going to be. I think it was about 20-something. I can never do math live on stream.
All good. No, Spinal, definitely a team that prioritizes high scoring in the early game much more than other squads, even giving up early objectives and instead try to break these early goal zones. And a reminder, Midnight Maulers drafted the Hoopa, and every goal zone that breaks makes Hoopa's impact a little bit less. Vinny having less spots to drop that hyperspace highway means that Midnight Maulers' great mobility just gets shrunk a little bit.
Right, then you start having to use it for defense, and that is just not exactly where you want to be. You want to be able to be scary with that level of mobility. But we are going to be about 10 seconds away from this basement Reggie spawning. We see some players already from Midnight Maulers in some forward advancing positions, but Hoopa in a strange spot, kind of in that central area, getting a little bit caught out. We see the Unite actually be popped in a very strange place. I am curious as to what's going on up there. It looks like there was a little bit of a disengage, but that portal's not going to be getting anybody anywhere important too quickly. Regardless, they're going to be engaging downstairs.
Yeah, I think Agent Avocado and Sensei wanted to take that fight early, but we're going to have a great knockout of the objective by Sensei. A block does not catch OG, so they're able to feint attack through, but still, finally, Midnight Maulers is able to find the knockout there. Vin Diesel ain't done yet, though. They are 2v2ing with the help of Red Love as a big surf pushes Agent Avocado into harm's way. Heavy slam from Sensei, tries to push back the enemy, but Agent Avocado finds the reset. Great portal placement by Vinny, and again, that defensive stats just makes Vin Diesel's life so hard as they try to fight and punch all the way through that.
Right, with all that sustainability, but okay, here we go. Snorlax going to be able to back away just barely. Sensei getting out of there and getting a little bit of a berry because that tier 1 is still up. Both the tier 1 still up for Spinal. That is the one advantage with your Hoopa, and you have not taken that quite yet, especially when you got that Snorlax and that extra healing from the berry. But you can just see here, Spinal is spread out across the map. They do actually have a good amount of wild Pokemon that they can go to, but oh, Red Love is sitting there, and Agent Avocado getting pushed all the way back. Look at this combo. I don't know if they have the damage, but with OG showing up, this might be a turnaround. I love that jump, but yeah, they just didn't have that much going on, and it looks like Sensei is going to go down.
And now they have this opportunity to get a big overdunk on bottom, too. Avocado's there to defend it, but a 1v3 is a tough ask for them to do that. Poor Reach putting up a great fight on their lonesome. A little help from Ryder, but they're eventually going to go down. Will is brought down to a sliver of HP. They have to reset before focusing on the Regieleki, and Rhino is in position. OG's here as well, though, and they find a big one. Also getting a knockout onto the Delphox. Illusion helps get them a little bit of invincibility frames as they escape, and Regieleki heads down the path for Spinal.
That little bit of time that it took for the reset was huge. Vinny going down as well. It gave enough time for OG to get up there and manage to get that secure. That was a huge steal. That's really, I think, kind of a big turning point. I mean, obviously Spinal in quite a bit of a lead right here, but that is just going to add on even more danger. You can see 3 members of Midnight Maulers at their top tier 2 having to defend that from Regieleki. They can kind of pop down here, but they don't have their tier 1, so they still got to walk quite a bit. This Registeal going mostly uncontested. Can there be a steal?
Yeah, you got to watch out for those big knockups that the Reggies do whenever they jump and hit that ground and knock you up. But no, they're going to secure it quite easy. And like you said, Midnight Maulers still has chances to win this game, but if you're keeping a mental note of all their win conditions, Spinal has been crossing those off one by one. A Regieleki push to open up a bit of space, gone, no experience from that final fight, and you got a level 14 Urshifu for Vin on the side of Spinal, which is such a tough Pokemon to try to take down. Midnight Maulers still have 2 goal zones up. They're trying to stack up. Sensei's going to be trying to start the engage, and they're going to want Avocado to probably get in the brawl and make OG's life a little bit harder.
Well, we'll see if they can even get to that positioning. There's a pretty nice split here from Spinal so that OG can't get picked out of the crowd early on. And if we are going to see an initiation from Midnight Maulers, it might have to be through this little bit of a choke point, which can be very, very difficult, especially when you've got some strong AoE damage from the Blastoise, from the Alola Ninetales. They are going to walk through. They're going to move for this forward bush, but Red Love is going to be the first one to initiate, just walking to the bush, seeing nobody there. And that's actually going to be quite a bit of damage on the Urshifu, but that is a gigantic Unite from the Blastoise, and they are just chasing Midnight Maulers down. The Hyper Voice is going to turn around for quite a bit of damage, but it's not going to be enough as more and more members fall. The Hoopa Unite Unbound comes out, but there's nobody to pull in, and there's so many high HP members of Spinal still left, especially with the healing from this Eldegoss that's going to be down to the Hoopa, available to try to get this steal if it can even stay up.
Vin taking this down one by one. A KO streak of 3 is where it's going to end, but it looks like they're going to chase for a 4th one as well. Rayquaza knocked out by Spinal, and I mean, minute 1 to this final last one. It is a dominant game by Spinal. They have come into this regional finals. They want to go to Ohio. They want to win some cash, and of course, they want their best chance at earning a spot in the World Championships.
They are definitely one of the teams that we could see in the running here. Definitely not an easy running, but in the running. And they're showing a very, very strong lead early in this set to potentially head 2-0 in their group if they can continue on with this type of lead. And that's going to at least guarantee them a chance to go to Ohio if they can make that happen.
Now, Midnight Maulers bring in a bit of spice to our matchup, but maybe not quite enough, as Spinal was able to just have such a stranglehold on that matchup. What a good game from Spinal.
Yeah, that is exactly what you want to see. They were consistent the entire time through, and we have so many matches to play in these group stages. You want that level of consistency that we don't always see.
That is very true. Well, we have Spraggles and Dupe Snacks on the desk to break this one down for us. Take it away, you two.
Wow, what an absolute dominant performance from Spinal right there, Dupe Snacks. I mean, they had him at every point of this game, 542 to 11.
Kudos to Red Love making Blastoise look good for the first time today. Good night.
Absolutely.
I mean, those surfs were massive every single time. As we take a look at the score line, it's exactly as you said. They're nabbing every single objective. They're breaking every goal zone, and that's why that purple line keeps going up, up, up.
Yeah, really nothing Midnight Maulers could do there. They were just absolutely held down by Spinal at every single engagement. They were able to get that Reggie Rock kind of near the 6-minute mark or so, but in general, this was Spinal's game, and they were really putting on a show for us.
Yeah, they really did. They were fighting very well from front to back, of course. As we take a look at the numbers, I mean, it should be no surprise. Vin Diesel, 108K. I mean, they were level 15 by the 2-minute mark, maybe just a shade under that. And of course, that leads to those types of damage numbers. I mean, Midnight Maulers had no answer.
And we're going to take a look at a big moment at the end of this match right here. This is when they are split up here. You can see Red Love moving in right here, and they split the team. They push the Delphox back over here, and we can see the rest of the team gets pushed up. You get a little bit of a catch there from Alolan Ninetales as the team continues to push up towards this top choke point. Moving on in, we get a Blastoise Surf into a big Blastoise Unite move right here. Everybody is knocked up, and they told me that I wouldn't make good use of this Telestrator. And you know what? I really disagree with them because there's a Unite move here, there's a Unite move there. There really is stuff going on everywhere on this map. Let's see how this fight plays out as the Zoroark jumps in, doesn't get KO'd right there, uses the Unite move right back to pick up a KO. Alolan Ninetales grabs Scissor, which we thought was going to be a tough pick for Midnight Maulers, and it really did look like it right there. Huge, huge fight for Spinal. Incredible spacing, just separating the entire team. By the time Hoopa united, it really couldn't do anything as we look at our MVP, that level 15 Urshifu.
Yeah, Vin Diesel absolutely took over the game. Of course, every time they were there, moving in 9 KOs, tons of points, of course, but 108K damage, definitely our highest damage threshold today, and it showed. I mean, they were dominant.
Yeah, you know, a Pokemon that really has been shining today, obviously, is Urshifu. It's something that teams are not banning out right now, whether they're playing it with the single strike or they're playing it with the rapid strike. You just see so much value out of this Pokemon, and one that we have not seen a ton of value out of, at least in our opinion, has been Blastoise. However, Red Love looking amazing on this and playing the more, you know, team-focused, sort of tankier version of Blastoise with that Surf and Hydro Pump.
Yeah, not only that, they're playing their role in leading in engagements. I mean, we saw where they were hiding in the bush, poached a player, there comes OG, were able to get the follow-up KO with Vin Diesel as well. And they were just all over the map, setting up those engagements, buying space, and oftentimes using that Surf offensively to drag players from the Midnight Maulers onto their side of the map to get those clean, easy KOs and make sure that Vin Diesel's damage numbers eclipse 100K.
Yeah.
You know they were talking about.
Vin Diesel looked insane in that game as well. I mean, once an Urshifu gets that level 5 and can just start taking over, especially the Rapid Strike, because it's always in there brawling. That level lead was just so difficult for Midnight Maulers to deal with. I think the big question is, what is Midnight Maulers going to do here in this next draft? Because I think not only did they get outplayed in that match, I think they got outdrafted as well.
Yeah, they did. Let's put a pin in that, and let's take a look at our group so far, see how they're breaking down right now. I think the story of today, without a doubt, Ginyu Force 3-0 in Group B. I myself, in my prediction, had written them off. Egg on my face, Spraggles. They destroyed that group.
Oh, let's get someone from Makeup in here about the egg. Oh. It's like an expression. Well, that's pretty fun. Yeah, Ginyu Force looking amazing. I mean, I think, yes, that is the big surprise of the day. Obviously, as we look towards Group D, GT and YT both up a game, and they desperately need to get out of that group. They are our bubble teams that are worried about possibly not making it to Worlds. But I think everyone is watching Ginyu Force right now and saying, there's something on the horizon, too. They could win regionals. They haven't won an event in NA yet, but they could win the whole thing and head to Worlds, because at regionals, if you get first place, if you win it, you immediately punch your ticket to Yokohama, Japan. That is massive. That means any of these teams have a chance.
Listen, they truly were the Dream Eaters, and they didn't play Gengar, but they're eating dreams out there, because now LG or Team TOS, who were the two teams I thought were going to leave out of that group, one of them is going to get Dream Crushed today, and that's off the back of the work of Ginyu Force. Holy smokes. I said it in the game, and I don't know why I didn't apply that before. You can't bamboozle the big oozle, and they were going big time. I mean, they are definitely my story. I'm excited. That's the type of storylines that, as casters, we love. Let's talk about the game we're in right now, though. Midnight Maulers need to make adjustments, and for me, I think the first place to start is Scizor. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we were talking about this Pokemon choice. I just don't think it plays well, especially into a lot of popular things inside of the meta right now. Slick Spoon has been just such a dominant item. It's really changed the game from the perspective of special attackers. Special attackers were kind of struggling for a while. There were a few key ones, but things like Alolan Ninetales didn't see any play. Espeon really wasn't a thing for a long time. And then all of a sudden, this new item shows up in Pokemon Unite. It gives you the ability to shred some special defense and do damage to these really tanky Pokemon, and Scizor just really doesn't have an answer for that. But we're going to be heading into this next game very soon in this next draft.
Yeah, and as the lobby is getting fired up here, to your point, I mean, there was also no follow-up. Any time that Avocado went in with the Scizor, it would just get buckled immediately. Great work by the front line there, specifically Red Love. Got to give them props where the credit is due here, because they definitely were the key to success. Now, they're taking a look. We're going to see where we end up. Are we going to see the more traditional style bans like we saw in Game 1?
Yeah, that is the question, what we're going to see here. Obviously, Spinal is saying we're not letting you have Slowbro. They recognize how powerful that Pokemon is. Midnight Maulers worried about this Zoroark, and it was such a force to deal with from the side of Spinal, so they are trying to shut that down. And then we're going to see what the first pick is. I mean, this leaves Lapras open for a first pick opportunity if they want to take a massive defender. Let's see what Midnight Maulers wants here as they're hovering the bird with the three hats.
Oh, fingers crossed with the three hats. Looks like they're going to pivot over to Lapras. Just an incredibly strong Pokemon and a good call in general. And a safe pick, right? You don't really open yourself up to getting counter-picked out of the gate, much like a Pokemon like Dodrio can.
Yeah, and here we go. It looks like they might be locking in this Blastoise once again. It was a real superstar choice on Red Love. Bora locking in the Urshifu. Bora Reach actually known to play this Pokemon, but they do hand it over to Vin Diesel. And you know, when you leave a match with 100,000 damage, level 15, I think it's a pretty safe bet that that Pokemon's going to come back.
Yeah, without a doubt. Looks like, Midnight Mauler's really interested in that Dodrio. They hovered it early. Getting it here is great, of course, and not having to sacrifice your first pick and still getting a quality pick in Lapras. And of course, Snorlax, we kind of keep throwing shade at it inadvertently because it's picked so far down the air quotes defender tier list, but it is good. Like, it's a great pick.
Yeah, it's a solid Pokemon as we see lock-in from Clefable on the side of Spinal, as well as Alolan Ninetales. Obviously, Alolan Ninetales was a force last game. Just such an incredible Pokemon. At level 4, it evolves. Then at level 6, it gets both of its moves. And they're hovering the table, and they lock it in for the side of Spinal. So excited to see this Pokemon as Zoinks is looking at me and shaking his head.
We're going to make this a Goblin game. I can't wait. Obviously, Red Love's going to be on Sableye, and watch. You're going to think untrained eye, my eye incredibly trained despite not having my glasses and generally poor vision. You're going to watch Red Love, and he's going to get KO'd a bunch this game because that's all they're trying to do is run interference, cause static, cause chaos, so the rest of the team can just get beefed up and take over the game.
Interestingly enough, my eyes are also untrained. I actually did the training myself, so no college or anything like that.
And that's why you have glasses, so there you go. You trained your eyes up to the point of not really good vision.
Oh, that makes sense.
Let's get into the game. Zoinks Wonder Chef, take it away. We love you.
And the little gentleman is here. I'm so excited to see the return of the Red Love. Oh my gosh, this is, we saw this so much at AOS Cup, right? So much, but it's been a while. I feel like it's been a little bit.
Yeah.
And it's back. It's back. How do you feel?
I'm excited. Red Love Sableye was stuff of legend in that tournament. I am going to say I think Red Love's Defender gameplay in the last few months has been impeccable. I'm a little worried we're going over towards a support player. I know Red Love's fully capable, but the Trevenant and Blastoise play from them is so strong, so I am shocked we are deviating away. But let's take a look at how it plays into this game. Spinal having a very interesting history, right? So many roster changes for this squad. Unfortunately, some teams have to deal with that. But, I mean, Vin Diesel and Bora Reach are two players that are now find themselves in the Spinal roster. Both players that, you know, came into this league as one-tricks, essentially, but now have really expanded their Pokemon pool to play a lot of different things. I mean, Bora Reach playing the attacker role now, very exciting.
And as we're seeing this, of course, we get to see some pretty early action as Red Love invading a little bit. Not quite able to steal that buff, so not going to get the full value, but still going to run around, be quite annoying if possible. And I do have to say, I got to say, before we actually get into the action for this, I'm really surprised that Urshifu is allowed to be back on Spinal. Right. I'm surprised after that incredible showing that it was not banned out, but hey, we're going to see it again.
I'll go as far to say I think it's the incorrect decision, Chef. I don't know. I don't. We'll see.
Right.
I think Spinal getting access to that Urshifu is too big of a problem. Red Love not able to steal that buff away, but they did steal Sensei. So now Sensei has to go into that central area. And oh boy, Vin Diesel is almost at level 6. By the way, Vin Diesel spent that almost an entire final stretch at level 15 last game. Vin Diesel was killing it start to finish, and then really had such a big power spike there at the end. Red Love already at that level 4. No central area buff stolen away, but Gulp still has to play this one safe. You cannot risk getting knocked out by Vin Diesel this early.
Right, Vin Diesel going to back up. And I just want to explain out there for people who aren't used to seeing this style, so much of this isn't even about actually stealing EXP. It's about creating space for the rest of your team to get as much EXP as possible. And that's why we see such a strong Vin Diesel right here, chasing down the Dodrio, getting the KO. We're going to see scores from both the Pokemon. And thank you exactly for showing what I was talking about.
Exactly. Also, what Speed Flux zone? You know, Rapid Strike Urshifu cares not for trivial things like slowing zones or anything like that. Surging Strike's one of the most powerful abilities that we have from level 5 on in the game of Pokemon Unite. The able to dash down and get huge boosted auto attacks after every single dash is so powerful. And Vin Diesel obviously knows how to wield it.
Ooh, an OG just holding down this goal. You know, another Pokemon that tends to usually run away pretty well, even in the speed zones, is going to be down Dodrio, but picked off this time, and that's going to be a pretty nice advantage. Once again, just this EXP slightly go in the favor of Spinal. We'll see if it continues that way. Red Love maybe getting picked off here, but again, just barely escaping. I mean, you know, Doopsnack said that we're going to see a lot of KOs on Red Love, but right now, Red Love kind of proving him wrong.
Doing the KOs themselves.
Yeah.
I like the strategy. It's really good. Now, Rhino on Spinal as well is picking the Clefable. One of the first times we've seen Clefable today. However, it is not even close to the first time that we have seen Rhino on Clefable. Maybe one of the players, or one of the support players in North America that reflexes to that Pokemon the most often, and I think it's for good reason. The early game going so well for Bora Reach, already at level 8, almost to that Alolan Ninetales Unite move, and a big engage by Sensei to try to push Vin Diesel away.
Ooh, but Vin Diesel just getting healed back up so much, taking down 2 KOs, going for a third. That is almost certainly going to be it. Can the 4th happen? Maybe if it's not the Dodrio, it'll be the Snorlax. It will. Wait, why is it only 3? Somebody else must have stolen one of them. Regardless, that was essentially 4. And the Registeel, as Bora's just going to secure that as well. Also, I just want to point out, you know, it's not that that Doopsnax was wrong. It's that this should be more KOs on Red Love. But they're just currently running away with things so strongly that it's not happening. That is definitely the strategy. You are taking some intentional losses, let's just say, for the level of annoyance and ability to steal stuff. But if you're not getting punished for it, that is a rough situation for the other team.
Yeah, exactly. Sableye, one of the most interesting supports we have in the game, caught out there by a drill peck from Will. Even the high jump kick, though, not enough to find the knockout, as Red Love is able to escape away, and then, of course, gets that invisibility passive that Sableye has access to. Regieleki brought down about half HP. Sensei gets a double knockup with a heavy slam. Unite move does not send Melon back to base since they were not looking at the Sableye, and Red Love goes down for the first time this game. Vin Diesel liquidation for a bit of a shield, but OG is the one clearing space with the rapid spin. Gulp Melon is not able to land that Psyshock, no one within range, but looks like we're getting a bit of a refight as both teams try to regroup.
Oh yeah, there's one from both teams on bottom, so this should be relatively even up here. We'll see if we can see a steal. Nope, the Urshifu, even with Rapid Strike, will get that secure, and we're gonna see at least one pick, if not multiple. Gopin going down as well. Vinny just having to run away. GT defeating Brave Birds. We get an update on the bottom of the screen, so that is going to be a pretty good spot for them as well. But, I mean, talking about good spots, Spinal is just, everything's working out for them.
Exactly. Such a dominant game at number 2. Looking, you know, second verse, same as the first in terms of game number 2. And Midnight Maulers drafting this Lapras extremely early in their strategy, and yet it hasn't found as much impact as they've been looking for. In fact, Rhino and Bora Reach have been making Agent Avocado's life in this bottom path so difficult. Early game dominance is not something that Lapras is used to going up against whatsoever, and they even had to give up on that Regieleki fight. Lapras, usually a Pokemon you want within your team, but instead having to try to get some scores, and they're finally hitting 11. Now they can play with the team.
Yeah, this might be one of the first times that we could see a full team fight from both sides, but we're just going to see a lot of spacing here, as we're just going to say, hey, get all the way back there while on the chase all the way to the center area, and that is going to be a KO pickup, but it's going to pick up Fable in the end, getting the secure on the Regirock. Gulpin running away, not quite going to get away, but that is going to be, I mean, I don't know if they have enough to quite break it. This is going to be at least quite a few points in. Oh, using the Unite just to try to confirm even a little bit more. Agent Avocado possibly going down. That was a great eject button to get out of there, but just nothing from Midnight Maulers. They need to find something here soon.
And the crazy thing about Spinal is that even though they're getting these team fight wins, they are not content with just that, right? We see OG was taken, has only 5 points, 5 AO synergy in pocket right now. That's because they had 40 just a couple seconds ago. They were able to secure that major objective and get a huge dunk into the bottom path. Spinal's hashtag might be on top, but I think Spinal don't stop.
I mean, hey, the lead in this is huge because especially we see that Sableye that can just continue to backscore as we're seeing currently happening during this current fight. But this fight is going to be important as well. It looks like we're going to be run away. You're getting a few points in, not going to be huge, but just trying to stay competitive because you can't let them get that far ahead. And already a 256-point lead is gigantic.
Yeah, Will dodging the terrifying eye of Red Love there for a moment. But you're right, Midnight Maulers have to play to these score outs if they need to. Their win conditions are still there, however small. Vin Diesel 1v3ing right now, though, against Vinny, his sensei, and Will charges in farther as now they have Rhino's Moonlight backup, and that's enough to get the knockout on a sensei. Vinny in danger next, but the Cotton Spore knockup is enough of a deterrent as Eldegoss holds down the defense of this goal zone. Rhino dunks 40, but the goal zone remains.
Yeah, which actually could be pretty good here as we're heading into the 2-minute mark, just leaving a little bit left up there. Oh, but Will getting picked potentially here. Yeah, just barely. And this is a position for Vin Diesel to pick up even more. Sensei is in a dangerous position. Gulpin is like one hit away with that strong Urshifu, almost at level 15. And this is going to be everybody starting to reposition for this 2-minute mark. But on top, there was a sneaky little take on that Regieleki that's going undefended.
Vin Diesel not quite at level 15 yet, but are ticking on the edge of it, having another level 15 Urshifu for the final stretch yet again. Look at OG's positioning on your mini-map. The Blastoise aggressively against Midnight Maulers, hiding in this tall grass to gain vision, but also good luck pushing past a Blastoise who has Hydro Typhoon in pocket. The crowd control available for that Pokemon is tremendous, and OG positions perfectly.
And the healing from this Moonlight all game has been huge. Red Love taking a few hits, but gonna stay safe. That was a really good read on where they would be in the tall grass. But Vin Diesel on the bottom looking for a gigantic overdunk. It's going to be going in, but that means they're initiating the fight on this Ray. We're going to see at least some Unites coming out. The Snorlax Unite going to come out. You build a little bit of space, but nobody's going down yet.
2 Unite moves baited out of Midnight Molders, and now the Hydro Typhoon is going to respond in kind. Over the Eldegoss Unite move, the Cotton Cloud Crash from Vinny healing up a few members, as now Spinal is able to take this fight back the other direction. Lapras does find a knockout, and Will tries to corner OG, who currently does not have that big Unite. Gravity making it so tough for Dodrio to move around there, though, as Avocado is finally brought down by the forces of Spinal. Will able to dodge away thanks to the high jump kick off the wall, and now Rayquaza is the main attention of Spinal.
This Moonlight healing, unbelievable. I truly believe we're probably going to see like 100k healing at the end of this. It has been so much, and so many important spots too as well.
You know, wild thing? That's rookie numbers for Rhino. All right, 100k healing. That ain't nothing. Bora Reach here in position with the Alolan Ninetales. They know they're one of the best damage spikes that they have towards that Rayquaza if the objective does get targeted. But Vin Diesel scoring 45 in the home goal zone. That's right, folks. The only goal zone left up and running for Midnight Molders. Rayquaza brought down to about a quarter HP, but Spinal just trying to bait Midnight Molders into that central pit as Sableye finds the last hit. That's right, Red Love secures the Rayquaza, and I think they just secure themselves a 2-0 victory.
Without a doubt, a gigantic lead, a dominant game. Everything that Sableye was picked for, it all worked out. It was perfect. That game was exactly how you execute the exact draft that they decided to choose. Beautiful stuff from Spinal. They're going to be going up 2-0 in their group.
I honestly don't think it's a hyperbole to call that a picture-perfect game from Spinal, start to finish, and I'm talking start from draft. It was amazing. And the two that took us through that incredible draft was Spriggles and Doofsnack, so let's send it back over to them to break this match down.
Am I supposed to?
Yeah, incredible stuff here. Thank you so much, Zoinks. Spinal is, I mean, so dominant in these games. I was so happy to see Red Love on that Sableye, and it was a huge difference maker, but we still see a Pokemon like Urshifu Vin Diesel, 11 KOs. I mean, moving around this map unencumbered in the enemy flux, so just putting on an absolute clinic.
Yeah, I mean, it looked absolutely great. Let's take a look at this graph again. They were the purple team last time, orange team this time. Up, 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 up the whole time. They were in absolute complete control. Chef called it out. Man, if you're not getting those KOs on the Sableye, as the Sableye player is expecting you to, that snowballs quickly, and that's a key part of why we're seeing the graph like this.
Yeah, just incredible stuff from Spinal. You can see why they're one of the best teams in North America, and they've still never gotten their big win, but they're looking for it here in the regional finals. Vin Diesel, 110,000. Just needs to, up that number a little bit. I really think it should be 125. Honestly, they're slacking.
Yeah, 108 rookie numbers. Let's bump those numbers up. Let's make it 110. Holy smokes, Vin Diesel on this Urshifu is something else. And yeah, probably should have been banned. Spriggles probably should have been banned.
I mean, what do you do? Obviously, they don't want to deal with something like a Slowbro. They don't want to deal with that Zoroark that was just so incredible. But at the same time, Vin Diesel's just unbelievable on Urshifu.
Absolutely. We're going to take a quick look at the first Reggie fight here. This was the opportunity, really, that Spinal took to take over the game this early. As we see, they have a pretty good approach going in. Quick pause. We get them scattered going, right? We got the... I'm just going to circle, put some circles down. The Blizzard Avalanche came through and was able to bubble out Asian Avocado, and there's Vin Diesel for the follow-up, and they're going straight for it. The Heavy Slam tries to buy spacing, but the pickup is right there. They get stopped. How do we clear this? Trash can. There you go.
It doesn't matter. You can just keep putting circles, I've found out.
So the engagement here and the stop on the Slowbro, or Snorlax, allowed our boy right here to keep going deep. Vin Diesel goes for the follow-up. Blizzard as well gets it, and then the Unite move is absolutely unleashed. You can kind of see at the top of your screen here, all of Midnight Molders has lost track of where Vin Diesel is. Let me circle it for you right there. And they're taking a big KO. That's a hit streak of 17. That keeps climbing as they get the KO on the Gardevoir, and the follow-up is there as well. At this point, we're taking a look. They're taking over the goal zone. The gravity's there. All the points are going in. I'm going to hit pause on this because that is the clip we're going over. Terrible at the telestration, I just learned.
Incredible stuff. Beautiful circles. No, you're doing great, my friend. Player of the game, Vin Diesel, on Urshifu. Are you surprised? I'm not. Up in the damage, up to 110 here. 11 KOs, and no one could stop this player. It's just amazing stuff, especially with Red Love there as the support, you know, just fearing the enemies, making sure that they were stunned. Amazing stuff. Let's take a look at our brackets here, our group stage.
Yeah, of course. Group A, Amaterasu 2-0. They're in a very good position to qualify here and go to NAIC. Rogue Andromeda is looking to be an absolute barn burner in Group A, and I believe the next place we're going.
That is going to be our next game, but we are going to take a quick break. I don't want you to go anywhere. Even if you're in an uncomfortable position, I want you to hold it, get stronger, okay? We'll be right back.
Deep squats.
Deep squats.
Welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. That's right, it's regional finals, and you're joined by me, Zoinks, and of course, Wonder Chef.
Ooh, we're starting to get down to the deciders. That was a fun match, I gotta say, that we just casted. I'm glad that we got to see those Pokemon. But like I said, we are down to a lot of the deciders here to decide who will be the teams qualifying for the North American International Championship in Ohio, coming up soon later this month. I think almost all of the matches that we're gonna have probably will be close to those deciding ones for the rest of the day.
Exactly. So we're going to be headed back to Group A for our next one to see who is going to be joining Amaterasu out of that group. The two contenders are going to be Rogue and Andromeda.
Ooh, I'm very excited for this one. Now, I'm going to ask you to talk about Andromeda because that is a team that I am certainly less familiar with. I know a few of the players, but as a team, let me know.
Yeah, sure. We got Ryan, XLG, Black, Default, and Momo all on this squad. Now, Momo, I think, is one of the players I really do want to call out. They have had some incredible Lucario in the past, but I think recently the Zoroark has been their mainstay Pokemon that they've been playing quite a bit. Notably, Momo used to be on the Team God Squad, and Andromeda taking them down 2-0. Maybe a bit of a revenge arc for Momo.
Ooh, well, that's a pretty cool one to see. Rogue, of course, we've already seen. Rex Oblivion, Barnwell, Relax, and Glow. Another one of the strong teams, we talked about it before, that really has the chance to pull out a Worlds qualification. Not going to be easy, but they are one of the few that does stand that chance.
Absolutely. Now, one of the problems that Andromeda is going to have, I think, in Rogue is really how we shut them down in the banning phase. Specifically, I'm looking at Oblivion, whose pool is so deep. One of the best Mews in the region, one of the best Alolan Ninetales in the region. Well, we're going to have to see what Pokemon they decide to wield. Also, Loki, one of the best Oblivion, or one of the best
Oblivions,
one of the best Buzzwoles in the region as well, if they decide to go that direction. We'll have to see Rogue hovering the Slowbro ban and Andromeda hovering the Dodrio ban.
Yeah, at least top 3 best Oblivions, for sure. But no, this is interesting as far as bans go. We saw Rogue going a very different direction the first match that we saw them on broadcast today. But of course, these are both very ban-worthy Pokemon. The Slowbro, always an MVP, and honestly going through a little bit more recently now that we've seen so many bans on the Lapras. But let's see what the first pick is for Andromeda. Speaking of Lapras, there it is.
There it is. I like to call that first pick the Lapras pick. Let's see the response from Rogue. We do have Zoroark available, but it's also Urshifu is relevant here. If you don't grab a defender along with the Urshifu pick, that does give Andromeda the option of double defender, which has been so popular today. We could see that pivot, but no. Oh, okay, we are going to be going towards the Clefable. Moonlight Healing has been impactful, and so far we've seen that last match.
Oh, yeah, so much. I was wrong, by the way, by the prediction of 100K. It was like 70K. It was still amazing, but still, I think that was a huge MVP, especially that combo of the two Pokemon that we've seen already on the side of Rogue. But Andromeda, ooh, looks like they may be going for the double defender with the Trevenant as a second this time. I feel like it's not usually been the second defender that we've seen in these Lapras comps, but I mean, especially with the Alolan Ninetales, this is a lot of CC and a scary set of 3 so far.
Alolan Ninetales Trevenant is one of the scariest bottom paths I think you could possibly build as Metagame, especially since Espeon has kind of fallen out of fashion. I think it is so powerful. We're going to have Snorlax be the contest for that early path. Snorlax, notorious for an amazing last hit secure with its tackle move. It gets immediately at level 1. Problem is, Alolan Ninetales doesn't exactly have last hit secure, but the pushing ability that it has makes Snorlax's life quite hard.
Right, I do think they need some secure. Wow, you were talking about Espeon being a little bit out of favor right now, but you know, honestly, still quite strong and still quite strong at securing in particular. Plus, that Hoopa as a last pick, very strong Pokemon to be a last pick, and especially with the fact that we do see the Delphox, I feel like it's going to have a really good opportunity for some sustain that other sports might not.
Tybusol, one of the oldest hats we have as well in the competitive Unite scene, been playing all the way since Season 1. I think really made their name known when Pikachu was the main fashion of attacker play. They had a lot of amazing tournament wins there. Oblivion grabbing the Delphox here. So a very good answer. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Trevenant really struggles against the Delphox pick. So good counter pick out of Rogue.
Right, especially just how much self-sustain they have. Like I mentioned, I think the Hoopa is going to be gigantic as far as making sure that they still do manage to to play this double defender comp very, very well and managed to keep that sustain going. But I also got to say, I love the last pick, Chandelure, on the side of Rogue. That is a Pokemon that almost every single time it's been picked has had just an incredible amount of effect on the game. But let's send it back. They're done being analysts. They're back to the casters. What are they going to have for us this time? Take it away.
So something that I think is really interesting was the Delphox pick that we saw right there, which is pretty amazing into Lapras, into Trevenant, these Pokemon with crazy amounts of sustain. But at the same time, once they grabbed that late Hoopa, which went extremely late, now all of a sudden, I don't know if stopping the sustain matters as much because they can just port them back to base.
Yeah, getting a 9th pick Hoopa is out of this world. Like, what a gift that is. It's the best supporter. I mean, we've seen it go all over the place today. Its Unite move is incredible. Getting it 9th is huge. That being said, I mean, Rogue is a good team, and they've put together 5 strong picks as well. I love the Delphox and the Trevenant as meant, thank God. We're into this game. We're going through. Ryan's going to be taking the middle here as that Espeon. We're going to be moving through.
And here we go, Rogue Andromeda, and the winner of this should secure their spot to the live regional finals at NAIC. For this group, we can see that Rogue beat Andromeda 2-1 in the May Finals Open qualifier. So Rogue seems to have a little bit of an advantage here. They're also a higher seeded team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the games are close, clearly, and Andromeda has leveled up today. They're taking out some big-time opponents and winning some big games. So, Rogue, you can't count the chickens before they hatch. You got to play this game out because there's tons of pressure going on. Typhusol on that alone with Ninetales, putting tons of pressure on, and that bot path attacker position, something that they're very familiar with.
Yeah, beautiful stuff here. Alola, Ninetales, Trevenant, as Zoinks, I believe, was saying earlier, just such a difficult path to deal with. Urshifu running down here to see if there's anything they can do about this path, even though it has not yet evolved. We take a look up to our top path right here. We almost have level 5 on this Lapras. It's so close to getting its Water Pulse, and it looks like it will have it in time for this fight.
Looking for an opportunity here. It's going to have the advantage going into these birds, Swablu, Altaria, and everything. Trying to get a crop of that, at least the Clefairy did and was able to evolve there.
Yeah, actually it looks like a bit of a misplay there from the side of Andromeda, using that Water Pulse just a little too early. A lot of it secured over there by Rogue. Andromeda up right now, 15-0. Still incredibly close, and finally we get that level 5.
A little delayed in the evolution animation there, but we are going to see the single strike Urshifu go through. They have an opportunity to collapse on the default with Rex and support here. Are they going to go that way? Glow does Wicked Blow through, but that's the Seal of Wild Pokemon. They're content with that, as they are not going to overextend their welcome. Relax there for there, and with the pickup, and they can shell in a ton of damage now. This is the opportunity they're going for. Wicked Blow comes through. They get KO'd, though. Andromeda taking down Glow for the K opener.
Yeah, Andromeda looking really great here at the start of this match. Incredible in the top path. It looks like they're securing a ton here. We have a Trevenant, and we do have this Espeon playing the stored power build. So ever since the, that fire almost made it. Ever since the Psyshock got a little bit of a nerf, stored power has just become such a popular build for this Pokemon. This is the first we've seen all day.
Yeah, I'm really going to keep an eye on that Espeon. Of course, it was kind of a menace back in April there with its secure on the Psyshock. Stored power is a little bit of a different look, and Andromeda's looking to leverage it in a big way against Rogue here. As we see Momo, I mean, very confidently playing far forward, but Rogue is prioritizing this bottom path and looking to fight here. Everything gets shelled through, tons of damage gets rained in, and the tree is pushing, and so is Black on this Hoopa. Buying space, they bought some in half. Holy smokes, Typhusol coming through. Hoopa getting credit for the KOs, but that was all unlocked because of the A9.
Incredible stuff right there, and there is that hyperspace hold just resetting the whole team. And this is why I was saying that I don't know if the Delphox pick is going to do what they were hoping it would do against Andromeda right here. Obviously, it's really got the only counter to a lot of the sustain inside the game, but if you can just send them back through that hyperspace hole, I think you'll be okay. Nice secure there by Andromeda. They get another one, and they're going to push forward onto this tier 1 goal.
They're doing a great job targeting down Glow, not letting them get into the mix and be an impact here. Regieleki is close to hitting. Momo's buying space. If this Regieleki hits, there's an opportunity for a great time overcap. So they're going to let that ticker time down, and they're going to get players with as many AOS energy in their pockets as they can and look at that score line.
Yeah, take a look here. They could leave it at 4 right now, just set up a time where they could come back and secure this goal with a massive overcap. Right now, 168-0, and all they'd really be doing with a small cap up here is giving Rogue the ability to get some experience. However, maybe Tybasol wants it. No, they end up backing off, and it looks like they're going to look for a bigger overcap later just to continue to increase that score lead.
Yeah, you mentioned it, and we talked about it a little bit earlier. When you break a tier 1 goal zone, more experience populates on that team's side of the map. So this is a great opportunity to keep Rogue under-leveled by not giving them that easy experience on their side of the map. Tons of damage getting shelled on Relax. They're forced to peel back. Put to sleep is Tybasol because Rex is playing that Heavy Slam Yawn build again out of that Snorlax, something we haven't seen too often.
Yeah, it feels like this is just a build that a lot of people are getting very excited about right now on Snorlax. You can make some really incredible plays with it, jump into the enemy back line, and then, you know, take one of their squishy attacker-type Pokemon, put them to sleep, and try to pick up a big KO. Definitely a different function than Block, and obviously Block is so incredibly useful. So you must have a real plan around Yawn if you plan on taking a move like Block off of your Pokemon.
Holding down this goal zone is Momo. They're going to try their best. Fanciful Fireworks are out. Here comes Tybasol for the support, but they get KO'd instantly by a Wicked Blow. They're following up. More points are trying to go in. Big Trevenant Unite. Can they get the follow-up here? Woodhammers are coming out. Rex is so low. So is Glow as they get KO'd. Rex has nothing left in the tank, and they defended that goal zone incredibly well, Spragle.
Yeah, incredible stuff right here. Some points have gone in for Rogue, but Rogue is just getting pushed around right now by Andromeda, and they don't have a leech life to do it. It's just the whole team pushing them around. Big Blizzard Avalanche into a Unite move looking for a possible KO, but it looks like Urshifu throws one right back their way after getting picked off themselves. Trevenant in some trouble right here as they throw out some massive wood hammers, but it doesn't look like they're going to make it. Oh, they do! They port down to the bottom path through the Hoopa Unite move. Come on!
Absolutely amazing, and now Rogue just has to take the scraps that are left at the kitchen table here, and for them it's this top path goal zone as Andromeda's going to take another objective, and they're going to be able to collapse on top of Glow in that bottom path. If they overextend their welcome and don't get back, they're in trouble here. Can we get them with a little bubble beam? We've got a pain split, but Glow's going to make it out. Andromeda, really, really great first half of this game.
Fun fact about pain split, it actually ends up splitting the pain.
Good night, dude. Regieleki taken by Rogue, sent down the path. Andromeda's just going to catch that thing and not worry about it too much. Wild Pokemon on the map, so Andromeda's going to keep pushing this level lead that has slipped a little bit, but they're still maintaining it, but just.
Yeah, they're doing a great job here still. Nice, huge catch, back to back. You've got the Blizzard Avalanche, you got the Wood Hammer. Here comes the Pain Split, splitting the pain, as I like to say. And Lapras coming on in with the Unite move, trying to catch Oblivion, the Delphox right there. Not able to make it happen. We have the X speed, and they are running up to this top path, possibly for a massive overcap. More Wood Hammers, more damage as they siege this tier 1.
Yeah, they're going to be able to catch a reset here. Fanciful Fireworks is great to start the defense, and they're looking for an opportunity. They're landing right on top of the Trevenant. That's a courtesy KO they're going to get, and the rest of the team's trying to back off. Caught in the Fire Split, Heavy Slam tandem is, of course, Tybasol. Rex gets credit for that KO as they land a Heavy Slam that quite literally flattens the competition.
Yeah, it really did. And look at this here. Andromeda, Rogue, very close right now, and they've given up a decent amount of KOs over to the side of Rogue. But level-wise, you can still see the massive advantage here for Andromeda. They've got that level 13 on their Espeon, 12 on their Alolan Ninetales. So we'll see if the Delphox or the Chandelure from the side of Rogue can start to catch up.
Yeah, Rogue is focused on getting all their wild Pokemon off the map. Andromeda has the opportunity to do that as well. However, get a little bit of a positional advantage and see if they want to rip through this bottom objective. It looks like Glow from Rogue might be interested in making a play for it, though.
And we can see this goal right here sitting at 4. At any moment, they could take it and score on it. Looks like they're going to do that, put 40 points into that top path goal. They are definitely going to be ahead of with this, but not by over 100, which means Rogue can peel off with one Pokemon that has full pockets and get right back in this game. Rogue and Andromeda just squaring up around this Rayquaza pit. If Rogue can catch them with a really good Fanciful Fireworks, the Unite move from Delphox, that could be massive for them as they start to chip away at Rayquaza, and they're just looking to see who is going to initiate this big fight.
Rex kind of baited into the heavy slam on top of the hyperspace hole, allows the Woodhammers to poach them back the other side, and this is going to be the action that's going to kick this thing off. Rex is very low. Default's going to get a nice reset right into the middle. Here we go. Lapras trying to get into the cut. Black is in there for the support. Fanciful Fireworks only on top of one, but the Trevenant Unite catches two. We're on the backside, and it's just the Espeon down. We're going to see who we can fight through here. As all the pressure's been put on, the Chandelier Unite comes out, but it doesn't really find anybody. Default getting spun up, and now Rogue looks like they're hitting a pivot here. They're going to try and throw some damage into Rayquaza. Heavy slam engagement. Default gets right into the middle. What? Whoa! Are you kidding me? Huge! KO streak, a 2 for the tree. Wow, that was massive, Spraggles. That was massive.
Incredible stuff. Rogue secures Rayquaza, but it only has one Pokemon that can get the shield right here. This is going to put them ahead, but by such a small amount. Everyone else is on a huge timer. If they score this right too, this could be beautiful right here. A 90 into 100. That's 498 to 219. Even though they're able to get the secure, they are not able to take down Andromeda. They are coming off their KO timers. There's 35 seconds left. They need to make a mad dash to the other side of the map, but I think as we see the dancing, we can already see the writing on the wall. Andromeda looks like they're going to take this one.
Andromeda played a great game, awesome team fight, and you got to give credit to Default, getting right into the center of that Rayquaza pit. Woodhammer catches 4, and then you had the Snow Globe follow-up, bang, tons of KOs, massive, massive work by Andromeda there.
Here we go, Rogue fighting valiantly on this tier 2 goal, but it's just a bit too late for them to get anything done right now, as Andromeda has a great defense. The combination of the Woodhammer and the Blizzard Avalanche was brutal with a capital B.
It looked phenomenal. It looked absolutely amazing. And you know what? Let's get a deeper look here from who else but Zoinks and Wonder Chef. Over to the desk.
Thank you so much, you two. Incredible game there from Andromeda. Honestly, the whole game looked like there's Rogue a bit of a comeback in those couple of last minutes, but I mean, what a team fight by Default. That Trevenant not only had one of the biggest plays I've seen, also outlasted so much damage. Let's take a look at the story of the entire match as we look at the scoreline. That's right, Andromeda holding strong that whole match.
Yeah, that could have turned out very, very differently. Rogue was in such a good position. They were like, hey, you know what? At this point, nothing can stop us except for a huge play. Knock on wood. And that's what happened. So it's just, I mean, that was just gigantic. Trevenant still an extremely strong Pokemon for a very, very good reason. And now we can take a look at some of these numbers.
Look at Ty out here with 82,000 damage on their Alola Ninetales. One of the longest time attacker players in the region, really showing up to play today. 37,000 damage taken. They were being kept safe by the likes of Momo and Default, who were absolutely playing great defender out there. I mean, this match had a lot of crazy moments. Of course, there was a big highlight moment there in the final team fight, but we're actually going to be throwing it back a little bit farther. And Wonder Chef, you're going to break down around the 5-minute mark.
I am, and I'm ready to show Doomsnacks that I am worth it Telestration. This was a gigantic fight. I really love the entirety of Team Rogue pushing in here, but we've got to stop it at a few important moments as we see, first of all, Rogue was just so ahead in this current fight. We can see only a few members here, and here, 2 members with the entirety of the other squad was just all chilling. But what really is important is what happens after this. Most of this is just going to be some action. That was gigantic, huge Unite move from the Trevenant. Again, kind of an MVP of this entire thing, turning this fight around. But the biggest thing that I really wanted to talk about is on the minimap. So can I be the first one to illustrate the minimap? This right here, you can see Hoopa going down, right? That is gigantic as this push is happening. And then what happens at about the 4-minute 30 mark is we do see this fight turn around in kind of a bad position, and Hoopa actually decides to use the Unite, porting everybody down to the bottom side. You can see that right here. A genius thing. Again, I'm gonna write on the map. It's beautiful. I just wanted to do that.
Yeah, Hoopa positioning has been important every single match we've seen it, and what a showcase there from the likes of Andromeda. And that's right, they're the 16th seed in this tournament, having an amazing game right there, and now they are 1 game away from qualifying for NAIC top 8. I mean, they are so close, but Rogue also wants it just as bad. Draft in game number 2 2 is going to be interesting, and obviously there's so much on the line for it. We have seen Urshifu be getting through so many matches, but also Lapras. I think the Slowbro ban was really smart, but I do think we're going to see a bit of a change up. Let's take a look at the player of the game from that last match.
And who else but Timsol on the Ninetales? Honestly, you know, we were talking about, you literally just talking about how Urshifu has been getting through and doing so much effect every single game, but Ninetales, I feel, has not been picked without being extremely strong the entire day.
Oh, absolutely. Although the Ninetales, like we said, has gotten some recent buffs, and they have been paying off in a major way. Typhusol grabbing a bit of a safer battle or held item like the Focus Band, but when you're playing the entirety of the game in the path and you want to be a bit more aggressive with those last hits, Focus Band is just going to be kind of one of those evergreen items. Always going to be solid, always going to be good within the early game, and even in the late game if you can hold it until that long.
Yeah. I mean, that's really what their goal was too, right? To be able to dominate early game. That's what we've seen Alolan now Ninetales picked for quite a few times, is to make sure that the early game goes your way so that everything else can end up going your way, whichever Pokemon that needs to be to get that extra experience. But I mean, great stuff so far in that first game. It's very surprising that we're not seeing more Ninetales bans, I think. But let's take a look at the group stages. I mean, it's hard to say with the bans, but let's take a look at the group stages. You take us away.
Yeah, absolutely. We're currently battling it out in Group A. This is our placement game between Rogue and Andromeda. Group B was an absolutely crazy matchup. TOS and Luminosity are going to be waiting to face off against each other for their placement game as well. TTV and Spinal both performing so well in Group C. And there we go. YouTube, the only team to be at 2-0 in Group D right now.
Yeah, the way that these work, if anybody's wondering, the top 2 do qualify for NAIC in Ohio. So if you see the double 2-0s like we see in Group C, that means that there are qualified teams for sure. But when we've got the 1-1s in the middle, those are all deciding matches that we have coming up throughout today, and that is gigantic.
Yeah, well, but GT, Group D specifically, I don't believe they faced Team YouTube quite yet, so I think that is a game lost to Oracle, but I'll need to have that confirmed. But yeah, either way, Group D already having some exciting connotations when it comes to World Championship slots for Yokohama, Japan a little bit later. But, I mean, right now, we are in the midst of Group A, and Andromeda, again, the 16th seed, the lowest ranked team in this group stage, is making it look so impressive against a team as strong as Rogue. They were also able to take down God Squad. They did take a game loss to a match loss to Amaterasu, but, I mean, being able to bounce back from that is absolutely gigantic. And I mean, Andromeda, I've heard from a few members of the community that one of the biggest strengths that they have as a roster is their drafting ability. They are really solid at reading the draft and getting good options. That being said, Hoopa being that late of an option for them is a surprise. I don't know if we can call that ability, but it certainly worked out well for them. But I mean, let's talk about it again, actually. Can we talk about the Trevenant? Can we talk about defaults Trevenant, please? Because I would love to go over that one more time.
Yes, so good. I mean, Trevenant has been a defender that's really had a chance to give so many MVP moments, I feel, right? I mean, there are so many big Unite moves or big Wood Hammers or just big charges away from everybody else that we tend to see from this defender that can change the entire game. There's some other defenders where it's like, yeah, they're going in, they're getting some good Unites, they're doing damage, they're protecting people, but for some reason, it's just the way that this kit works. It's just a big, star kind of defender, I think.
Absolutely. Even if it's not wearing the cool jacket that has stars on it, but even otherwise, it is becoming so powerful. It's one of the best team player defenders that we have. You have a Slowbro Pokemon where, as a defender, it plays very one-on-one focused. Its Unite move is one of the best in the game, if not the best in the game, at shutting down an individual threat. But if you're playing Trevenant, the ability to hit multiple targets at once, not only with stuns, but with great debuffing mechanics like its Unite move, where you're boosting the attack damage from all of your teammates towards those targets, is pivotal. And we saw that in the replay that you went and broke down. That Trevenant hitting 4 members of Rogue just sent them scrambling and really teed up an amazing team fight win from Andromeda.
Right. The team fight win, and then we just got to continue seeing them just play smart from there. I'm very impressed with Andromeda. I got to say, overall, like I mentioned, a team that I'm not as familiar with, and also I got to mention, you said that they went down 1 game to Amaterasu, but they took a game, right? Sorry, they went down a set. They took a game in that 1-2. True. So very, very impressive. But here we go, draft for game number 2. Let's see if they can close out their spot in Ohio.
Rogue banning away the Slowbro. This is going to give them a lot of options for first first pick potential, it could mean that Rogue wants to grab a Dodrio. Of course, Silver being a great counter towards that. Little do they know, Andromeda actually hovering the Dodrio ban on the other side. So we're going to see Slowbro and Dodrio gone. Of course, Rogue's going to have the option to Lapras.
You called it the Lapras pick. Let's see if that rings true.
They also have, Ring. Very clever. Also a Hoopa pick, but no.
You know what? You know what? That wasn't intentional. We're going to pretend it was, though. The Lapras pick does happen. But, I mean, we have to expect it at this point. I'm glad that these teams are realizing that, I mean, not that they don't know the value of Lapras, but we've seen some interesting picks so far today. We're sticking to a lot more safe options going into this.
A little bit of consideration of the Sylveon, who again I picture as a really good matchup, but note we're going to grab the Hoopa early this time from Andromeda and lock up the Alolan Ninetales. Now if Ty's going to bring it again into this matchup, if they are the player that is going to be with the A9, I think it's a strong pick because Ty has shown a mastery over the special attacker.
Yeah, you know, I've said, oh, wait a minute, hold on. Are we going to see another relax hovering? And we are. Sableye number 2 of the day from a different team this time. Rogue going to be picking it. That is very cool to see. We're seeing the return of Sableye.
Absolutely. We're in a metagame right now where one of the most important, in a metagame where early game is one of the most important things, and specifically a score lead headed into those final fights. It allows you just to play so much differently in the final stretch. And Sableye, if Dodrio is gone, Sableye is probably next up for one of the best score lead opportunities, and a Zoroark to back it up. That is quite a threat coming out of Rogue.
Is this really happening? Whoa, Zoroark and the Garchomp.
Okay.
You know, this has been a really heavy special attacker meta, but there is not a lot of special attack on the side of Rogue. They are just bypassing that completely. On the other side, though, we're going to see plenty, actually. It's going to be, this is kind of the physical attack team versus the special attack team, if you want to look at it that way. I mean, there's a little bit of both sides.
No Assault Vest locked in yet. Could be a good option, but we have seen Glow's Garchomp once already today, and it performed amazing. In that game of Rogue versus God Squad, Glow was looking like they discovered a whole new tier for their Garchomp play. I think it's going to be really strong, especially into Alolan Ninetales, Espeon, and Mew. All of these attacker Pokemon, if Garchomp can get in the mix and be a problem, that's already a threat, but all they really have to do is lower the HP for the Zoroark to clean up. Relax is going to be looking for some big spikes into this one. I'm looking for an incredible matchup, though, because Rogue versus Andromeda is already delivered. I can't wait to game number 2. Take it away, Spraggles and Dupe Snacks.
You see that, Spraggles? It's a game 2 on the horizon. Rogue, Andromeda about to square off here.
I do see that game too. It's a ways out there, but it feels like it's getting closer and closer and closer.
Every second that passes. Let's talk about that draft a little bit, because a lot of unique stuff coming out for Rogue. We're going to have a Sableye, Glow back on the Garchomp. Zoinks mentioned it looked great earlier today. Andromeda, I think it's very clear that they have some comfort picks that they pivot back to, default to. There you go, that's a joke.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what you're seeing from Rogue is an extremely aggressive play style. They're looking for a massive catch with that Dragon Claw, get in there, do a ton of damage, while Andromeda is looking for a little bit of a safer play. You're able to play at range with these special attackers and get a huge victory off of all of that special attack. We're going to have to see if Rogue can catch them right here. They have a few Pokemon set up to do so, but Andromeda looking amazing in game 1. Again, they are the lowest seeded team in our tournament right here, but they are fighting to go to regionals right now.
Yep, and Rex running straight across the map to cause some static here. And Andromeda already knowing what's up. Look at the support that they have kind of in each other's pocket here. Ryan getting some help from Black, as well as Rex is just a hair too late to get that Selgor from Andromeda and keep pushing.
Here we go. We can see the Trevenant scoring a little bit in this bottom path, eating up some of those berries so they can try to make it home. Nice big boosted there from Typhusol, but that's a Lapras really difficult to deal with as it jumps in with that Whirlpool, looking to pick up a KO on this little Phantom, and they do.
Default going down there is a nice quality KO. Getting the K opener over to Rogue is exactly how I want to start off this game too. Andromeda obviously forced to peel as Ryan is hitting Espeon, and they are rolling down, but the damage has already been done.
And here comes Relax into the bottom path here as the Zoroark. We have both center area Pokemon ready to fight here, missing that feint combo and having to pull back.
Yeah, that's exactly what they were there for, right? They didn't care about the birds. They were going to have the experience by taking the body. Tried to go for that deep engage, didn't hit, like you said, the feint combo, forced to retreat. And the fact that Andromeda didn't make them pay for that is at least a consolation prize for Rogue.
And here we go. Rex jumping in with that knockoff. They're looking for a big KO. And that is that 1-2 punch that we talked about. Great stuff there from Rogue. And they're going to look to do that all game.
Yeah, exactly. That's how they're going to facilitate this backline action and jumping onto these ranged attackers, Tybasol, of course, Ryan as well, and allow Glow to and Relax to really engage deep and get those quality KOs that they're looking for.
Here we go up in the top path. We can see Alolan Ninetales once again just becoming an absolute force. It is level 6. It gives it access to both Blizzard and Avalanche right now for that massive combo that we've seen work so well for the side of Andromeda. You know, that wood hammer into Blizzard Avalanche is just so perfect.
Absolutely, and it's going to be crucial that they keep using that because we already know what Rogue is going to be trying to do. It's going to be Rex trying to facilitate deep engagement. Big Solar Beam comes through. No reset there, of course, because they want to deal the damage. Oblivion forced to retreat, and Momo just holding down this top goal pad as we've got just under 10 seconds until the Swablu and Altaria populate.
We got a little bit of an update. Amaterasu qualifies for the in-person NA Finals at NAIC by defeating God Squad 2-0 right there. A team we definitely expected to be there. They're the #1 championship point team in North America.
Absolutely, and that's just another feather in their cap, you know, qualifying, making sure that they're staying on top of the game. Now Oblivion's getting chunked in a big way. Are they going to be able to make it out? Solar Beam goes wide. Barnwell there for a little bit of support, picks up Oblivion, and they're going to be able to kind of stymie this push a little bit. Everybody on Andromeda is kind of at half HP and don't have the sustain to keep fighting in the face of 2, so great defensive job by Rogue as Andromeda decides to pivot on Regice, and Barnwell and Oblivion are going to have to make some magic happen. They're trying to get into the penetration there. Default goes down, no problems. Regice does get taken by Andromeda, and that's what they wanted out of the Espeon. Unite comes out, and they're doing tons of damage. Oblivion still somehow at half HP, but here comes Relax for the save. If you couldn't close the door on him, Rex, if you couldn't close the door on him, Oblivion, Relax, I'm here.
Yeah. Coming on in, breaking this bottom goal. Rogue now up 167 to 37. Got a commanding lead, and their Garchomp actually taking the central area away from Andromeda. But one thing to notice, even though Andromeda is behind on score, both of their tier 1 goals are down, which is obviously a positional disadvantage. It's a score disadvantage, but as we've talked about, they have access to a ton of experience that is mostly safe from members of Rogue, even though Rogue is running up here into the central area, looking for another catch right here onto this Alolan Ninetales. The Unite move comes out. Lapras even trying to join in on the fun. Unite move comes right back. Every member of Rogue just diving in to pick up these KOs. Huge Dragon Claw combo! Wow.
I mean, that was just amazing job. Relax, using their Unite move to stay standing, allowing Glow to use their Unite move and keep pushing here. KO streak of 2 out of Glow. Great mid-game team fight for Rogue, and that's a big-time exclamation point for how this game has been going.
This is what we talked about, you know, once we saw this draft, was that how aggressive Rogue's composition was, you know, compared to something like what we see from Andromeda right here, which feels like it's more patient, it has more damage from range, and Rogue has really been taking advantage of that, jumping in, fighting extremely well against Andromeda here, taking away as much experience as they can, and when you look at it here, the levels are starting to even up a bit, but everything is leading to the side of Rogue.
It really is. Rogue now looking to prioritize that Regieleki. They're going to try and shred it as quickly as they can. And of course, Rex is going to buy some space. This gives an opportunity for Andromeda to get good positioning at the basement Regi and see how they make those moves. And especially with the Hoopa, with the Unite move, they'll be able to pull the team through in short order.
Here comes Regirock. They are starting this objective right here. Hoopa actually deciding to head back to base and port the team up to this tier 2 so they can deal with this Regieleki. Right now, Regirock being left all alone as Rogue is running away from this fight. And now Andromeda is kind of stuck dealing with a fight that Rogue didn't even want. Rogue just says, yeah, deal with that Regieleki. Use all your Unite moves for it. We got to go because we got an important objective down here, and that's this Regirock.
Yeah, another objective goes to Rogue for free. Decent goal zone siege here by Andromeda. They get a clean KO on Rex, but that's just Rex. Glow gets in the mix. They kind of get stunned down a little bit. TTV Unite pops off, and this is an opportunity for them to get some more KOs. There's 2 players down. Can they get the follow-up? Oh, that's a nice cutoff there by Barnwell. KO streak of 2 for the Battle Gods. It's Relax cleans up the trash like a street sweeper, and now Andromeda is sent packing from an opportunity that they just had and thought they had a good chance at it.
Man, incredible stuff from Relax. You know Andromeda's saying, relax, don't do it. Don't KO us, but they just jump in time after time and pick up massive KOs. And look at the aggressive positioning. Once again, stealing all the experience they can, possibly stealing another KO here from Andromeda. Rogue is just playing so incredibly aggressive, in your face Pokemon Unite, and they need to do that because if they stay at range, they're in a lot of trouble.
Rex playing this Sableye, similar to what we were talking about with Redlove, playing forward, getting caught out, causing static, but most importantly, letting your players like Relax to get out of dodge and not get KO'd. They're servicing this team very, very well, and it's going to be a critical component here in the last 3 minutes.
You can see Relax here pulling some of this experience back towards the team. Already level 13 at the 3-minute mark right here. Level-wise, things are looking great here for Rogue, but Andromeda not too far behind. 3 of their big special attackers all at level 12, all ready to go with Unite moves, because in another 40 seconds right here, we have a massive fight. Here comes Rex once again, maybe getting caught out here. A little bit of trouble. The focus band goes down and a KO. Nice catch by Andromeda.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd be hard-pressed to think that Rex didn't know exactly what they were doing there. Maybe they thought they were a little bit slippier and were going to be able to get out of that. But getting the KO there so your team can secure that Regieleki and stress Andromeda's resources across this map was truly the goal.
Yeah, incredible stuff. And also, you know, something that's easy to miss is when a big Pokemon loses a focus band. When it comes to this next fight, they don't have that get-out-of-jail-free card anymore. They get caught once again, and they go down a lot faster. You can see Rogue here, once again, speaking of aggressive, look at this positioning right here. Definitely past the center waypoint as they are watching for Andromeda and looking to pick up a KO on the first Pokemon that sticks their head out of that tall grass.
Yeah, and Default hunts down and is poached immediately by Glow, pulled back to their side of the map. Nice wood hammers, drags Glow across, but Oblivion's kind of getting caught here. Stored power is getting unleashed on them. Huge engagement right into the Unite move. Hoops are unbound, but the damage is getting rained in. Glow looking for the follow-up here. Relaxes on the backside, gets a KO on Ryan real quick. Momo's going down after they take out Glow. We're going for the follow-up. We got 4 down. Make it 5, Spraggles. Make it 5. Top Gun, that's an ace.
Incredible stuff. 4 KOs from the Zoroark. No, it was the Penta KO. First one we've seen here on broadcast. As we said, I mean, they've just been so incredibly aggressive, not letting them relax.
Not letting them relax at all. Andromeda, I mean, Rogue looking like a completely different team, and Andromeda as well. Nothing from that first game transcended or at least transitioned into game 2 here. Rogue commanding this game bell to bell.
Yeah, incredible stuff here. And I mean, this is it for these teams. They want to make it to these finals. They want to have a chance to go to Worlds in Yokohama. Well, they need to, you know, do something incredible. They need to take some big wins right here. And that's exactly what Rogue is looking to do. 32 seconds left. There's still a chance, but there's just not enough points to rein in right here as this Dragon Claw catches him.
Wipes out Ryan's Unite move, but Glow already knew that was coming and they bailed out. Barnwell's taking all the shell of damage, but Glow's looking for a re-engage and it's Relax again. You hear the jingling of the keys because they're a janitor. They're straight cleaning up. Following on Tybusol, another KO streak at 3. Are they gonna get all 5? Of course they are, Spraggles. Talk about an exclamation point. Why don't you slap another one on the end of that sentence. KO streak of 4.
Incredible stuff from Rogue, right back in this thing. Not getting sent home yet. Again, they want to make it to Yokohama. They want to go to the live finals at NAIC, and they are 1 step closer after that win against Rogue. Let's throw it back on over to Zoinks and Wonder Chef so they can break down this massive victory.
Well, I'm really excited to break down Relax's 14 knockouts. That is right. What a highlight reel from that player.
Yeah, I think Relax gathered a straight of KO streaks. Got the 5, got the 4 at the end, and then we got a 3 in the middle, and then definitely there was a 1 and 2 somewhere within there with 14. That is unbelievable. 14, the highest that we've seen, and the first Penta, amazing.
That was a different Rogue in game number 2. So different. Andromeda definitely having some game-winning plays in game number 1. They weren't given a single chance at that in game number 2. Rogue taking down every single objective except for one Regice in the early match. I mean, Rogue honestly cleaning house in that final one. And then when things got a little bit scary, you can always count on Glow's Garchomp to truly be a difference maker and shut down that final scoring attempt.
Yeah, we are now 2 for 2 on seeing Glow's Garchomp be amazing, but I'm excited to see this damage. There's no way! Only 56k? I thought that was way more, way more. 14 with 56k, that just means the damage all went in. None of it was extra damage, it was all the damage that mattered.
It's that, or there wasn't a whole lot of HP on the side of Andromeda, right?
Yeah.
This draft was definitely all in on those attackers. Let's watch again that match back about how Rogue was able to have such a dominant game number 2. And really, it comes down to Relax, cleaning up those team fights constantly. Andromeda found not a single way to shut down this player. Zoroark excels when they can get immediate knockouts and dash back out of it, and they found countless of them.
Yeah, they played such an amazing game of, honestly, we saw so much damage coming out from, I mean, we've got tons of AoE damage coming from the Lapras, we've got plenty of damage, just a little bit here and there from the Sableye, and then of course the Garchomp being able to just kind of cleave through the entire enemy team, and then finally when the damage matters, you get the Zoroark coming in, cleaning up every single thing, and that's why we do see the 14 KO game, and I can certainly see why Rogue valued Zoroark so highly in the first set of the day.
You see how many resources were spent on trying to shut down Glow's Garchomp? Well, it doesn't matter when you got Relax's Zoroark to show up after everybody's already on cooldown and just sweep up the enemy team. This is the Penta, by the way, where it starts out with the Espeon, immediately moves on to the Alolan Ninetales and the Mew, gets 2 of them with the Unite move, and then gets the Hoopa while dashing away to the Trevenant to clean up all 5. Hoopa unbound, I do not care, I'm knocking you all out.
That's one of those moments where you go for the 5th and you're like, where's the last one? Where'd they go? Yeah. And so your teammate's like, oh, you already got them. But yeah, that is going to be player of the game for sure. What a showing. And again, showing just exactly why this Zoroark is so highly valued by this team. We saw the double ban earlier and it was like, well, why so much value? Okay, this is why.
Absolutely. Yeah, the Shadow Claw Feint attack building, attack weight, focus ban, and weakness policy. And I think there's actually a couple of moments in that game if we were to rewind it again, that weakness policy and focus ban were both proccing at pivotal moments. We actually saw Relax dodging away from that team fight, the one where Glow was able to charge back in and sweep up with just a sliver of HP thanks to those defensive items. So Relax maybe playing a bit on the safer side in the held items, but it's paying off in a huge way. And now this series is tied up 1-1. So far, we have seen 2 different Rogue teams. Game number 1 and game number 2 could not be a wider gap between the two. Who is going to be showing up in game number 3 is a very important question that we got to ask. Is it going to be a Penta, a straight of KOs, as you said again? Or are we going to see another kind of middling performance and a default takeover? I don't know. There's a lot of options we have in a game number 3.
Well, one thing that for sure Rogue realizes, they were like, well, wait a minute, we could just bully them. And that's the entire style that they went. We saw them, they were just invading their side so often, taking all of their wild Pokemon. So much of the EXP was funneled towards their side, and especially when Garchomp is involved, you want all of that extra EXP, and it obviously just paid off so extremely well. So I think the big question here is, now does Rogue say, okay, we're just gonna bully again and give them an opportunity to kind of adapt to that strategy, or are they like, okay, well now they're gonna try to deal with this bully strategy, we're gonna just pivot back to something that's more comfortable for us?
That could be. We have to find out all that very soon, but we're actually gonna be taking a look at our road to Worlds, because that's what we are truly competing for. When it all comes down to it, it is the road to Worlds. There are 2 ways that you can qualify for Yokohama, Japan. Of course, if you win the entire regional final tournament, you immediately get to go and you earn that travel award. Other than that, it is the top regional CP earners. First, second, and third. First place on that track also gets the travel award.
Right, and what an incredible season we have had so far. I can't believe that 2 of these are already no longer on the table. Monthly Finals and AOS Cup both done with. We've only got the regional finals left that we're playing out for the rest of this weekend. I can't believe how close we're getting to the first Worlds in Japan for Pokemon. Gigantic. Like, what an unbelievable prize at the end of the road for these players to even go.
And let's look at how close these teams are earning that big grand prize and the current CP standings. This is, of course, course, the CP standings that we had headed into today, because obviously these teams haven't been awarded any championship points from this tournament quite yet. Amaterasu, Luminosity, and TTV holding down those top 3 spots. GT and YT very close, but you can see right now on the list, Rogue close in that number 6 spot.
Right, if Rogue keeps doing well, they've got a great chance. We've also seen Team GT now 1-1 in their groups. So there's some shakiness there. And the one thing that we can say for sure, Amaterasu, just ridiculous. Well-earned top spot for sure, making it guaranteed into the top 8. Regardless, already leading the championship points by almost 1,000. Just a great showing for them the entire season.
Oh yes, they have been phenomenal. The most consistent team that we have had in the region, and I think a lot of people would vote to the best team in the region. Haven't won an event in a little while though, but still very high, consistent performances. We're hoping maybe just a little bit of a shakeup. That being said, Rogue having some of the same level of performances. We're ending up at that 6th place seed, I believe. So 6th place in the entire region when it comes to the championship point standings. 9th here in our regional finals, thanks to the open qualifiers and where that set Rogue. Andromeda on the other side, though, the 16th seed. So obviously not a lot of championship points to their name quite yet. Looking to change that as quickly as possible, and this match is the biggest way to do it. Andromeda, one of those teams that if they want to go to the World Championships in Japan, they absolutely need to win this tournament. That is their win condition. And that has already started. They are on their way, well on their way, currently tied up in a match that is their winning into top 8, and of course the invite to NAIC here in Columbus, Ohio.
Right, and honestly, them taking down Rogue would be a huge upset. If they just play the way that they played in that first game of the day, or not of the day, of this set in particular, they will be moving forward. That will be a gigantic upset, and we've already seen that we've got Ginyu squad pulling forward, qualifying into the top 8 for NAIC, which is going to be gigantic. So we could see multiple teams here that could throw a gigantic wrench into a lot of the plans of these teams that have been very close to qualifying.
And is that not the story of North America that we've had all year, right? I mean, it is one of the most competitive, parity-filled regions that we have seen so far. Any team can upset another. We do have fan favorites, we have consistency, but we also have the wild card factor that I feel has become a regional identity of North America. One of the most fun tournaments to cast and watch, in my opinion, but it is not stopping yet. This match particular has been so exciting already. We're having, a reminder, a switch on this side of the draft. Andromeda is going to be back in that first spot. Do we see the Hoopa first pick? For the first time in a minute, we haven't seen it. We've seen a lot of Lapras first pick. I wouldn't be surprised if Andromeda employs a Lapras ban and Hoopa first pick. With how impactful that Pokemon was in the first matchup, it would be my recommendation if I was holding the clipboard behind the squad, but fortunately, I'm just talking.
Well, let's see if they decide to listen to Zoinks, or if they decide to go a very different direction. Honestly, I mean, hey, there are just so many Pokemon to ban right now. There are just so many. I mean, on both sides here, both have some really great options. It looks like Rogue may be looking for that Slowbro, and a pretty definite decision on the side of Andromeda, going for, you know what, 14? That's a few too many.
Yeah.
That's going to be enough for the rest of this set.
Yeah, that's fair. You're right. My clipboard should be broken. Zoroark was absolutely the correct decision. I will hand in my resignation for coach of Andromeda. Slowbro ban on the side of Rogue also making a lot of sense to me. However, Andromeda really showcasing that they love the Trevenant pick, but we are going to be getting the Lapras pick in its designated slot. Yep. Let's see what Rogue wants to respond with. No Urshifu that we've seen so far, but this is a good spot to grab it if they need it.
This would be a great spot. A first pick Eldegoss would be pretty interesting here. Certainly letting the Hoopa go over if they want to. Wow, yeah, really highly valuing that Eldegoss. I mean, the Dodrio for sure makes a great amount of sense, but I mean, they must just really, really want that Eldig.
It's that, and I believe you just can't allow Lapras Eldegoss to be together. That combination is so potent. Polipluff, of course, giving healing, but you're also giving damage reduction, which Lapras is just going to thrive on. But there you go, Andromeda picking up the Alolan Ninetales and the Hoopa. Last game, they had the Alolan Ninetales in the top path the entire time. I think that would be one thing I would like to see them switch up in this matchup, but who knows, they could find another attacker, but the Mew has been taken away from them by Rogue, and we're going to see a repeat of the Sableye.
Oh, hey, it worked out really well. Why change? And on top of this, you know, hey, you may not have the Zoroark, but you got the Dodrio, so honestly, we could see just as much harassment from the side of Rogue. And I gotta say, sure, you can take away Eldegoss with Lapras, but you're still giving Hoopa with Lapras. I mean, come on, and especially now with the tree as well, that is going to be such a difficult team to take down on the side of Andromeda. The Espeon gonna be backing up with that damage, but, the Blastoise, the final pick.
I am shocked by that. So Rogue has essentially, let me check, no front line, right? The last pick is dedicated towards their defender. What tanks do you want to fill that role? And they are grabbing a level 9 Power Spike Blastoise. Yes, it is so impactful once it's online. It is so potent. But until that time, I honestly, if I'm being fully honest, Snorlax was what I was expecting in that final slot. But I'm shocked that we're seeing the Blastoise instead.
Well, you know, maybe they're just planning on building enough space with the Sableye to be able to, I mean, Sableye and the Dodrio just saying, hey, we're just gonna farm up with this Blastoise. It's gonna hit 9 before you even know it.
Exactly. Hey, I like that strategy. A bit of a preemptive front line this time around. Well, we'll have to see it in action. Andromeda versus Rogue, game number 3. Take it away, Spraggles and Dupes next.
Here we go. Game number 3, Andromeda Rogue. Time for a little secret handshake from the duo right here as we get ready for an incredible match between these two teams. I really loved a lot of what we saw in that draft, Dupes next. Obviously, they're really prioritizing this Lapras. They get a Hoopa as well. And then we have, once again, Rogue just set up to dive into that enemy team.
Yeah, well, you don't need a front line if you're sending through, you're full sending everybody. I love going back to the little goblin, the little gentleman, as Chef likes to say. I'm a big Sableye fan over here, and I just love watching it run rampant across the map, and I think that was a key to the success in game 2. So run it back in game 3, why not?
The question is, can they put on the same kind of show without Zoroark? And we are going to see Andromeda Rogue. This is game 3. This is deciding which team is going to the live regional finals at NAIC. Everything is on the line for these two teams.
Rogue trying to hang on. Andromeda out kicking their coverage, playing a great day of Pokemon Unite. And Momo in that game 1 win was on this Lapras, and they're going to be leaning on Momo here again.
You can see Rex on this Sableye. Sableye is just such a tricky Pokemon to deal with. I feel like whenever you see one on the enemy team, the whole time you're just a little uneasy. No matter what's going on, you're pretty convinced that Sableye is right next to you.
Yeah, Default going for a quick stack there, and if they're going to make it out, that's a good win for them as they were really caught on the backside with about half their HP. Rogue lets them off the hook. They get back in time and relax. The right amount of hats.
Ooh, 3 hats? Well, then I'm rooting for Rogue at this point, even though I think either of these teams are just putting on such a show. It's been so impressive. But when you have the correct amount of hats, you have my vote. Dodrio up here in this top path. Big try attack looking for the KO on the Hoopa, not able to take it down.
Good hyperspace hold to save Momo as that Lapras. Black peels back and is able to stay standing. And Rogue ultimately didn't leave with too much because Relax committed to the player rather than the wild Pokemon experience.
Ooh, almost getting that Espeon right there. Nice eject button, but the chase is not over. Here we go. We've got the Sableye and the Dodrio, and they pick up a massive KO. Black could not save them.
Yeah, Rex there for the support and a great follow-up in tandem there as they're going to try and make their way back across the map. Actually just leashed flat back towards Relax. Relax going to go for the engage here, get a quick time KO. And of course, the hyperspace holds down, but nobody was there to take it.
This is what we saw from Rogue in game 2. This aggressive style, just really in the face of Andromeda. Make sure that they are never comfortable in these moments. Rex coming down to the bottom path right here to try to push back Andromeda, but it looks like they don't need to as they retreat from that goal zone.
Yeah, Rex being in there, causing static, not allowing any level of comfort to be achieved by Andromeda is, of course, why that Pokemon is part of this kit. And when we're moving forward as Rogue, looking for big-time engages, keeping Andromeda, you know, forcing them to keep their head on a swivel in times where they normally wouldn't be focused on that is going to be crucial here. Nice little catch there on the Eldegoss between Tybasol, Default, and Black.
Yeah, and here we go. We have multiple members of Rogue coming down to this bottom path, possibly looking for a catch. If you could get either one of these squishier special attack Pokemon, if you could grab that Alolan Ninetales, if you could grab that Espeon, that would be huge for this upcoming fight.
Yeah, really, the trick is going to have to be how can we collapse and how can we get to Relax. Relax is going to have to try and dip in and dip out and make sure that they are there to get the KOs, but really they can't get caught out, especially by default, of course. Default looking Rapid Spin Water Spout goes through. KO quickly by Momo back the other way. They're hindered indeed as they retreat and make it back to their goal zone, but that's still a War Turtle. Glow is not making much of an impact here, not like they did in game 1. Dodrio finally picks up a KO here. Can they take out Momo for their reset? No, Rapid Spin Water Spout again, and they get chip shot by Black. The follow-up is there. Do they take it? No, Relax snuffs that out from Andromeda, and they've got an opportunity here.
Yeah, incredible stuff once again from Rogue. Extremely aggressive. As you were wondering, how is Relax going to be able to get in, get out, pick up all those big KOs, and they're able to do it and secure the objective.
Yeah, and because everybody had to focus down Rex right there, what did that allow that? That allowed Glow to go up on the top of the screen here, Relax, excuse me, go up the top of the screen and get some stacks in.
And here we go. Rogue up by 27 points. Quick little mental math right there. I did win a mental math competition in my home school.
There you go. It's a good one. I like that. Andromeda ripping through Reggie Alecki. We're going to try and make some magic happen. Rogue, on the other hand, they've got their focus on this bottom path because they want this goal zone. Nice little engage. Default's trying to hold it down. They do pick up the berry, but there's 4 or 5 players there. They're going to see if they can make it happen. Hyperspace Highway is open. We see the Unite come out as well. Nice little solar beam on top of Black. They get KO. Default gets scrubbed as well, and Glow's putting the pressure on. They heard me say they didn't have their impact felt, and they're making it felt right now. Rogue, all of a sudden, rockets up the scoreboard.
Rogue, I think, has just unlocked the secret against Andromeda there. They found it in game 2, and it's that they need to be super aggressive. They need to take every fight. They need to make sure that Andromeda is never comfortable. Head into their central area, dive in, try to take them out. It looks like this strategy is working so well for Rogue, and Andromeda is going to need to pivot. They're going to need to try something else because right now they're just getting beat every time they see Rogue.
Critical to point out, Black does not have their Unite move yet. They are not far away from it, but something we'll have to keep an eye on. Of course, I say that, and it pops up on the screen, just ticked over. Rogue going to look for an opportunity here. Nice Unite move by Barnwell to buy some space. Rogue is going to try and make it back down. Oh, nice solar beam coming through, getting a clutch KO on Ryan there. You're going to have to reset, and Rogue's going to be able to get the positional advantage on this basement Reggie. Meanwhile, they're scoring on the backside, making sure Andromeda can't really put any pressure anywhere. But the rings are unbound. Does anybody from the team roll through? Yes, a couple. It was a safety net there on the backside, but Rex is right in the middle. Rapid Spin Water Spout all top of default. Hoopa goes down quickly. The Muse on fire. Oblivion's finding its mark. Hydro Typhoon chips up. Trevenant Unite back the other way. Glow is getting really low. Can they get the follow-up? Default does. And it doesn't really matter because Tybasol comes through and makes a hero play for Andromeda.
Big secure there from Andromeda as Rogue is still all over the map, now up by 100 points, doing some incredible work. I got to say, Oblivion on the Mew has just been on fire with their solar beams and electro balls, looking like an absolute sniper on the side of Rogue.
Yeah, I mean, the solar beams have come through and found KOs. Normally, we're looking for chunks of damage, but they're using that as kind of like the finishing blow to rack up these KOs. And look at Rex, again, just in the face. They know they're getting KO'd, but where are the Hoopa and Lapras? Nowhere near where they need to be. And look where Relax is living right now.
Yeah, look at that. In the central area of Andromeda. They've been doing it all game. Reggie Alecki looks like it's going down to the side of Andromeda, but here comes this massive solar beam. And once again from 1,000,000 miles away, Oblivion gets another massive solar beam secure.
A great objective secure here. Boosted out Electro Ball follow-up. We're going right into the Unite move. Let's see if we can convert Espeon. Forces out the Espeon Unite right back. And they're tried to chunk. Rex is at half HP, going right in. Hydro Typing, Rapid Spin, Water Spout. They're all over him. Tons of damage is getting put in. If there going to be any follow-up, as Rogue is actually using that to buy some space. The Reggie Alecki hits, though, so we've got a great overdunk opportunity.
Look at this here. It looks like they're deciding whether or not they're going to put the points in. They could have put in 31 from Blastoise and then 50 from Mew, but it looks like they don't want to open up that goal zone and give them any of that juicy experience that would spawn in the top path. Obviously, you get 3 Indeedis that spawn in that top path, so a massive amount of XP XP, and they are denying that from the side of Andromeda.
Yeah, it also leaves the goal zone open for some cheeky back cap action. As soon as Rayquaza hits the map, you can get, push your lead even further here. Default getting some good spacing as Rogue is just looking for an opportunity to engage. Momo not playing too safe, getting into the red steel. Woodhammers are coming out, but they're all on top of Barnwell. Barnwell bails back, can't get paint split. Solar Beam comes through, deals in a chunk of damage, and Rogue's just hanging out. They're buying time for this Blastoise to make it down. They're buying time for Glow to get into the mix. Nope, they actually peel back, and they're getting ready for what? Rayquaza.
Yeah, I mean, can you imagine? We are at the 2-minute mark right now. It felt like we were not there. Just been so much action. This is it for Andromeda or Rogue. They need to make a play right here. Either team could be heading to the finals at NAIC. The other team is going to be heading home. Let's see which team can make this fight happen. Rogue is way ahead on score, so Andromeda is going to need to make a play. Trevenant, they're just putting a little water on it, making sure that tree actually doesn't grow as it takes a massive boosted attack, and it looks like they're moving in here. Rex in a lot of trouble.
Stored power gets Relax. Relax goes down. This is the opportunity for the follow-up. This could be Andromeda's show right now. Rapid Spin Water Spout, and that's just a bail. 2 players now for Andromeda back the other way. Muse looking for an opportunity here. Oblivion needs to hyper carry now. They need to take care of Default immediately. Solar Beam comes through but doesn't quite KO Default. They've still got 3 players standing. Momo has tons of HP. They hit a reset. 2 players down, and Rogue is starting to come back into this game, and so is Andromeda. We might have ourselves a re-engage.
I think we do. We have a Hoopa Unite move, but it goes down right there. Sableye picks up a massive stun right there, and Hoopa goes down. We do not have Hoopa bringing the team in. We have Alola Ninetales coming back, but these Solar Beams have been so massive for Rogue as they are pushing forward into Andromeda once again.
Rex looking for an opportunity to get a poach here, and there's Relax getting 1 back. They're following up on Default. Is Rex going to be able to turn on them and use an ability to get the KO? We're going to see if they can. No, it's Relax that gets credit. Rex is still standing. Momo's getting shredded, and they're trying to make it back. Did they just use their Unite move to try and catch the reset? I think they did. Rogue is up by a ton of points. Rex is on the backside trying to get that done. The Hoopa Rings Unbound is finally out, but what's a legendary Pokemon? What's a goon to a goblin? We got Sableye Rex running through here. Black's getting KO. KO streak of 2 for Oblivion. Rogue is absolutely taking complete control of this thing. We only got 10 seconds left. Rayquaza might go down, but it don't matter.
That's right. It doesn't matter even though Andromeda secures it right there. They just can't score enough points as Rogue is going to win this thing. Incredible stuff. Rogue just secured their spot at NAIC.
Wow. That was an exclamation point. That was a statement game for them, and I loved the Sableye play. It was definitely a recipe for success, and they cracked the code. But let's find out what's actually in that code from our analyst, Zoinks and Chef.
Now, Spraggles and Dubsnax, tell me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that both teams are supposed to have a side in this game, but it seemed to me like it was just Rogue's side, the entire thing, right? I'm pretty sure that's how it went. The Invader was strong. That Sableye, honestly, we've seen every single Sableye. I like the fact that they actually couldn't respond to me on that. But every single Sableye that we've seen so far, incredible. Thank you! Yeah, that was incredible, and I mean, such an amazing match. Oh, I mean, how tense was that to qualify for NAIC?
Unbelievably close. We were sitting there after the 4 Reggie mark, was the only ones that were knocked out this entire matchup. We were sitting at an even 2-2 split. When Andromeda got that Reg Ice, I really thought that was going to be a moment for them to start coming back in this game. Finally, a bit of experience headed their direction, but Rogue just kept stealing every other option they had for experience. I wish I had a counter, because the amount of central area buffs that went over to Rogue instead of Andromeda from Andromeda's own central area was ridiculous. Let's take a look at the damage numbers themselves as Rogue having an incredible game. I doubted the Blastoise, and that is egg on my face, which is an expression. 63,000 damage from Glow, 78,000 from Oblivion, whose Mew performance was truly legendary in that matchup. The Rex Oblivion combo, I think, won them that game. Or at least they took away Andromeda's only out.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what our actual player of the game is going to be, but Oblivion had to be mine for sure, my personal one. And I think it did come down to the fact that Glow had so much room because of the aggression. Relax and Rex just sitting on the enemy side for the first, 3 minutes of the game, just saying, oh, wait a minute, this is our center area also? And it just allowed so much space, so much EXP to go over to the side of Rogue, and the bullying once again worked out. I'm really glad to see Rogue kind of pivot to this strategy in general, but this strategy, I feel like you've got some good examples to show us about the kind of, you can call it a dive comp, I think.
Yeah, I think this is about the best definition of a dive composition that we can have. So let's take a look at this. The final stretch just begins. Rogue having this positioning around the bottom path, a bit of a 1v1 happening in the top path. Now, this is important. You got to watch out for these hyperspace hole resets that happen early on, because you got to know that that move is on cooldown. Default is looking for any kind of stuns they can find within this area, but they don't find it at all. Glow moves up for aggressive positioning and eject buttons and knocks up only 2 members, which is really important here. The Dodrio tries to capitalize, but the biggest moment is Barnwell's Cotton Cloud Crash to heal up 3 members. They get a KO streak of 2, removing that Espeon. Now, Oblivion right here, watch out for this player. They're sitting there with that boosted auto, not trying to use it until the last possible moment. The Solar Beam does a good amount of tick damage, but watch where they go from this point on. They move up and the Solar Beam finds it thanks to an incredible stun by Rex. That moment is so pivotal, and from this point on, it's just Momo and Default trying to buy time, as Rogue can just do chip damage from the outside. Who can make it to Oblivion? You just have Glow spinning constantly, making this entire defensive wall, shutting them down, and now the Dodrio can really start to get to work. Rogue putting on an amazing offense as well as a defense there, and shutting down every single option that Andromeda had to win this game.
That pick where the Hoopa went down without being able to use the Unite in any amount of time that you really wanted it to be, that was so gigantic. That changed everything. Look at all those stars. Look at all those stars. I also got to say, how are you so good at the telestration already? This is difficult. This is hard. You must have practiced a lot, but we're going to have Relax as the MVP once again. I mean, honestly, so many members of that team could have taken that spot.
It's so funny to think about. Relax from game number 2, you couldn't take your eyes off that player. In game number 3, the Dodrio was impactful. It was so impactful, but even then, it was hard to really focus because of Oblivion's crazy star moments, and of course, we had Glow's crazy star moments. So it's so interesting, but Relax, again, just really popping off in that game number 3. Huge shout out to them, as Rogue are going to be moving on. Let's take a look at the group stage and what it looks like now. So Group A, I believe, is concluded. Amaterasu with a 3-0 finish, Rogue with 2-1. Those are the 2 teams qualified from top 8.
Ooh, congratulations to them, but that is the only one of these groups that is finished. We can still see in B, Team TOS and Luminosity both fighting for a spot, and actually, well, we still have some matches left in Group C, but it may already be confirmed who's coming out of that, and then of course GT and Oracle both 1-1 in that final group, so certainly more qualifying matches to come.
Yep, and I can't wait till this next one. That's right, it's going to be Team Luminosity versus Team TOS, but right after this, do not go anywhere. Welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Regional Championships for the North American region. We're in group stage right now, and we're hitting the end of it. We already know some people headed towards top 8 and NAIC, but we're going to be finding out even more right now.
Right, another decider match. And this is so huge. All these decider matches, again, they're not just the decider for some of these teams as to whether or not they will continue on to NAIC. It is a decider as to whether or not they will continue their season in general. So this is really, really the final chance for some of these teams. And surprisingly, this is a decider match to see if a very big team, and that is Luminosity, will be able to qualify for Ohio.
Absolutely. Hey, let's not count out Team TOS as another gigantic team. Team TOS Takeover looking to make it happen as well. But Luminosity, of course, are reigning world champions from Season 1 / Overlord, Kyrios, Elo, and Rin. An absolutely incredible squad. Starting off the day a little bit shaky with a match 1 loss, but they're looking to rebound back after that first one.
Yeah, and honestly, they lost the Ginyu squad. Ginyu squad looking amazing. One of the biggest storylines we're going to have going into that. But, of course, they are going to go up against Team TOS, who we saw on broadcast earlier. And that was who we saw them against. So, TOS, another great squad. And this is a while that this is a deciding match. Not one that I think most people would have expected given the caliber of both of these squads.
Definitely not. We have a lot of history between these two teams as well. They've competed against each other forever. I mean, throwback to the Team Shiny days when Fez and Rin used to play together as well, right? So we have a lot of knowledge, a lot of tape on both of these teams. They know each other inside and out, so new looks might not come too frequently. However, the culture of practicing in the North American region, and most regions for that matter, is really interesting. These teams are practicing against other teams from other regions usually, not wanting to give away too many details of their strategies or anything like that. So even having 2 seasons of competing against these same players, you can still be surprised by some new looks. And, well, I think we might be seeing a bit of that today.
I mean, it kind of makes sense considering how close all of these NA teams are. So many teams have beaten so many of the other teams. At least on any given day, they could win or lose. So I do feel like the competition is as close as maybe it's ever been as far as the North American region. However, that can be really scary if you're not practicing with your own region, because that means if you don't have the confidence that you're going to beat them no matter what, you might get surprised by some things. And that's certainly what we've been seeing over the past few months with a few different teams. And hey, Ginyu squad, or Ginyu they were already a big surprise. They surprised both these teams. Now let's see which of these can surprise the other.
Wise words, Wonder Chef. Well, let's take a look at the draft. In my opinion, this is a race to the Zoroark, but you cannot forget about Urshifu. Those are the 2 particular picks in this composition. I would rather give Luminosity Lapras than give them Overlord, I was going to say, than give them Zoroark. I honestly think that is the decision I'll be making. Team TOS in agreement with me. Zoroark ban across the board. Slowbro is going to be Luminosity's ban. So now, with no Slowbro on the other side, Dodrio looking really good for that first pick, but I think you gotta grab Lapras.
I mean, that Lapras a little bit too tasty not to pick up off the bat. It looks like we might get a counter Dodrio pick, which does, of course, go exactly along the line with all of your thoughts. Team TOS, maybe, God, your coach, okay. Can you just tell me what the rest of this draft's going to be? I'm just going to take a break.
I'll tell you what it should have been. There should have been an Urshifu in that spot. I am very concerned. Now you're giving Luminosity one of their best picks in the entire matchup. There it is. They have it. Yes, you have Hoopa, of course, a very, very powerful Pokemon, and Yard had looked amazing on the Hoopa. Maybe one of the standouts, despite a match loss for Team TOS in that last one we saw them in. They're going to be hovering over a couple of picks. They need to fill up their front line. Trevenant going to be one of those options. Seems like maybe 3rd up to bat, seeing as we have a Blastoise and a Lapras on the other side.
All right, and the Sylveon picked up again as well. We saw that work out extremely well for them. But now I'm curious what these final picks for Luminosity are going to be. They are going for that double defender. It's going to be Mew to close things out along with the Eldegoss. That is such a solid squad from top to bottom there. As far as the double defenders go, as long as they can get that EXP going for that Blastoise, that team is looking extremely solid.
When Urshifu was first introduced into this game, the Eldegoss combination with Wicked Blow was absolutely absurd. It has been toned down a little bit due to balance patches, but still, the Pollen Puff damage reduction that it will give either Lapras or Urshifu is so incredibly strong. Let's not forget about the Lapras passive of Shell Armor as well. They will be doing just fine in terms of damage. It's going to be up to Sanji on the Gardevoir to be a real big game changer there. Actually like the Gardevoir pick quite a bit. The Unite move, Fairy Singularity, great at pulling multiple targets together for a big moment. And when you're playing a composition like Luminosity, you do want to be bulked up and together. You're not going to be doing too many flanking maneuvers.
Right. The only person who might be kind of outside that range is going to be curious on that Mew potentially. So I do agree with that as well. But we'll see if, as you say, we get any NA Guard Unite. But we know who's not going to miss. Our casters. Take it away.
Here we go. TOS Luminosity. This is huge. There is a reality where the former world champs don't make it to NAIC. I mean, this is a wild matchup.
Yeah, no bits here, just fists between these two teams. They're going to be getting after it. Team TOS has a real opportunity on their hands here. LG fumbled the bag a little bit. Ginyu Force looking great today. But this is a scrap 'em out matchup. Whoever wins this is going to Columbus. The other team is left on the sideline. And like you just mentioned, I can't believe that team might be the reigning world champion.
Yeah, it's incredible that we are in this position. This is something that's been happening a bit to Luminosity.
Yeah.
They have had a few tournaments where they've just really struggled in some of these early moments, some of these group stages. Then they have other moments where you can see that they are clearly the best team out there. What Luminosity are we going to see today? That's the question. And can Team TOS beat them no matter what they are?
Well, they have all the tools that they could have ever asked for. Zoinks pointed out they've got a lot of favorite picks on the side of LG, and now they just have to leverage them. They can't ask for a better setup to a do-or-die situation in their bracket setup than this right now.
Interesting fact here, Team TOS has not won a single game against Luminosity, and neither have I, so... You know.
Hey, look, what a day to start, and that's today. We've had shakeups in NA across the board. It was mentioned, it is kind of the region's identity is how wild and up and down and in flux this region is. And Team TOS, heck of a day to get your first 2 wins against LG.
Right, NA has been extremely wild. It's the Wild West out here, and you really just don't know which team is going to be on top. Looks like Overlord looking to push in towards this goal zone. Obviously, this is something this Pokemon can do. Nice big score first. They're going to peel back to some of this experience.
I'm getting a little concerned. We still have a Doduo. We still have an Eevee. These are very easy to evolve Pokemon that are struggling right now, which means LG can push a huge advantage. We see the gifts being dropped by our trio there, which means I think they're going to have the right number of hats.
Oh boy, that would be huge if they had the correct number of hats. But once again, just wild Pokemon taken away from them by Luminosity. They're up 54 points, and like you're saying, they're really not letting them evolve right here. Overlord in a little bit of trouble. We're gonna have to see if they decide to go back in and look for a KO, or if they are going to peel out. No, they are moving back in.
Well, Overlord is going to chase it, and if they have the opportunities for the KOs, they're gonna hunt it down. There's 1, there's Faz on the chopping block, give them 2. KO streak of 2 for Overlord, and that re-engage was very fruitful for them as they are leading the pack on levels.
EU update right here. Talibobo Believers advances to the top 8. We're going to see the EU regional finals tomorrow at twitch.tv/Pokemon Unite. We'll be back for that. That's going to be insane.
It absolutely is. Our trio getting caught out. The follow-up is there. Curios might be able to range this in. Elo pollen puffing through with the Electro Ball, and the credit goes to the Battle Goss.
And here we go. Luminosity looking like the world champs here. I mean, they are just dominating TOS at the start of this match. Everywhere they fight, they are picking up a win, scoring at will, 121-0. I mean, look at their levels here. We've even got this Blastoise already a War Turtle at level 7.
I mean, Overlord, we saw that being able to space out Muck, get all of the birds, the Swablu Altaria in the middle, and then keep pressuring the goal zone is ridiculous. It's one of those things, when LG's playing like this, it's almost impossible to hear the news that they're losing because they are playing so dominant right now.
And take a look at this. Lapras is already level 7. It has an experience share, and it's as high as the highest level opponent on TOS. That is how much Luminosity is dominating here inside of game number 1. Easy Reggie steal, as it looks like TOS recognizes they couldn't fight for it, and they're trying to get some value out of Reggie Alecki. But that's, you know, it's pretty tough sometimes. It's like squeezing blood out of a stone.
Yeah, it's very difficult. Slash just there to buy some space, and I really don't think Team TOS can try and escort this thing in. At least work is being done by our trio. They got into the central area, were able to take some buffs and get some points in and try and mitigate the score disaster that's going on right now. But this has been the roughest 4 minutes we've seen today.
Yeah, and here we go. Overlord dashing on in there. Slash picking up a big KO. They are continuing to score right here. Points into this top path. The goal zone now at 7. Slash looking to put 1 in there. You know, just 1 more. Another 5 might be actually pretty nice here. We're going to even break this top goal zone. That is absolutely no respect for Team TOS as they dive in and pick up some more KOs. Jeez.
That is the deepest Urshifu Unite ever.
Wow.
KO streak of 3. Give him 4. Oh, get him Yard. Come on, give him Penta. Rack it up. Come on, Overlord. Get it done, Overlord. Get it done, Overlord! Ah, looks like we aren't going to see it. They peeled back in just in time, and you can't overextend the point to a loss here, but LG is cooking.
Wow, incredible. Obviously, TOS is wondering who let them cook this hard as we are seeing Luminosity dominate game number 1. This is just, you know, when I see Luminosity win, and when they're really winning, they win like this. It's intense. They beat teams in amazing fashions when they are on top of their game, and they are on top of their game right now.
Yeah, they do have 2 players on Luminosity, Rin and Overlord, that like to go deep, overextend, and that's an opportunity for TOS, right? You have to put the stress on the supports to be there to save them, and if they're not, you get that comeback experience on a KO. Because you know Overlord and Rin are going to chase it down because they're that mechanically gifted. So really, you have to stress Luminosity in a different way, and for me, that's on Slash and Elo. Make the support come out. Hydro Typhoon chips up fast, forced to peel. Muck is looking for some action. They're level 8, and that's a level 9 experience share Lapras that's bubbling out the entire team. Fairy Singularity on top of Elo, sneezes some damage on them. We're following up, our Treyu's down. Dat Boy Muck is trying to shell in damage, but that's a Lapras Unite right back into the face, and now it's Rin with a KO streak of 2, and they're on the chase. Sanji's got about 30% HP, who cares? Faz is trying to bubble it down, hold it down. LG is all over him, and meanwhile, you've got the bottom side of the map where Overlord's taking over.
Yeah, Overlord took over that bottom path, pushed towards this tier 2 goal, also secured this bottom objective, and Luminosity is running muck, running a Dat Boy Muck.
Running at Dat Boy Muck indeed, and I mean this is a dead sprint. They are hauling into the face of that player who has really been very quiet this entire game. Luminosity, I mean, up by 220 right now, ridiculous.
Now, obviously, this is an important moment to talk about what a team has to do when you're this far behind. You have to get a massive catch, a big KO. Something big has to happen. Maybe if this Regieleki pushes, someone from Luminosity pushes out a little bit too far, you can grab a big KO, but it looks like actually they are going to port down to this bottom path using this Hoopa Unite. Overlord in a little bit of trouble right here, and this could be their moment if they can pick up the KO, or if Overlord could just stop KOing every single member of TOS.
Yeah, they need to unplug this man's controller. Like, this is ridiculous. I mean, at this point, his game needs to crash. That's the only way they're stopping Overlord, and even then, he'll probably get a KO on the way out.
Jeez, Overlord just looking incredible right here. I'm so glad I coached him before this tournament.
I also coached him. Ridiculous that we were both coaching him.
It was hours and hours of you and I just coaching Overlord. Yeah, that's what we were doing.
Press A button, Overlord. Let's go. All right, ridiculousness aside, the lead is now only a paltry 200.
Yeah, and this is what Luminosity is known for. They are known for running up huge score leads before Rayquaza. That way, even if TOS manages to get Rayquaza, they are still not going to be able to score enough to win right here. You get a couple KOs, even if they end up taking that big objective, they can still stop enough scores to win this whole thing. Regice looks like it's going down to Luminosity. No one from TOS is able to do anything about it as they prepare for this big final fight, and they need a huge moment.
It feels like LG really feels the brevity of the situation here and that they need to win this game to keep moving on in this tournament and to go to Columbus. Something that I'm sure at the start of the day they believed was a sure thing. There's another KO, bang, too easy. As Lapras is squaring up off top, Muck can't even do anything, they're level 11. I mean, Team TOS, I don't know what kind of shovel you need to find to dig yourself out of this one, but it better be massive.
It's usually very hard to dig yourself out of a hole. Trust me, I have tried, as we see Luminosity with incredibly aggressive positioning right here. Overlord almost level 5th
14, just waiting for their moment to dive in and kick every single member of TOS back to their home base.
Absolutely. Pulling back through, Team TOS is looking for an opportunity. Faz is on top of Slash, and Overlord is trying to actually bait them into. Datboy Muck wants to get on top of that Urshifu. The engagement's going back the other way. Our trio's in trouble. They're getting focus fired down. Oh, they're coming through. Datboy Muck uses their Unite. Where's the follow-up, though? Our trio's getting down low. We're pushing back. Muck is getting chased. Can the conversion happen, though? Rolling back through the portal. Our trio keeps the Electro Ball. Datboy Muck's trying to reset. They get stopped by Rin, and now the chase is at Rapid Spin. Water's about eject button with a follow-up. We're trying to stun down Rin, but we know that can't happen as the scores are looking, and they're splitting Team TOS's attention all over this map.
Yeah, Team TOS has their attention split, and all the while, Luminosity can just drain this clock. They don't need to do anything. They're already winning in a huge way. That's a level 14 Blastoise, 15 Urshifu on the side of Luminosity right here as they continue to put pressure on these goal zones.
Yeah, our trio is back. They're looking for an opportunity. Boosted auto, Electro Ball, follow-up, Trevenant Unite right in the mix. And here we have a Cotton Crash. It's going to pick up those players too easy. Right into the Fairy Singularity, though. This could be an opportunity. Just kidding. 2 players down for Team TOS. Just Faz auto-attacking Rayquaza in the middle. Who else but Overlord getting KOs? Spraggles. Too easy.
Yeah, I mean, incredible stuff here from Luminosity. There really is no win condition at all for Team TOS anymore. 30 seconds left, and Luminosity can really do whatever they want as they have a Lapras Express bringing Overlord into the fight. They're saying, you like getting some of these KOs, don't you? I'm just going to bring you right into the fight here against Team TOS as they pick up another one. Incredible stuff. The world champs looking like world champs once again. I don't know what happened against Ginyu Force, but geez, Luminosity.
Yeah, Overlord right now heard 110,000 damage, and they just said, bet. We're going to see what we can do. Now, the thing is, there might be too squishy of Pokemon on TOS for that number to actually reach that height, but I'm pretty sure we've got something that might have eclipsed the 14 KO number, and if not, really close. Look at those round numbers, 700 to 60. Don't need analysts to break it down because it's so easy, but we'll do it anyways. Zoink, Chef, take it away.
Thank you so much. It did eclipse the 14. That's right. It's a 15 knockout game, but I think the more shocking thing is the donuts on the orange side. 0. Count them. 0 knockouts, 0 assists. Team TOS showed up for the match in draft mode. They did not show up in the 10 minutes.
So, maybe Urshifu ban. Maybe. Okay.
Maybe. Let's talk about that again. In draft mode, they had the opportunity to take that Urshifu away, and they did not. So I will say that again. Let's take a look at the score graph. Not a huge lead at any point. I mean, 200 points is about the ballpark you want to be in to have a good, dominant Rayquaza fight. Luminosity hit that benchmark, but they were truly hunting for knockouts more than anything. Across the board, a lot of objective security. Team TOS coming away with some Regieleki, but not much scores to compensate for that. Overlord almost at the 100,000 damage mark, not quite making it. But on the side of Team TOS, so 40,000, almost 40,000 from Sanji, these are lower damage numbers, but they really don't reflect the knockout numbers of 0. So obviously the supportive play of both Slash and Elo are covering a lot of those bases.
Yeah. I mean, those numbers look like you would definitely be able to at least get 1 KO, but yeah, again, you know, almost 100K. Unbelievable. I mean, there's almost not much even more we could say other than just Overlord.
Overlord just takes over these matches every chance they get. No Penta in this game, but seriously, the knockouts across the board. One player that I think I really wanted to highlight within this highlight package is Slash on the Lapras. First pick in draft mode, a lot of dedication to it, but Slash is one of the best defender players that we have in the region, and normally we see them on these very supportive defender or tank picks. I think Blissey's probably their most iconic one, but on their Lapras, it really allows them to be a more playmaking, off-pushing player. We see Lapras alone in the top path a lot of the time, earning a lot of scores, allowing Overlord and Rin to have fun with the knockouts in either path, and just allowing Slash to get value elsewhere, which has been a really cool new look for Luminosity when they're able to grab that Lapras first pick.
Right, being able to just be so strong so early with Lapras changes the game for a lot of these defender spots. I know, I'm just like giggling at every single one of these plays. We just saw a few seconds ago the 1 score to break the goal for the exact amount. That was certainly a show of confidence, but they very much backed it up. So overall, hey, I mean, what more can you say? Player of the game, Overlord, Urshifu, almost got that 100K. Not quite enough. Let's replay that game.
Well, I'm excited to see them match up one day against Vin on the Urshifu versus Urshifu battle. That'll be really fun. But 15 knockouts, a score of 204, a few of those found in the final stretch to really boost those numbers. But an incredible matchup there. Obviously, running the full heal just to give you an option to keep on fighting. Yes, it was an even goal zone break from Overlord, but you gotta think, Chef, if the goal zone's still up, then he would be slowed down by the flux zone, and then he wouldn't be able to get more knockouts.
Well,
so
kind of
I think it's an easy choice. You're right. Not slowed down at all,
kind
actually.
of. I mean,
personally, I think it's an easy choice. Earn more knockouts is a whole lot better. So Overlord obviously playing amazing in our game number 1. Luminosity has something to prove. Losing that first match off broadcast is obviously not a part of the game plan. They need to showcase to the world why they are the reigning world champs. And well, that's a game 1 to do it.
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't really do it much better than that. But I do really think, though, that Team TOS, they had such a good draft plan until the moment that they gave away their Urshifu. I mean,
that was at the start, but yeah.
Well, okay, yes, but I'm just saying, their first ban was great. Their first pick was great.
True.
And then they had the opportunity with the second pick, and that's where things fell apart. And sometimes all it takes is one thing to fall apart, especially when you're against a team like LG and a player like Overlord.
Yeah, exactly. And Team TOS is going to be in first pick draft position this time around. I'm expecting a Zoroark ban a second time. I would be pretty shocked if you allow them to have Zoroark. Have you seen what they can do with Urshifu? Well, watch out for what they can do with Zoroark for sure. But I think we're going to see that ban again. The first pick spot has been dedicated to Lapras for quite some time. I actually don't think we see that shake up at all. I think we see the Lapras first pick, which does mean you're going to be dealing with LG's Hoopa Urshifu combination. I mean, Elo at the World Championship Series on as Hoopa was absolutely absurd. So we'll have to see how it goes. But I think we're going to be taking another look at the group. So a bit of a recap of what is happening today so far. That's right. We are currently playing in Group B, TOS versus Luminosity. That's a placement game. We're going to have to see how that one finishes up. But TTV and Spinal both getting 2-0, making sure that they are going to the NAIC Live Finals. It gets really interesting in Group D, though. We were talking GT versus YT is going to be very, very interesting.
That's right. Now, I don't want to say anything official, but there is a chance, based on how these games go, I think, of a 3-way tie in that group, which is funny because that's where GT found themselves previously. But we'll talk about that later when we get to it. We're already getting into the bans here. Let's see if once again the call is correct from the side of Zoinks. The Slowbro is going away, but they're still decided on Team TOS.
Yeah, a bit of a split decision on the roster, it seems, but a Lapras ban straight away, which is going to give them the option for a powerful first pick. You are going to be giving up the Zoroark potentially to Luminosity, though, which is a terrifying prospect. Sanji loves the Zoroark as well, though, so we could see a first pick Zoroark. I do not know, though, because a lot of good defenders are still available. And Dodrio. There's a lot of good stuff.
They're cycling through every Pokemon in the game. Looks like the Zoroark's going to be the pick,
there we go.
And that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I think if, especially within your first ban and first pick, you're not taking something away from Luminosity, you are losing. But of course, right off the bat, they are going to pick, I mean, what more do they need at this point? Like you mentioned, the Hoopa is another really big option that Luminosity would love. So yeah, I do love the fact that TOS is looking at taking that away, but already, I mean, their damage core on the side of Luminosity, it's there.
Yeah, and I mean, it actually puts Arshriyu in a really interesting position in terms of draft priority because TOS has been putting so much love towards his Dodrio because of how amazing she is at playing this Pokemon. It being selected away by Luminosity is now putting TOS in an interesting spot. A Comfey having its debut. Normally, we've been seeing Elo on a lot of different supports, and this time on the Flower Ring.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about how the Comfey. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, this could be interesting. I mean, hey, it's almost like Dodrio's second cousin in a weird way, if you want to look at it that way. But we may have the Greedent, the Wigglytuff, though, and the Greedent, a strange two to close things out here, but a pretty exciting two.
Yes, exactly. A lot of little micro stuns. Sing for the sleep. We're going to have Covet for those knockups. It's going to be all up to the Zoroark to clean up for Team TOS. And, of course, Dat Boy Mux Mew to really soften up the enemy. The final selection from Luminosity is going to be hovered and selected of a Sylveon. Now, Sylveon playing into either the Wiggly or Greedent is going to be an interesting matchup in the neutral, but when it comes to the Unite moves and when those are big pop-offs, I think Sylveon's Unite move is going to be very impactful. Hop up into the air, ignore those stuns, and land back down with some decent damage. I think that is where Curiosity is going to try to utilize this Sylveon pick to its best effect.
I would say one interesting thing about this entire draft in general is that the furthest range is Mew, and past that, you basically have almost nothing. I mean, sure, you have Hoopa damage technically, and then you have whatever range Sylveon has, and then that's the max you got. I mean, I guess technically you could also get Surf, maybe Hydro Pump from Blasters, but realistically, it's about as close as you can get. This is going to be a brawl without a doubt. So let's send it over once again to our casters to give us our game number 2.
Ooh, sorry, I'm getting a message here from Overlord. He's pretty stressed. He wants some immediate coaching. How about this time go for a 5 KO? Consider pressing the A button more. Also, don't forget your Unite move. It's your most powerful move.
Add hydration is important.
Hydrate. Okay. Sorry about that, everybody. Obviously, I'm playing favorites a little bit right here, but he's paying me big money to coach him. We're watching TOS Luminosity. Luminosity, your world champions. They are looking to qualify right now for those live regional finals. TOS, if they can win this somehow, they will knock out the champs and they will make it in their place.
Yeah, they need a big bounce back game just to build their own confidence back, right? Team TOS is a solid team with a lot of known UCS players here that have been staples for the last 2 years. That performance that they just put up, that's not the Team TOS we know. They need to have a big bounce back game.
They absolutely do. And look at our trio here on the Greedent, one of the original Greedent players. I mean, she has just made this Pokemon so popular. She's incredible on it, and it's exciting to see it in this game. It feels like TOS is saying, let's play our best Pokemon regardless of what the meta says, and let's win this thing.
Yeah, leaning into their favorites to get some comfortability there. Nouns Esports advances to the top of the bracket for the E-Regionals that we'll be back for tomorrow, but right now we have a banger matchup, Luminosity Team TOS. You mentioned our trio is Greedent, best on the planet.
Yeah.
During Season 1, I think it was very difficult to argue that point.
Yeah, there are only a few players that even hold a candle to our trio's Greedent. You know, you got Gotlu, who we just talked about on Nouns, also one of the original Greedent players. It's so cool seeing this Pokemon again. Comfey making its debut here today on the side of Luminosity, and it feels like the perfect pick when you have Overlord and Rin on your team.
Without a doubt. And, you know, you can kind of hitch a ride on either one of those players and really let them take over the game, mitigating a little bit the stress that you have as a support player because you're naturally just along for the ride as that Pokemon.
Do you think Rin and Overlord are just going to be comparing their Water Bear stats after these 2 games just to decide who the real Water Bear King is?
Well, I'll tell you what, the bar was set pretty high by Overlord in Game 1, so Rin's got some work to do. And I'll tell you what, if they even have half as good of a performance, LG is going to cruise to a 2-0 victory.
Yeah, Luminosity looking incredible in Game 1, but Team TOS looking a little better at the start here of game number 2. Score-wise, they're keeping up with their opponents. Faz on that Wigglytuff. I've seen so much more Wigglytuff today than I expected.
I agree completely. Luminosity putting a good pressure on this top goal zone. Sanji's trying to hold it down there, engaging on Rin. Rin's at 7. Getting a conversion KO here would be huge. However, Dodrio, Comfey, and Urshifu all in the mix is going to make it difficult. We're feint attacking around. We're going to look for an engage here, but they're caught on the backside. Our trio's there for the support follow-up. Dodrio goes down. Elo's looking to hitch a ride. They're waiting for that timer to come off. They do catch it right in time. Can we get a follow-up here? That's what we're looking at. Darting through. Can we get the pickup? Downstairs, we got Sylveon sorting out fast, but that's not the action we're looking at here. I can't believe Rin stays stable.
I can't believe no one went down in that exchange right there between those 2 teams. Wow, what a brawl, but both of their support Pokemon on each side doing some amazing work right here. Nice big drill peck there from Overlord as we are 15 seconds away from Reggie spawning in the top and bottom path. Luminosity sending multiple players down to this bottom path. Same thing with TOS. It looks like they're keeping Greedent top.
Oh, I thought for sure Muck was going to get that. Solar Beam was just a bit too early. Faz pulling off, not pushing in the damage, and allowing them to ultimately take that wild Pokemon. Luminosity looking for an engagement here, and they're going to find one because Team TOS is looking to pull up. Faz leads the charge, trying to sing them down. Everybody gets out of it. Nobody gets put to sleep, and now we're engaging on Faz back the other way. Poached off the portal so they can't reset. Looking downstairs, we got Muck, tons of pressure. Slashes the war total. Can they follow up? Boosted Auto comes through. A nice little chip shot as well. KO streak of 2 for Dodrio, and they take Reggie Rock in the mix. Luminosity is back on track.
Yeah, there they are as they're scoring in this tier 2 goal, trying to put as many points in as they can. Faz coming down to try to stop this. It might turn into a little bit of a KO all on the side of Luminosity right here. The Comfey does go down, which means that Dodrio is not going to be as safe pushing onto this tier 2. Here comes our trio, the Greedent, and they are going to back off there after picking up a triple KO.
Yeah, a quick KO streak of 3 using the jump kick to get out of dodge. Now they're just taking all the buffs. Faz is trying to get on the chase. They know where Overlord's going to end up. Rin and Elo can get in the mix as well. Breaking this goal zone would be huge because it brings the importance of Reggie Alecki up. Put 2 players to sleep right there as Faz is just responsible for doing all this work by themselves. Goal zone's closed in their face anyways. That's another KO followed up. We've got Rin using their Unite move. Can they track down to add to that 3-hit total? That's going to be the question here while LG pivots on Reggie.
Luminosity not afraid at all to break a goal. You know, some teams want to keep them up, deny their opponent's experience. It looks like Luminosity says, yeah, we're just happy to break this, put the points in. We'll keep the pressure on, as they say, and continue to score into your tier 2. Here comes Overlord. Big old jump kick to jump on in here and try to do something against this Greedent, who covets their way out of it.
They're trying to leverage a quick KO before our trio gets their Unite move, but they just ticked over to level 9, and that can put Overlord in a lot of trouble. Little jump kick, drill peck back the other way. Tons of damage on our trio. Rin's there for the support. Can they actually close the door on them? They do. Now we're back onto Reggie Alecki as Rin is responsible for spacing, and Muck might get caught here. Nice little barrier to chip them back, but just enough time for Reggie Alecki to be taken.
Yep, Reggie Alecki walking towards that top goal as Slash continues to score in the bottom path while they're dealing with what looks like every member, of Team Luminosity right there. They pick up a nice KO. We still have Slash scoring in that bottom path, extending their score lead, but we finally have Rin go down.
Nice little catch there. Getting a kind of conversion onto Overlord would be great as well. Can't quite get it. Blastoise surfs out that Reggie Alecki here, Hydro Typhoon, just to make sure they've got a little bit more time, and Sanji's on the chase. They want this Dodrio. Nice little stun. Are they sung to sleep? Hoopa takes care of it, which means Elo's free. Are they going to be able to catch a ride just in time? They do, and now Slash is responsible for carrying Elo back. Rin goes for another Unite move. We're up to 8 hits, 9, 10, make it 11, 12, 13 is where we're going to end up. Lucky 13 for Rin, as now Luminosity is all of a sudden pushing this Reggie Alecki in again.
Yeah, somehow they're back on this Reggie Alecki. It feels like there was no way that this had a possibility of going in, but now maybe it will. No, here comes Faz to stop it right there with a dazzling gleam, even though he's getting pushed around as more points are raining into this top path. And it looks like our bottom Reggie is all alone as this fight is still continuing. Nice big fate combo. Curios able to pull back here. Slash trying to do the same thing. And it looks like they might continue this chase, but Rin coming up to say, if you do, I will KO all of you.
Yeah, looking for an opportunity. Boosted Auto Electro Ball comes back, but there's the Comfey Hula Hoop to pick them up, forcing Team TOS to scramble. Overlord's just downstairs, gets the Reg Ice for free, and LG again cruising.
Yeah, 305-39, Luminosity way ahead, but this has actually been a better match for TOS. When you look at the scoreboard, if you haven't seen the first match, you must say, my God, what happened to the first match if this is better for Team TOS? But they are fighting a lot better as a team. I feel like that Zoroark pick has really been paying dividends for them while they are pushing now onto an area where there used to be a tier 2 goal and trying to pick up some KOs.
Yeah, LG having 3 players at level 13 is just nasty business out here, as Rin is taking the birds for themselves. Curios is there for a little support, little Draining Kiss follow-up, Mystical Fire as well. And now Faz, bless their heart, they're just looking for an opportunity. It's like, I just want to put you to sleep and maybe get 1 KO, maybe.
1 KO would be massive, especially if you could pick up one on Dodrio or Urshifu right here. Urshifu pushing forward, looking for a KO possibly on Sanji, as Reggie Alecki is just getting chipped down by both teams. Who is able to get the secure? Is it the Belch? No, it is not. Secured by the side of Luminosity.
Yep, and they are pushing. There we go. Slash coming through, getting a quick KO in tandem with Rin, and now the Reggie Alecki is going. They're going to take all the stuff in the central area. You know, Chef was saying it before, both sides of the map are LGs today.
Yeah, and here we go. That Reggie Alecki is walking towards that tier 2. Team TOS needs to make something happen right here. Curios getting caught by a sleep, but look at Yard right there, just getting kicked and comboed. Luckily, they make it back through that hyperspace hole. Luminosity in commanding position here, and they can really do whatever they want with Team TOS.
Yeah, as we're looking here, Overlord's looking to engage on Faz. They're going to see if they can poach him down. They're not put to sleep. That drill peck comes through, gets a big-time KO. Curious with the support there. Rin looking for our trio. They're going for the follow-up. Meanwhile, Slash and Elo are on top trying to just babysit this team in as they're looking for opportunities. I mean, but there's still Faz down, and now they're just lining their pockets. They don't have to do anything but hang out and force Team TOS to engage, and there they go. Bang, that's a KO. Muck, you're gone. Follow up on Sanji. Bang, you're gone. Who's the next one on the chopping block? Is it going to be Faz, our trio? Big question mark. No, just running away is where they're at right now. Yard, can they get in their own hyperspace hole? They do. They literally blinked 11 feet just so they didn't get KO'd. Faz couldn't make it. Not lucky enough. LG is absolutely beating the brakes off them.
Yeah, LG is just winning this thing in incredible fashion right now, picking up big KOs, and it feels like every KO they get, they're just packing TOS's bags, sending them home, and then they would be packing their own bags to send them to NAIC. Luminosity looking fantastic right here. 4 members of TOS down. There's really nothing Faz can do right now as they are going to pick up another huge KO, and they're going to win this thing, Doom Snacks.
Yeah, I mean, they're working through Rayquaza right now, and that's just a matter of, you know, might as well at this point. They've done everything else. Scramble, score. There are no goal zones left. That home goal zone. LG, tons of shields, tons of points. Get it done.
And here we go. Luminosity securing their spot at NAIC. I have to give a big shout out to Team TOS. So many incredible players, a team that I've loved watching this season, and many players that I loved watching last season. They are not going to make it to NAIC, which means they are not going to Worlds. However, they are a fantastic team to watch. Luminosity takes game 2, secures their spot.
Yep, going to NAIC is LG, which for us as Overlord's coaches is good because we have a lot of unpaid invoices, so we really need that money to start rolling in Overlord's pockets.
Oh yeah, we absolutely need that. But what we need more than that is we need our analysts to break that match down. Another absolute stomp by Luminosity. Zoinks, Wonder Chef, take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you so much. A lot to congratulate Luminosity for. I mean, a great game number 1 and 2 win, a invite to the NAIC, but it's also, I believe, locking them in for the World Championship Series. Luminosity now with the championship points they will earn from top 8 will, no matter what, be going to Worlds.
All right, but of course there's so much more that they are playing for. But we can take a look at this graph. We know the story of this game. We've seen it before, pretty much in the exact previous game. And
yeah.
I mean, hey, we've seen before that Luminosity, when they get knocked down to the losers bracket, they tend to play with a tinge more seriousness, to say the very, very least. And you know, there's not a losers bracket here today, but they did have multiple chances to lose, and they didn't want to take that chance.
When Luminosity Gaming's back is against a corner, it gets you 89, 82, 80,000 damage. Let's take a look at how that went down. I mean, Luminosity Gaming already, we're at the 6-minute mark. We have a very, very oppressive push onto this tier 2. TOS was able to rally back a little bit, but Luminosity just peeling away and getting a lot of the objectives out of the central area of TOS.
And one big thing that we talked about, I mean, that was a lot of damage for a Mystical Fire Sylveon, and I think that was a really cool pick overall to see. There just weren't that many great picks to be able to hit with Hyper Voice, and sometimes that just happens. So the flex to be able to deal with the Zoroark maybe a little bit easier, the green who can be a little bit annoying, I did like that quite a bit. But again, just one of those games where it was just all one-sided.
Yeah, TOS relying on a lot of comfort picks in their drafts here in game number 2. We got the Gradient, we have Faz onto the Wigglytuff, but in the end, I mean, just Luminosity relying on some of the power picks and Slash showcasing that they are not just playing Lapras right now, the Blastoise as well was so impactful. This Surfstoise today has truly been a standout. It started a little rough in the day, but I think we've had some great showcases of this Pokemon near the end. What an incredible match from Luminosity. Overlord was player of the game in game number 1. Let's take a look at game number 2. It's Overlord again.
Wow, surprising. No, I'm just kidding. Overlord, considered by many to be one of, if not the best in the world, for a very good reason. At least mechanically, you can see all of this skill here. Doesn't matter which Pokemon they end up getting, they've got a pretty wide variety as well.
That's very true. Let's take a look at our groups as they are just now updated with that game number 2 win. Luminosity 2-1 in their group, obviously going towards NAIC. We got a lot more groups to finish up though. Group C and D D, we still are, well, Group C, we know the victors. Group D, we need to figure out who's going to NAIC into that one.
Right, and of course, seeding matters quite a bit as well, as there's still a lot more for even these groups that qualified to play, you know? Exactly. It's almost maybe a little relief for some of these teams that were not there, because you don't have to suddenly be practicing for the next several weeks as hard as you possibly can for the highest stakes tournament that you've been at yet.
I cannot wait, and I cannot wait until we get to come back for more exciting games. We'll be right back after this.
Welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. Our top story tonight, will they let me use the Telestrator again? I say they have to because I have it, and if they wrestle it away from me, that would look unprofessional. Doomsnacks, how are you, my friend?
Great, great. I just crushing me with those. I also will be using the Telestrator, and probably poorly, but that's not the story right now. The story right now is the match we have coming up next.
That's right, Spinal versus TTV. Two teams that are amazing in the NA region. Both of them have a flawless record in their group stage right now. Let's take a look at Spinal. Red Love earlier today, putting on a show with that Sableye. Just such an amazing team. Vin Diesel, OG Rhino, and Bora Reach with some beautiful A9 plays earlier as well.
Yeah, Spinal really hit a stride earlier today, and it was great to watch them play. However, on the other side, they're squaring off against TTV, the NA darlings, perennial favorites of a lot of people, big fans out there. Shout out to the Guac Bowl. We got Ender, Lutano, Otter, Zugrug, and Celestial. Bunch of names that people already know.
Yeah, I mean, obviously a huge fan favorite team with one of the worst trainer cards inside of Pokemon UNITE. We are all very upset at Lutano, but at this point, it is what it is. He is not changing that trainer card. This is going to be a crazy good matchup.
A crazy good matchup out of somebody with a crazy bad trainer card.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what? Sometimes someone doesn't just have style. As two people who wear jackets that they get from childhood magicians, I think we know a little bit about style.
Well, honestly, I thought you took your grandmother's drapes to make that one, so we're out here. I'll be a kid's magician. Why not?
We are going to take a look at a nice leaderboard right here. We can see some of the highest damage dealt today. Venusaur topping the list here with 127,000 damage. That must be the ever popular Beamasaur build that we have been seeing brought out here in North America.
You sure about that?
I don't know, I'm pretty sure.
Well, these are the highest single game damage numbers across the board. We got to watch on broadcast that 110 Urshifu game, 15 knockouts, of course. 230 points. Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, that doesn't really go into the damage you deal, but I mean, if you wipe the other team off the map, you can score pretty easily.
Yeah, it really, really helps. Obviously, Zoroark, Decidueye, we have not seen a ton of Decidueye on broadcast, but when that is picked into the right enemy composition, it is just brutal, outranging all of these special attackers, as we are going to see our first draft between Spinal and TTV. Looks like Spinal is deciding to ban out Slowbro, and TTV does not want to deal with the Dodrio that Spinal could bring into game number 1.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, the Slowbro is kind of what Spinal has been doing all day. Makes sense there. And Dodrio is such a menace, and it switches up a little bit how you have to play into it. So taking that out of the equation is great for TTV off the jump, and they're going to get 2 high-quality picks back-to-back.
Let's see what Spinal decides to pick. Yeah, Vin Diesel on the Urshifu has just been an absolute dominant force here today. TTV getting their first 2 picks as well. Looks like they're locking in Eldegoss, an ever-popular support Pokemon. You know, some players might lock in the Hoopa here, but instead, they want to take this Lapras away from Spinal.
I think that's a great call. They've got high-octane Pokemon there. Celestial with that Zoroark. Great Zoroark player. And of course, Zugrug on Lapras, you give them a new powerful toy in that defender role, they're going to use it just magically. Kid's magician. So it all works out here. On the other side, Bora locking in A9, really been a standout Pokemon these last 2 months.
Yeah, and Bora's just been playing so incredibly well here. We've got Ender, looks like they are possibly now locking in that Eldegoss. Lutano possibly bringing out, switching over to Otter, letting them have the Espeon as Ender does lock in that Hoopa. Hoopa is, I mean, one of the biggest, if not the biggest playmaker Pokemon inside of Pokemon UNITE, and Ender is cracked on the sticks when it comes to this.
Yes, let's go. Look at that, Clefable into Sableye pick. We're going to see Red Love Sableye again. Where's TTV going to go for Lutano's pick here? They're looking through, and maybe not the 125,000K damage Venusaur game, but we might see the Beamasaur here for this one.
Lutano is a beautiful dinosaur today as he locks in Mew instead of that Venusaur. And we're going to have to see what Pokemon he wants to be on right here. Lutano oftentimes plays the central area for TTV, And right now, he is hanging out on Espeon. This could possibly be a stored power Espeon in that central area for TTV.
They're going to need that, and they're going to need Lutano to make an impact. Otter, of course, great Mew player. So once you lock that in, that pretty much priced in Lutano into the Espeon. But I mean, a lot of comfort picks here for TTV, and they need to leverage that. On the other side of the board, Red Love going to be causing static.
I cannot wait to see Red Love on Sableye. I feel like he's maybe the best Sableye player in the world, and he puts on an absolute show. We are going to send it on over to Zoinks and Wonder Chef so they can put on a show for us as they cast these games. Gentlemen.
I stand with Lutano's trainer card as the best trainer card in the game.
No, you can't do that. Not even as a joke.
Okay.
Not even as a joke. The casters are gonna walk off. They're gonna walk off. They're gonna leave. You gotta stop.
All right, sorry, I'll stop for now, but not because I don't believe in it. I'm excited for this matchup. TTV versus Spinal is gonna be an exciting one. I'm excited to see Vin's Urshifu in action again, but I think what it really comes down to is the Trevenant versus the Lapras that I'm excited to see. What is this, Pokemon Go? No, it's Unite, but the same Pokemon showing a representation in both games. I'm excited to see it. Let's get started with game number 1.
All right, I'm just excited to see how well they end up dealing with this Sableye that's been such a menace for so many of these games that we've seen so far today. Pretty much 100% success rate. And we get some stats on the bottom. TTV's 4-1 against Spinal, but haven't faced off since February? That is a different game almost.
Yeah, I know. Two complete different games. Balance patches, team roster changes, all kinds of things like that. But a lot of comfort picks going over to Spinal like we were talking about before. Red Love on the Sableye, and then Rhino on that Clefable. I'm excited to see that one in action. Focus Band brought out from Celestial, the burn damage ticking that over, and now they're going to have a little bit less HP to play with.
I think the early game here is going to be so big. Both these teams have huge potential to snowball, and nobody's gotten the K opener, as y'all have dubbed it so far, but the first person to get that really massive big opening is going to be gigantic. We also aren't seeing the Sableye as much of an invader this time around from Red Love.
Wow, Vin actually hanging out at that level 5, waiting to select their move for as long as possible. You have a few different reasons. You want to see the enemy team, but also you get a little bit of invincibility frames when you evolve. But already engagement has started. Evolution, speaking of which, Zoroark able to get away and find a knockout in the meantime. Vin Diesel 1v3, but brought down by a side shot from Lutano from point blank range, and Vin Diesel sent back to respawn.
Almost got that, but now Red Love is in a terrible position as well. Probably not getting out of this. And we were talking about how the early game can mean everything. TTV just running over this top path. Luckily, bottom path holding pretty solid, but overall, I mean, look at that. Already the goal zone half down, and quite a few picks on the side of TTV, but Celestial in a dangerous position.
Celestial be held in place there for what felt like 15 minutes, but despite all that, is able to get to a perfectly placed hyperspace hole. Great secure, that's what Psyshock is chosen for. One of the best in the game still, despite the recent changes. Red Love trying to go 1v2 in this situation, but OG's there for the help. The stun, not enough to sway that team fight though, as TTV wins yet another engagement.
Yeah, and this is more what we expect to see when we see this sort of strategy of Sableye. It does get KO'd quite a bit, and it's getting in what it wants, right? It's just got to be annoying. It's got to build space. It's got to get those scores in. Just a small amount of a lead still, though, for TTV, as not too many have gone on either side.
Right, exactly. And TTV holding up a pretty stalwart defense here in the bottom half. Only 6 points on the goal zone have been scored in total. Vin Diesel trying to change that as they get one big knockout onto the Lapras of Zogrog. Great early knockout for the side of Spinal. They created a bit of space, and now that goal zone is broken. They're going to have a good chance to knock out this bottom Reggie immediately and quickly. However, we are giving up a bit of experience on the other side thanks to those Indeedis.
Oh, we've seen Vin Diesel on this Urshifu just so strong as soon as they pop off, and it looks like they're already starting that. But we do see some members of TTV kind of rotating down to that basement Reggie as Celestial is fighting in the center area. It does look like Reggie's still about a half HP. This is anybody's game. We do see the Psyshock available on top of that Otter, but that wasn't quite enough still. Manages to get it. It looked like maybe with an enhanced attack at the end, but I mean, there's just so much secure on the side of TTV going into that fight.
And now they have the damage buff to work with as well, which is something that maybe Celestial can leverage in the top path as they are still positioned up. Unfortunately, not OG going to be finding that knockout next up as Reggie Alecki is now being targeted down. Spinal is one of those teams that loves to rack up that score difference, but again, it's mostly depending on the enemy's team composition. Ender on that Hoopa, take away those goal zones of value and decrease the amount of teleportation space they have access to.
And this is a good Reggie. Even if it goes in, it's not going to get them to a space where they can't get some great overdunks. Vin Diesel, of course, getting some more EXP. That's the biggest thing here, is that Vin Diesel has been pretty much getting free reign to just try and get up there. And wow, ending at 3 left. That is amazing for Team Spinal, giving them so much opportunity to get that overdunk.
Perfect overdunk positioning, especially with OG hanging out with 40 points. Trevenant in a Pokemon that's not too easy to push away from a goal zone either. Lutano's going to try, though, a Unite move, throwing them airborne and giving them only a couple of seconds, and they find the knockout. Great rotation by TTV. They read that play like a book and counter it immediately. That's 2 knockouts, and now TTV is crashing into this Tier 1 goal zone. Vin has to use Unite move to try to defend, but they are going to be going down midway through their Unite move, and Ender stays up and running.
A little bit of unfortunate points there. The fact that they actually got a few more points during that fight meant that they didn't have the chance for that much of an overdunk. So they did have to settle for maybe about 12 still, though. We've seen that they are not too afraid to break that down. Zugro kind of sitting there, trying to stay a little bit hidden.
So, Wonderchef, are you saying that Spinal tactically got themselves knocked out to increase the amount of money in TTV's pocket?
You know, I'm not saying that, but that would be really cool if it did happen.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Red Love in position here to break this goal zone. They are going to do it with just a measly 10, a 7-point overdunk, but Spinal is still holding on to the lead. TTV already going to be hitting this Regirock, and great play by Celestial. Positions on the far side, so the Regirock will drop obstructions on the side of Spinal, making it tougher for them to rotate towards the main objective, and now Ender's going to show up with the Unite move.
Oh, Regirock, always so strong, always trolls with those rocks. Look at that, blocking the path of escape from Vin Diesel, and that made this such an incredible engage of TTV. That is really unfortunate. Bor just trying to get out of there, Vin Diesel trying to get out of there. Nobody wants to be in this fight until at least all these moves go on cooldown, and now is the engage. Vin Diesel jumping on Zugrug. Zugrug very, very low, but managing to catch 3 people in the bubble beam, and the reset from the Hoopa just barely going off, almost knocked out of it, but probably not going to be teleporting back, just letting them have that great counter engage. Of course, the power of that Hoopa always just so good.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, big shout out to Spinal for securing that bottom Regirock. And honestly, it was Alolan Ninetales that got the last hit, but it's Rhino that secured that objective. The preemptive use of gravity over top of that objective essentially made Celestial useless around securing that final team fight. Zoroark has so many mobility dashing attacks, and all of those are rendered useless thanks to the use of gravity. So great preemptive play by Rhino, drawing it up perfectly, and they get that objective, and now this game is still set into even positioning.
Oh, with quite a few players here. This is scary for Bora. Oh, gets jumped on and oh, just absolutely melted, but counter melted is the Mew. Vin Diesel just jumping on Zugrug once again. No Hoopa this time to manage the escape all the way down on the bottom path, but another escape as well, as we see Zoroark just barely getting out. However, Spinal for sure is taking great positioning with Regilecki from that fight.
And great play by Red Love. They see that their teammates are low on HP. Celestial trying to move in for the knockout, but Sableye getting that fear and that confuse ray stun makes it so that Zoroark cannot capitalize. They have to just rush back to their central area, try to steal some red buffs from their own area is what it feels like, and get some levels up. Red Love and Bora Reach working really well in tandem. Bora just content to hang out here in the bottom path almost the entirety of the match and just slowly level up and get prepared for these ever important basement Reggie fights.
All right, this has been so objective-based in so many different ways for both these teams, and right now it looks like there is 0 attempts to take this from TTV. They want to make sure they clear out as much of their side as possible, get to all of their final power spikes before this Ray fight, as we are still within less than 20 points away from each other. That Reggie's going to go down uncontested, just barely in time. No Regilecki to worry about. It's all going to come down to what happens in this final 2-minute mark.
I mean, it's no secret, TTV's greatest strength has always been their macro gameplay. Rotations, trusting in one another is so pivotal to this team, but Spinal really meeting their match at that same level. OG getting a little bit of damage done to the Rayquaza with that pain split to try to get a bit of vision. As long as Rayquaza starts attacking, they might be able to find out where TTV's hiding.
Well, already there's a little bit of a notion of being seen up there for the Zoroark, but here we go, a big engage. Vin Diesel, the first one in, though. That could be a very scary situation. They're going to immediately go for one of those Hooper resets. Bora, though, getting taken down to half-life already, as we're all going to see OG run back, try to get a little bit of HP back with the Trevenant before this full engage, but here it is. That is a gigantic Unite from the Trevenant. That is a great start for Spinal for this fight.
What a response from Lutano, though, shutting down any kind of advance with that Espeon Unite move and then hitting the reset from Indra's portal. Otter's going to go down, but after all those Unite moves expending in only one knockout, I think TTV's very happy to take that trade. However, Vin Diesel has hit that level 14 mark and is very close to 15 with a full HP bar still. They're getting low, though, and finally, Lutano's able to close out that knockout.
Oh, that is gigantic. Red Love is still up, trying to get the pick on Lutano, but Indra chasing Red Love down as Rhino's trying to pick them back up. This is a weird teleporting fight down in the bottom. Nobody's even dealing with Ray at all. We got a few points in. TTV now in the lead with that Lapras back scoring. We see 50 points on board potentially from that Zoroark, but it looks like it might come down to the Ray flip. They're just burning it down. They're not getting that much damage on it, and we do see Celestial still here, and this is a chance to burn down the entirety of Team Spinal. One going down, the reset's happening. Rhino still staying up, but not going to have enough damage, as even along with OG to be able to do it this, but Vin Diesel is back with only 15 seconds left.
Rayquaza now the main attention of Spinal. Even if they get this knockout, they're going to need to score immediately. Sableye in position on an enemy goal zone, but Celestial is scoring as we speak. Sableye is going to score a 142 going into the bottom path. Celestial not going to score. Time's up. It counts. Otter finds a way to dunk in the bottom path, and TTV with a crazy close game at the very end of it, but I believe they're going to come away with a game number 1 win.
I think so too, just from that very final moment. Wow, that was everything. That literally came down to less than a second of difference. Incredible stuff. Well fought from both, playing it with a less than 10 seconds left. Rayquaza, amazing. We got to send it back to our analysts, Smart Spraggles and Smart Doob Snacks.
That's right. That's right. We have Spraggles and Doob Snacks here. Smart Spraggles, regular Doob Snacks, if I am checking correctly. And as you look at this screen here, Doob Snacks, you can see Bora Reach only walking away with 1 KO. And I think a big story of that match is the clear misclick of their moves. They were playing Dazzling Gleam Blizzard, which does not combo well at all. Let's take a look how close this match was.
Yeah, working on razor-thin margins here. Obviously, the gap between these two teams, about, 42 points, quick math. And a key component of that is a clip we'll take a look at a little bit later. But what I did like is with the time left on the clock, Spinal went into Rayquaza, sent Red Love to go score. TTV kind of saw that happening and sent 2 players to score themselves, and were just able to eke that out, and we can see that in the last tick there of the graph.
Yeah, incredible stuff from both of these teams. It really came down to the wire here, as we're going to see some of this damage and recovery from these teams right there. Again, you can see the low amount of damage from Bora Reach, and I think that's just, you know, a super unfortunate misclick. I'm actually surprised that they didn't pivot into Aurora Veil after that misclick, but either way, Spinal still put up an incredible fight throughout this match. Look at Vin Diesel once again putting up big numbers, and Otter on that Mew. Oof, incredible.
Absolutely. I mean, tons of HP healed by Rhino too. Clefable comfort pick for them. Let's take a look at a quick clip here, and it was the first Regieleki that we're going through here. You can see Spinal's already working through it. They're getting a good position. TTV's trying to collapse. Not much chaos happening right now until they go to push it in. Red Love playing very far forward here. They're able to suss out and kind of keep Ender from getting into the mix and getting into the face of this Regieleki. Here comes Espeon. They're going to have to hold it down. We're taking a look here. They're working through Regieleki, and we're going to watch as Red Love is buying time, getting vision for the rest of the team as they pull up. Of course, I pause it right there because I'm a genius. Here we go. TTV's rolling back through. We're getting to the action here. Regieleki hits. They've got an opportunity to get a lot of points, and you see that it's a 25, and Red Love here hitting 25, going to 28, get it down to 3. Trevenant Unite, it came out and is on top of Lutana right there. Keep it going. We're watching through. They've got an opportunity. We're right at 3 here. Trevenant, as we're playing through, I'm hitting play. It's definitely moving. Something's happening. Bang, there we are. Back to the beginning. Boom. Cool.
It was an incredible play where TTV was able to stop those 40 points from going in, and obviously Spinal was waiting as long as they could to try to put those points in. Really nice stop from TTV, and we saw how close that scoreline was. Otter, our player of the game, as we said earlier, one of the best Mews out there. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, the point I was trying to make is the Trevenant gets 40 points. It's at 3. You get 37. That brings that 42-point gap we just saw at the end within 5. And then the score points work a little differently. That's what I was trying to do. Telestrator is obviously my biggest weakness. I'm getting crushed out here by the technology.
I can't believe that a lot of people think I should not be using this Telestrator when obviously I definitely should be using this. What an incredible game. Again, really down to the wire with these two teams. I have to imagine that if we would not have seen that play from Alola Ninetales, we could have seen a very, very different match right here. There are certain Pokemon where you can kind of interchange their moves a little bit, and then there are others where you really limit your possibilities if you happen to not have the right moveset.
Yeah, obviously that was a big detriment to them there. However, when you take a look at Spinal and the way they're able to adjust, they played far better with that hindrance than I could have imagined. And when we saw that early, we kind of thought that expelled the beginning of the end. But they adjusted around Bora incredibly well, and they were still able to keep this thing close, coming down to, you know, a good stop on a Tier 1 goal zone, and then just a few missed flip opportunities. If they had 2 more seconds on the clock, that's another score that goes in.
You know, one interesting thing that we saw is a Psyshock Espeon, which is this is the first Psyshock Espeon we've seen of the day. This move has been nerfed, but it's still incredibly powerful. The range is amazing. It stuns. The secure is insane. Let's take a look at our story of the day so far in this group stage, Doob Snacks. And as you can see, we've got Amaterasu. They have secured their spot at NAIC. So has Rogue inside of Group A. Probably the biggest story of the day, until maybe we get to Group D in just a little bit, is Ginyu Force absolutely dominating Group B.
Yeah, I don't know what happened between Ginyu Force and LG to kick off the day, but whatever it was, LG bounced back in a big way and absolutely made a statement against Team TOS. Of course, we're watching TTV Spinal right now. They're both locked in. What they're playing for right now is the seeding. It's more important to be on the top half, and then we're kind of doing a coin flip here on the bottom half. So you want to be a little bit more in control of your destiny there. But as you mentioned, Group D, Team YouTube 2-0, going to be squaring off against GT. And if they can beat GT, there's an opportunity for GT to not be going to NAIC. That's a lot of letters.
There are a ton of letters right there. And at the same time, you can imagine if GT wins, that would put YouTube at 2-1, Oracle at 2-1, GT at 2-1. We would have a tiebreaker situation inside of Group D. They are already the group we have to watch today because it's so pivotal what happens to these teams inside there. So I cannot wait to see those matches. Before we see that, though, TTV and Spinal are going back at it. And we saw how close that game was, just coming down to a few points with a few seconds left. It really can go either way.
It really can. It really can. And in my mind of minds, all I'm thinking is, what if Spinal chose the right moveset for that Alola Ninetales? I mean, that's a game changer. Blizzard Avalanche has literally taken control of games. We saw it in May. We saw it again today. And that is a huge detriment. We saw it out of Bora earlier today and how well they were playing on that Alola Ninetales. You can't expect that they're going to do that again. And I kind of hope, just in the grand scheme of things, that they go back to the well on that. They trust Bora Reach on that Pokemon, allow them to step up with that A9.
Yeah, that could be incredible for them. Obviously, that's just one of those really unfortunate moments. We've seen it, you know, in high-level tournament play where Gengar has Hex and Shadow Ball instead of what they were looking for, or Sludge Bomb, Dream Eater. You just see those moments where what they have does not combo. And that's what we saw there in Game 1. But as you said, still an incredible performance from Spinal. They played around it, and they just did everything they could to win there in Game number 1. TTV taking a big victory here as we head into our second draft.
Taking a look, I don't see much switching up. I would like to see Spinal stick with that Slowbro ban, and it looks like that's at least where Red Love believes it should go. The rest of the team pivoting over to Lapras here, and that's what's fun about seeing the votes come in between these two teams. You can kind of see where the conversations are happening, where the dissension might be, where people's thought processes are, and it looks like TTV is dialed in on Dodrio. No sirring that.
Yeah, they do not want to deal with this Dodrio, but that gives them a first pick of Slowbro. I would be shocked if they don't take it. It's just such an incredible Pokemon, but we'll see what they'd like to prioritize right here. And they say no, they want this Urshifu. They are taking it away from Vin Diesel. So this is one of those picks where they are probably not picking the better meta choice, but they are counter picking their opponents in a big way. Zoinks is shaking his head yes, so I know I got it right.
You know, he's only made one mistake, and that was earlier today. Never again. Here we go. OG locking in Zoroark, which has been amazing all day long. You give these Zoroark players an inch, they're going to take a mile, because that's how schmoovy this character is. On the backside, I love seeing Zug on the classic Snorlax pick. That's going to help stymie OG a little bit.
I'm not surprised to see Mew go so early either for TTV. Otter is so incredible on this Pokemon. The plays they make are amazing, but obviously by doing that, they give up Hoopa to the side of Spinal. Once again, as we talked about, Bora locking in that Alolan Ninetales, and I do think it's a very, very strong choice from them. We've seen them play amazing today. As we have the two final picks here for TTV, it feels like the Eldegoss is a little bit of a no-brainer for Ender right here, as Lutano is a beautiful dinosaur today, bringing out that Solar Beamasaur that we saw them play in the qualifiers.
Yeah, that energy amplifier as well, to be able to use a bunch of Verdant Angers and really set off these team fights is going to be critical. Where does Vin Diesel want to go? That's the big question.
Yes.
Let's get some Kanto starters going here.
Charizard.
We've got ourselves a Charizard. Let's go to work. That's what I love about these types of teams like Spinal. They'll go for it. They'll yeet it into the sun, and I love them for every second that they do. Spinal TTV squaring off here. Spinal wants to get this win and another one on the hop so they can get that #1 seed in their group.
Now, this is going to be a really interesting match here. I've seen TTV play essentially this composition before. You've got the two massive solar beams from Lutano and Otter, and then you have Celestial with the massive secure there on Wicked Blow. I can't wait to see how this plays out. Most importantly, I cannot wait to see a Charizard here in the North America Finals. This is going to be incredible. Let's send it on over to Zoinks and Wonder Chef, who are going to cast this game. Gentlemen, take it away. Zoinks, nod your head yes.
Yes, very much. Thank you so much. A Charizard in today's broadcast. I cannot wait, especially when it's coming from a player of the caliber of Vin Diesel. This is going to be fantastic. And last game was extremely close. When it came down to its score line, experience levels, macro decisions, in the very end, it came down to a narrow score margin by Otter. So this game number 2, I expect nothing different. These two teams seem very evenly matched.
I would have to say the same thing, right? Again, they mentioned unfortunately the wrong moveset was picked. That could have made it even closer. But overall, now we've got some very big switches. We've got some Pokemon that are very much the same and some that are very, very different. We'll see if we can see Vin Diesel pop off on the Charizard as they've popped off on the Urshifu the rest of the day. And I'm also interested to see exactly how Celestial's Urshifu is that was chosen basically to steal it away from Vin Diesel.
Yeah, exactly. You got to get that Pokemon out of that player's hands. I completely agree. Vin Diesel's Charizard, though, going to be the real story of today. Borereach, yeah, looking for a bit of a run back on the Alolan Ninetales. Dewsnack's prediction was right. They are giving them that chance again. They get one more chance, I believe, before they get permaban from that one. Rhino having some early game value. Hoopa, one of the best early game Pokemon for the start, mostly because of Astonish. It's extremely powerful attack, very long range, and a very long stun, which will allow your damage carries to usually secure the last hits on the objectives.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, both moves that it has early on in the game are extremely high damage. It can put on some real serious burst, plus just being pretty great at just auto-attacking. It's very similar to Eldegoss, which is why we do tend to see sometimes some like muscle bands on it, for example. But here we go. We see OG sitting here in the tall grass, waiting for these birds to spawn, and Celestial, just barely going to get to that level 5, going to choose to level up, but goes in for a late steal. I like that. I don't even know who went to who the birds went to. It looks like maybe a little bit more to the side of TTV.
I believe so. Also, shout out to Otter for just the true mastery of the Pokemon of Mew. Light Screen is one of those very simplistic in concept, but, you know, one of those snowboarding, easy to learn, hard to master style moves, and Otter really has that Light Screen down. When to use it defensively, when to use it offensively, and the positioning is perfect. OG gets a ton of damage in. Celestial decides it's their turn, but immediately backing off. Again, a Zoroark who's just coming back fresh with some healing is not something that you can easily deal with.
I don't know if snowboarding's easy, but I'm probably pretty good at falling down a hill, so I'll accept that. Now we're going to see a little bit more aggression from TTV, but just taking what they can, backing up. It does seem like we might have a little bit of a clash in the center for a little bit of this free EXP, and it looks like actually we may see Rhino get a little bit pinned here. Vin Diesel is going to be back, and there we go. Perfect eject button right into that reset. They actually come back in, which can be a pretty scary spot. Vin Diesel caught by 3 people, barely maybe able to get out, but that reset is in a strange spot. Vin Diesel, or sorry, not Vin Diesel, Rhino doesn't manage to get back. Oh, and in fact, so does OG. I didn't even see that OG was part of that.
Clever call out by Celestial as well to charge up that power-up punch aimed directly at the hyperspace holes. Why Iota, as they wind up their fist, waiting for someone to pop out of that portal, and as immediately as they do, a solid punch lands. Vin Diesel just choosing to score as much as possible. They probably will not rotate to that bottom Reggie, instead just choosing to try to get their levels up as quickly as possible. Charizard truly becomes that Charizard at level 9 in name as well as in power level. So looking towards that big Unite move, game-changing play as soon as they tick over to 9.
Right, we'll see if they can manage to get the XP that they want up in the top path, as we're going to see. Currently, it is a 4v3 down here with Spinal having one more player as Mew. Oh my, what a rock! What a troll rock right there!
Reggie Rock is one of the most complicated objectives in the game, and I am not memeing. I really am not. This Pokemon, where you are placed, will always drop those rocks, which are huge obstructions. You just saw that, how Reach couldn't even get towards that main objective. That being said, it was secured by their squad, able to come back in time and earn that major objective. And also doing that 4v5 in the situation, Vin Diesel has hit 9, and they're going to dunk a pretty big score here.
Ooh, that is now the scary situation that Spinal wanted to put on the field, as it looks like they are going to be pretty uncontested as far as this Regieleki, where you can see a little bit of farming on the other side. Inder actually being very aggressive, trying to get a few shots in on Reach, but not going to be able to get all that much mileage out of that. Of course, Regieleki freely taken. Vin Diesel now looking for maybe a little bit more free EXP on the side of TTV, and now look at that, the red buff just spawned. What perfect timing.
Yeah, the score lead that Spinal's earned, it just makes it too dangerous for that Regieleki to land as a huge Unite move for the Zoroark turns the tables. Celestial comes back, but knocked out by Rhino on the Hoopa. Regieleki makes it a little bit closer as Reach and Vin Diesel combine for a landslide of damage, and Lutano is knocked out, still at that Ivysaur. They have not found their power spike yet.
You know, honestly, it might have been a better... Oh my gosh! What a solar beam! That is a classic Otter solar beam, but... wait, was that... Yeah, that was Otter solar beam.
There's two.
There's two now! I just assumed, and I was luckily right that time, so we'll pretend that I knew. But I gotta say, it was almost better that the Regieleki didn't go in, because now they've got a bigger chance to get a lot more points in there. I believe there's only about 18 left if they do manage to get, like, Ray, or just want to dunk in 100 later in the game.
That's true. Don't ever forget the win condition, though, of having that enemy goal zone open, the home one, with a Hoopa Unite move. It is a pivotal game-changing moment that became quite popular in Season 1. Celestial taking a lot of that icy damage. It seems that we have the correct moveset this time around, and a big moment here by Redlove. Unite moving Otter on that enemy goal zone to not so much avail, though, as Spinal's going to drop the Unite move, bring in the squad, and fight over this Regirock.
Looks like this is maybe a one-sided fight here for the Regirock. Celestial's going to have to book it, but Lutano, oh, there we go, the Unite from the Charizard, and that is going to be one of the toughest things to deal with. That is going to get picked up for sure, just as we see Vin Diesel build some space for the team. Not going to get any full picks with that Unite move, but it's going to be built back so quickly. They got what they came for, they decided to back up, not going for any extra greed.
One of the best strategies that TTV has to defeat this Charizard is literally just to retreat. They have to not give it the option to hurl yourself up in the air and drop that gigantic Unite move, but Spinal's playing this out so perfectly, allowing Vin Diesel to create space just by its intimidating presence, and then use OG as the damage dealer that they truly are. They find the knockout onto Inder. Zelgrug might be a little bit tougher with that block maneuver, as Otter is chasing this one down. They want the KO. They don't have a boosted auto attack, though, so they cannot chase that KO down.
Oh, it looks like maybe just barely missed. Just wasn't quite there for it. A great attempt, though, and I do have to point out, Spinal has 281 points, and they don't have either of the tier 2s down yet. That is wild. That is a lot of extra points that they've got. Already looking pretty good for them. And on top of that, well, now they've got the Regieleki, so this is actually a little bit of a scary spot. Do they want to let that Regieleki go in to prevent the overdunk, or do they want to, like you mentioned, save themselves from a position where they do have their main base open?
I have to imagine that's the one. Now, TTV with a bit of a rotation chance there to try to crash into that bottom tier goal zone, hoping that Spinal would play around their Regieleki. But instead, Spinal having a great idea. They have vision illusion thanks to Redlove being on that goal zone, and of course the Hoopa from Rhino can bring the squad back there. So again, a great defensive effort alongside their amazing offensive efforts of the score they've been able to get so far.
Oh my gosh, OG just getting just disappeared within that. It was like a magic trick, like a children's magician making something disappear. But may I note that they did actually just let the Regieleki go in, so they do have now a free home base there if we do see the Hoopa scoring a little bit later on, and that's going to make it so much scarier. They have to watch so much if they do even manage to take Ray, but here we go. This is going to be probably a major team fight. Almost everybody but the Venusaur here for this bottom Reggie.
And Spinal gets to take this 5v4 because Lutano has to spend more time of farming some wild Pokemon. Celestial kept out by a huge avalanche from Bora Reach. They have to regroup and get some healing from Ender. Registeel's only brought down to about half HP as the reset is finally in. Vin Diesel trying to get offensively up close to find a landing for their Unite move, but they don't want to use it too early as we are at that 2-minute mark. TTV decides they got to cut their losses and retreat as Spinal secures yet another objective. That's 5 for 5.
100%. I think they'd like to be 6 for 6, though. Or ideally, there is no 6th. I think would also be quite strong for them. But wow, immediately going for a hit, trying to bait some members out, I guess, of TTV. They were there already, though. You didn't really need to start that as a bait. They want it themselves. And actually, this is scary. Vin Diesel's in a spot where it could potentially get picked. It's hit by quite a bit, but there we go. Oh, the beam on the Snorlax, but it does go down.
I mean, Redlove with that great call out. Zelgro's Unite move rendered entirely useless thanks to that slow beam mid power nap, but now TTV has the chance to pivot towards the Rayquaza. They have the power up, or they have the Wicked Blow from Celestial, one of the best healers in the entire game. Rhino, one of the only chances to take it away, but no, Ender is going to find it with the Eldegoss. TTV has a lot of scores to go up. That is 500 points they need just to tie this matchup. 100 goes in from Lutano. They're starting the long road, but they're going to need so much more than this.
Right, exactly like you said, the strategy was they burned Ray, and the Hoopa is at TTV's home base. Everybody went over there, everybody scored, and now even with the Ray buffs, even with the shields, they may not have enough points. There's still a minute left. A lot can happen in a minute, but this is still a very tough situation for TTV. Taking a minor win for the Ray, they just got to run with it.
So important, but a couple of big knockouts happening here. A few members of TTV still have the Rayquaza shield. A couple more scores, 385 to 557. Lutano with a full Rayquaza shield, but no points in pocket. Bora Reach and OG was taken. The last line of defense for Spinal, trying to keep a hold onto this game to bring it back to a 1-1 scoreline. OG getting a lot of damage in. They dodge one ability with Illusion, but not enough as they are brought down. TTV rapidly pressing their score buttons as they need to deposit this AO's energy. Celestial finds yet another knockout as scores start to finally come in for TTV. 491, they haven't broken that 500-point deficit. Ender needs to get these 17 in. They do. 585, TTV has found a lead.
And nobody's in range to score for Spinal. TTV runs it all the way back, making it happen just barely.
TTV had points scored in the final stretch in their home goal zone. Spinal had a 500-point lead. You can't draw it up like that anywhere else. You can't script that one. TTV wins this 599 to 557.
What a small amount to come back by. This is one of the highest scoring games I think I've ever seen. I want to see if you've ever seen a higher scoring game from both sides as we take it back to our analysts.
Wow.
Nice.
What a finish there from TTV and Spinal. I mean, just an absolutely insane game. We are going to, in a moment here, watch the end of that match again because there's so many incredible moments throughout it. But take a look at this here. Dupsnax, what a game.
What a game indeed. I mean, really, Spinal was playing the game of their tournament. They were playing phenomenal. They're playing lights out. And you can see that's reflected in our graph here. You can see all the goal zones they were breaking. Registeel there right at the end, 8-minute mark. And then they did the Hoopa Rings Unbound at home base to get all those points and go up by exactly 500.
Insane plays here as we're going to take a look at the damage here in just a moment from these two teams. You can see low recovery game except for Ender putting in real work there for the team. Damage-wise, it was looking pretty good across the board for all of your typical carry Pokemon, but what a finish there from TTV. We're going to take a look at this last minute and a half or so here because it's unbelievable. So here we go. We see right now, I just want to pause it really quick. You can see in this home base right here, every member of Spinal was just ported in using a Hoopa Unite move as Hoopa is pushing towards the center area to stop TTV from getting this secure. Spinal is raining points in this moment. And now we can see TTV setting up a great secure big solar beam. Ender somehow gets it. And now Spinal has to defend in this moment. We have scores coming in up here. And the question is who is going to put these points in right now as points ran in the bottom path. Lutano scores 100. And now they're going to need to push towards this goal right here in just a second. This is such an incredible push. I can't believe it. They're waiting here in this tall grass, deciding how they are going to need to move in for this fight. We have Charizard getting as much Eos energy as they can to make sure that TTV can't grab it. TTV jumps in. Huge catch here on Red Love. Red Love goes down, and that's a massive moment as TTV is going to continue this push with one member of Spinal down. They jump in here, and they are just mashing their score buttons right now, seeing if anyone can get some points in early so they can get a nice overcap. Big 28 there from Lutano, and another cap is 100 from Ender as they move in towards the central goal zone. And this is just an incredible fight. Celestial pushing forward, big boosted attack. Bora actually heals up and comes back right here as we see the team continuing to push right here. Massive Zoroark move as they jump in, get knocked up and KO'd right there. The rest of the team is just continuing this fight. There's the Blizzard Avalanche coming out from Ninetales, but it's not enough as this massive slow beam right here catches a member of TTV. At that point, I thought this game was over for TTV as they are continuing this fight. Double KO. Charizard takes them up into the air. The damage continues, and they just continue to rain in points right there. Incredible stuff. Dang it, I miss writing yeehaw on the screen.
Well, player of the game is Celestial. 6 KOs, 164 points, 49k damage. But really, for me, what makes them the player of the game is the big catch and the KO Striga 2 they got in that final home goal zone siege when they took care of Bora Reach as they were trying to Blizzard Avalanche from the home goal zone. They got caught, they got that key KO, and then they were able to had just that window to get those points in, and they obviously took advantage.
I mean, what an incredible series between these two teams. Those are those Pokemon Unite matches that you remember. They just come down to those last moments here. Let's take a look at our groups right now, see where we are, where we've been, and where we're going. Amaterasu, Rogue, heading to NAIC, as well as Ginyu, Force, Luminosity. You just saw TTV and Spinal. They have secured their spots for NAIC as well. And Dubes next, tell us about Group D.
Group D is what we've got on the horizon. We've got Team YouTube and Team GT going to be squaring off. Team YouTube, if they are completing the 3-0 for the Group D to match the other three, then they will make sure that GT does not go to NAIC and effectively removing their biggest CP competitor to qualify for Worlds in that fashion. I mean, they truly hold their destiny in their hands. This is going to be a great, great showdown. And honestly, one of the reasons why we highlighted Group D way back at the start of the day.
Yeah, this is just an insane end to the day. And it has massive ramifications on where we go for the finals here in NA. We're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We're going to have a live update from the Brazil region. And I'm being told I get to use the Telestrator again because I didn't screw it up. Thank you, production.
I'm being told I never get to use the Telestrator ever again. So that's fun.
We'll be back.
Welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Regional Finals for North America. We're at the group stage right now, and we're at the very end of it, but that's right, it's still exciting, it's still game-changing. GT versus YT, this match means so much, Wonder Chef.
Are you sure we're still in the group stage? Because I'm pretty sure this was a grand final just a few weeks ago. You know, I maybe could be wrong. No, I'm definitely not wrong. That was the grand final for the May Cup, and honestly, like you said, the stakes are as high as could be. We have a very, very interesting potential tie situation going on here that really does mean a lot qualifying in. So why don't you explain that to me?
Okay, well, I'll do my best, but we don't have every piece of information about how this happens, but I got a little bit. First thing is YT versus GT. First way, if YouTube wins this, GT is knocked out of top 8, and they will not be going to NAIC. And then, of course, YouTube will be securing their victory there. However, if GT wins this game, we will have a three-way tie between Oracle, YT, and GT in Group D. That means that because Oracle, everybody beat Brave Birders, so they are 0-3. Everybody else is going to be 2-1 if GT wins this match. However, when it comes down to game win percentage outside of match win percentage, which is our second tiebreaker, that means it gets a little mixy. We don't know for sure on that, but GT, to secure their way, would have to win this match and win it 2-0 for 100% guaranteed to go to NAIC. If they were able to do that, they are within our top 8.
Well, we'll have to see. I always want to say I'm never sure on any of the tiebreakers. You know, comp ops, they always have the final straw. They do way more math than us, right? I mean, as a casters analyst, we're not allowed to do math. They've officially banned us from doing math live on stream. So regardless, it's going to be a very interesting tie. And honestly, between what better teams could we potentially set this situation up? Like I mentioned, our grand finalists from the May monthly finals, 2 of our teams that pulled off some gigantic upsets to get there. And now our 2 teams who have the highest chance of making it into a world qualifying spot via championship points or potentially even a win considering how they placed most recently.
And that's not even all. These teams are also 6-6 against each other historically in tournament matches. So we are looking forward to an amazing one. GT versus YT. Let's take a look at the teams here. Obviously 2 letters for each one of these team names, but a lot more potential talent within those teams.
That's right. We're starting off with GT. We got to see them a little bit earlier. Egg Noob, Lacoding, Espo, Stalking, and Black. They are an amazing team that has just been on the up and up, but currently are sitting in one of the tougher situations that we have seen. But they've been here before. I keep likening this to the AOS Cup where they had to win a tiebreaker to make it out of groups.
Yeah, well, their rivals are going to be here, Team YT, and historically, the grand finals of last month's tournament, you called it out, was a 4-0 victory for Team YT. Being said, GT did win the winners finals. YT had to come from the losers bracket, but still a very, very close rivalry between these 2 teams. Last time we saw them, Team YT had a very specific strategy against Team GT, and that was a Chandelure ban every single game. Do we see it run back?
It looks like we do. It worked extremely well, and it looks like on the other side, GT is going to be a consensus to ban out the Hoopa. But I mean, hey, we've talked about this kind of all of us in general over the past few days, how smart Team YouTube's picks were, just as far as bans throughout the entire last tournament, getting rid of these big comfort picks for the other teams because there's so many strong Pokemon that just banning out a meta pick can sometimes leave them in a spot that they don't even mind.
Yeah, I actually had the opportunity to interview Team YT, and a lot of what they talked about in their draft success was because no one would take away their powerful picks. Even though they may be a little off meta or just slightly outside of that normal bubble, they are still strong enough that they are confident in those picks. That being said, they're very confident in this double first pick, Alolan Ninetales and Eldegoss. With no Hoopa, I actually do think the Eldegoss is a great first pick.
I mean, Eldegoss has been extreme MVP, so has so has Alolan Ninetales, but it's really interesting to see them both as first picks. That's going to allow GT to not only get that double defender group that we've seen with the Slowbro and the Lapras, absolutely disgusting, but also the Mew that Stockings is so good on.
All right, the Goodra is here. Phil looking to be the goo guy in combination with the Buzzwole. And again, that was the cornerstone for the May Finals victory, was Fui's Buzzwole. Absolutely impeccable in that game. Scout Packs. That's funny, Joe. And we have a Clefable and Gardevoir to round out the picks for GT. Gardevoir, a historic pick for GT. They used to have regrets running that pick, not really playing with the team any longer. So we're going to have someone new filling in that role for the squad.
And to close it out, once again, we saw this work extremely well in the May Finals. The final pick of the Decidueye, there are a lot of squishy backliners here in the form of Mew and the Gardevoir. I do love that a lot. And this is basically another just comfy comp for Team YT. They are just looking really strong. Chaotic's probably going to be on that Alolan Ninetales that was doing so much work in the last finals. And this is just, they've got to be happy with, I think, this draft.
Yeah, GT with a strong front line, great artillery in the back, but not much dive tool. So Sam will probably be feeling pretty safe and sound in the back line, especially with the gooey dragon of Goodra bringing up that front line. Well, one of our most important matches, we are going to send it over to our casters. Spraggles and Dubsnacks, take it away.
Wow, I mean, you could not have asked for a better way to end the day because this match means so much, and it's a repeat of our May Finals where Team YouTube came up from the losers bracket, had to beat GT 2 brackets in a row. They were able to do that, 4-0'd them right here, and GT needs this match so much, Dubsnacks.
They really do. I love Team YouTube's draft that they just cobbled together. It was a little off, you know, started with Eldegoss and Alolan Ninetales. We looked at each other and like, wow, that opens up the opportunity for a lot of their comfort picks to be taken away. That Buzzwole, Decidueye was great as a gutter pick there. I love what Team YouTube has put together. GT needs to find some comfort and quickly because they are up against it.
Yeah, here we go. Game number 1, and as we said earlier, it looks like GT needs to 2-0 Team YouTube to be able to qualify right here. We are still having them crunch the numbers behind the scenes. You know, they asked me to do it, but honestly, I have no idea how the tiebreaker works.
Retweet on that, Spraggles, retweet on that. Here we go. Phil's trying to find a gap, and they're going to have to level up. That's the thing with Goodra. This has a stage 2 evolution, so they need to fight to get that done.
So I'm taking a look here from our production. If GT wins 2-0, GT and Oracle advance. Team YouTube is actually taken out of this. But if GT wins 2-1, GT and YouTube advance. However, I believe if YouTube wins 2-0, then it would be YouTube and Oracle advancing. So what a game.
Yeah, so I mean, literally, it is. I mean, every game literally matters.
Yes.
Every single one in this changes the potential outcome. So dial in. We got 9 minutes until this thing is rocking and rolling, and we need to figure this thing out. Which, by the way, they handed us a cue card. We didn't just battle math that through. We're looking for an engage. Look, Coding's trying to go deep. They're all over they're all over that Swablu and Altaria. Quickly picked up KO on top of Fui, and that's a great start for GT here.
Yeah, you can see the pressure that they're putting onto this top path right here. Buzzwole, such an absolute force for the side of Team YouTube. Fui has just become, I mean, known for playing this Pokemon, maybe the best Buzzwole in the world. So it looks like they're trying to shut that down, and they have. It has not yet got its level 5, as we can see here in the bottom path. Phil evolving, and Chaotic already at level 6. So the priority they put on the top path, great for GT. However, Team YouTube able to really take a nice advantage here in the bottom path.
Stockings is here, ready to shell in some damage. Phil playing very far forward there. Currently the stage 1 evolution there. Sliggoo as Lakoding gets KO'd quickly by Pikachu. You would have loved for Fui to get that. Can Fui poach Espo and keep them from getting that berry? No, but points are going to be able to go in here a little bit for Team YouTube.
And here we go. Fui just able to move around this top path. We have Decidueye evolving here in this central area. Level-wise, things are going great for the side of Team YT right now. They also are the only team to put some points on the board, as we do have the little top hat and the Spirit Shackle available for the Decidueye.
Pretty impressive that GT wasn't able to put in any points, as now we're going in way deep. Espo's chunk blow. So sad Sam's looking for an opportunity, and they found it. That is a skewer through a marshmallow right there. Clefable getting sorted out.
I mean, incredible stuff here. They're using that superpower to set up perfect Spirit Shackles for their Decidueye. It's really hard to miss when the Buzzwole just brings it on over to you and says, shoot it right here.
Yep, and it's working out. I mean, we've seen So Sad Sam on that Decidueye before, and this is a rinse and repeat operation for Team YouTube right now. And honestly, the recipe for success is right there, and if you're not going to take them off of it, keep doing it.
And here we go in our bottom path right here. We can see GT doesn't look like they're mobilizing at all. They have 4 members of the team in the top path right now.
Fui is up there with Pika Diff, and we're going to see if they're able to collapse on to the side of Team YouTube as they put more points on the board. They are ripping down this Registeel. We have a possible steal attempt from GT right here, but the secure on the side of Team YouTube is massive as the Spirit Shackle and Blizzard come on in, and they are able to take that.
Yeah, if they can follow up and get a KO on Eggnoob, that's what they're looking for. Big Spirit Shackle comes through Amnesia being used by Slowbro to give them a little sustain. Lakoding's playing far forward. Regieleki does hit, and that's no surprise. It was a 4-on-2 in the top path. Now Team YouTube just needs to hold on and see what they can mitigate here, which wasn't much. However, they do maintain the score lead with the goal zone that they broke.
You know, that's really interesting. That was absolutely a choice from Team YouTube. They gave up that goal completely. They didn't try to fight with it at all. Maybe they thought, hey, there's no way we win this fight, or maybe they just want access to all that experience on the top path. They're still ahead on score right now, and they have the better goal broken on their side. You get more experience if your top path goal is broken than if your bottom path goal is broken. So they may be looking to use that as an advantage.
One advantage that Team YouTube has with the goal zone they broke, however, is they'll have the positional advantage and have a goal zone to use to give them shields and a little bit of heal at the next basement Regi when it populates.
As we can see, a lot of Pokemon ticking on over to their Unite moves here. We have 4 on the side of Team YT, and we have 3 on the side of GT. Need to get level 9 on that Lapras and Slowbro here very soon. But the next fight we can see some real fireworks, and I'm not talking Delphox here. I'm just saying big Unite moves from these teams as Espo just gets immediately taken down by that combo.
Great communications. You know, that was all comms with Pika Diff. They saw Clefable and they had the collapse on them ready for that pick, and they delivered quickly and efficiently and let Sam go back to what they needed to be doing.
Here we go. We can see Fui up in this top path right now, and that's the access to that experience we talked about, letting Fui become a level 10 Pokemon along with the Alolan Ninetales and the Decidueye on the side of Team YT. And again, at any moment, a Unite move could be thrown by either of these teams, but it looks like we're saving it for a big fight at either the top or bottom path, as we have both Regis spawning here in about 10 seconds.
Yeah, we see teams positioning in different parts of the map with what they favor here, and Espo playing far forward, getting some vision and trying to see what they can do. Phil and Chaotic are ripping this thing right off the bat. They've got So Sad Sam in the pocket to do some damage here. Eggnoob's looking for an opportunity to go in, but here's Black CH. They've got their Unite move. They can shell in a ton of damage too. Hyper Beam picked up by Espo. They can have a big knock arrow comes out. They're all over Phil, who's in the Fairy Singularity. They're trying to shell in some damage here. Rips through Registeel's low. Who's going to get on top of this thing? So Sad Sam seals it up with a Spirit Shackle, and that's exactly why you pick that type of Pokemon. And guess what? It whipped right through the Regi into the forehead of that Clefable. Another KO for Sam.
Little interesting fact right here, GT has lost every single time Team YouTube has banned Chandelure. That, in my eyes, is one of the best target bans that we have seen in the UNITE Championship Series this year, because that Chandelure from Stockings is so incredibly difficult to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, that's an understatement. They can't deal with it. That's why they lost every time that they had it, and that's why they're forced to ban it out. So genius maneuver, maybe it's just the obvious one, but ultimately, that's the key to success here.
Yeah, and we can see the scoreline still incredibly close between these two teams, and it feels like we've just been lightly skirmishing at all of these points. We have, it seemed like, different priorities. GT in the top path, YT in the bottom path here. However, Team YouTube definitely has a slight advantage and an experience advantage.
Yeah, namely, Fui has been a ghost on this map for most of this game, just leveling up, leveling up, leveling up. They're level 12, and they're getting ready to make their impact felt because they have the level advantage, and they can really use that to take over. A little slow smoke there for Pika Diff to allow them to get out of dodge, but leashing them right into Chaotic, and So Sad Sam sitting in the pocket as well. They can do tons of damage as Lapras picks up the crew for a ride. Let's go for a spin. They're going to bring them down to the goal zone right there for a Blizzard Avalanche combo. Black CH is caught on the backside. Phil Umis is trying to shell in some damage. The gravity comes out and allows GT to get out, but good work by YouTube after getting a quality KO on Lakoti.
Yeah, really great stuff from Team YT there. I mean, we saw the Lapras Unite move. It looked like they were moving in, and now we're up in the top path to watch our Ghost-type Pokemon, Fui, just continue to get their experience. They are level 13 right now. The next time they show up to a fight, it could be very, very bad for GT.
And that's one of the things. If you just let them unencumbered, keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger, when they finally do show up, they're going to be the biggest thing moving, and it's going to be tough to get them moved out of the way. And that's exactly how YouTube is drawing this thing up. Eggnoob again here to babysit the basement Regi by themselves. Team YouTube, much more firepower here, ready to get all over this Regice. A little power whip, a little Dragon Pulse, forces Eggnoob out. Solar Beam comes through from Stockings, goes for the prayer play, doesn't quite get it. Boosted Auto is going to hit Phil, but Team YT makes it out unscathed with another Regi, and it's Rayquaza time.
Here we go. This Rayquaza is so incredibly important. Again, GT is in a must-win situation right now. Once again, Buzzwole watching that top path, nowhere to be found, playing a little bit of a ghost type as it's making its way into this central area here. We can see that it looks like Team YouTube has great positioning. Here comes Egg Noob, and they are getting pushed back by the Knock Knock.
Knock Knock arrow's coming out. Sliggoo's right, or excuse me. Phil's right in the middle here. Catch an Electro Ball getting pushed out. That Knock Knock arrow was not used for much value. Tons of damage, not really. GT left standing as they're pivoting up and they're trying to find the next opportunity.
And we can see they are just pushing forward with this fight right here. It feels like YouTube is in a commanding position as they are throwing their Spirit Shackles towards the side of GT. Here comes Fui as they're trying to chase down a KO up in this top path. What's it feel like to be a ghost? He's jumping in.
He's finally going in, but their support is that there. They get the first KO. Can they get a follow-up here? Gardevoir goes down. Black gets another one. Here's A9 support as well. Chaotic starting to heat up. Stocking's getting one back the other way. 2 players now for GT, 1 for YouTube. They keep going. We got a little snow globe action. Doesn't catch anybody. They're all over this goal zone. YouTube's going to peel back, though. Boosted auto. Solar beam coming through. Tons of damage chunk, and they're really just buying time for Fui to come back. Meanwhile, GT needs 2 more players.
This match could really go anywhere. The scoreline's incredibly close as Lapras is peeling off here from GT. However, it's possible that Team YT sees this in the top path. Goodra making its way into the central area there of GT. Everyone looking for a sneaky score right now. There's only 30 seconds left. This match is incredibly close. It might not even come down to Rayquaza. It might just come down to a score right here. Some damage is being put onto the Rayquaza here. Who is going to make this happen as Egg Noob's looking for a score. Big eject button into the bottom path. Clefable into the top path as well as the points are raining in for GT. And that's going to put them up 222 to 149. Can YouTube do anything about this? Time is ticking away, but Phil is here with 50 points. He can put points in the top path right now, and they do. They do put the points in. I think that puts YouTube up.
I was just saying, I thought maybe some points went down to the bottom, but that is going to be another razor-thin margin. You want to take a look at this thing. I kind of wish we had those side-by-side cams so we can catch the reactions here.
Whoa!
Let's go! The 100 at the buzzer gets it done for Team YouTube, and I thought they were all for naught here as GT went for that scramble score.
Insane match right here as YouTube takes game 1, and if we're right on our math, that means YouTube is going to be heading to NAIC. I need to send this over to the analysts, though, because I should not be talking about math. Dupes next. Zoinks, Wonder Chef, take it away.
Thank you so much. I mean, there's a lot of Team YouTube fans out there, but I think the biggest ones are Team Oracle. After seeing that matchup, they are rejoicing. Team YouTube winning this matchup is their win condition, and Team YouTube winning a narrowly close game right there.
Oh, narrowly close is right. Let's take a look at this graph. Oh my goodness. I have never seen a graph like that in all of my Unite games I have ever seen. They were within just a few points of each other, just barely about 13 points, and then they went back up to almost near the same amount within the same amount of time. Unbelievable.
It's so close, and no Rayquaza knocked out. If we saw one of those going either direction, I'm sure this graph would look a whole lot different. But the patient play around that Rayquaza, I mean, love it or hate it, it really worked out in Team YouTube's favor thanks to being a little farther forward on their aggressive positioning for those scores. And you see right there, those scores were the biggest difference maker in this entire match. Let's still take a look at the battle data, though, because I need to see where these damage numbers went.
I cannot stress how good the Decidueye picks have been from Team YouTube in general. They pick it 100% of the time in the correct places, and it always works out. They know when they've kind of checkmated the opponent team into a situation where that Decidueye will just guaranteed pop off.
Yeah, in this draft, I was definitely concerned about GT's ability to find any way to knock out Sosa SM, and that ended up being true, only taking a measly 8,000 damage in that entire match. Sam maybe accepted a light breeze, but other than that, was doing so well. We do have a highlight reel of that last game, though, that I want to take a look at as we watch this incredible fight. Look at how low the HP bar is on Fui, and look at how much impact they are still getting regardless. Sucking also in a second is gonna have one of the coolest plays you can do on Mew right here with the solar beam. Check it out, and then the eject button lines that sucker up. I love watching Mew plays like that. Sucking's one of the best to ever do it, but in the end, this fight was just a bunch of skirmishes and then both teams retreating knowing the damage was done. There's no Hoopa for the resets anymore, so if you're trying to get your HP back, it's through very traditional means, and that takes quite a bit of time.
Oh, yeah, I think this wouldn't have happened if Hoopa was on board in any aspect, right? Just the fact that there was probably going to be Unite at some point that would have been able to pull people away. But, I mean, this was just so many good fights, and so much of it, again, were these Spirit Shackles that just were able to not only take quite a few objectives, but just put in so much work as that range is so exactly fit around that Ray pit in the middle. Everything was just so amazing. Getting the final scores at the end meant everything. I mean, Phil, put in the work with the Gudra. I mean, that game was so intense, it was almost hard to remember. That was a Gudra game.
That was a Gudra. Assault Vest Gudra running Dragon Pulse and Power Whip, by the way. So much HP restoration for that Pokemon. Phil playing it expertly as well, I have to shout out. They did run the experience share. I have to imagine their team begged and pleaded for Phil to have that item equipped, but I guess it worked out because Phil was playing it in an important game like this. You gotta have it. Now, GT really needs to win 2 games in a row if they want to make it to NAIC. This is such a tough hurdle for them, as YouTube seems to have the answer. Let's take a look at the CP standings for the North America region and how we've been playing out so far. I mean, you see those leaders right now, Amaterasu, Luminosity, and TTV all securing their spot to the World Championships.
Right, and the teams that we're looking at right now are in the 4th and 5th spot. That's why this means so much. There is still, there's still a chance for many things to happen. Of course,
yes.
I do believe, I'm never going to say anything in concrete until we get official word. I do believe that Team YouTube is at least guaranteed to qualify at this point for NAIC, which is huge for them, but there's still some chances for plenty of other things to happen. It really depends. It depends on the score. Even if this does end up as a win now for the team of GT, that is going to mean that there's already been an effect in this set, which is wild. We very rarely see that.
The impact is butterfly in nature. Every single ripple through time, space, and the game of Unite matters. And this has been so close. I cannot wait to see game number 2. We're seeing a flip-flop of the draft now. GT on the 2nd pick. They're going to get that double pick back-to-back, which I have to imagine that Phil will be sporting a Lapras this time instead of a Gudra.
That's already looking pretty good, you know? I mean,
Chandelure Band.
Okay, yeah, well, surprising. The 6th Chandelure Band in a row, as the past 5 have been wins. So I would say it's probably working pretty well, let's just say. But the Hoopa on the other side...
that surprises me, actually. The Hoopa ban from GT really... I mean, obviously it was their ban last game, but... you are probably going to get the Hoopa for free if you get it on the 2nd pick. I'm pretty shocked we see the Hoopa ban this time around. Espo is so impactful on that Pokemon. I'm shocked they're not putting draft priority towards getting Espo on that Pokemon.
Right, and especially just the way that I think that last game played out. Like I mentioned, I think Hoopa would have changed that completely, just taken away the ability for the other team to play in the way that both of those teams played. But instead, we're going to get that first pick, same exact first picks. Although, wait, was it the opposite? Yeah, it was the opposite, right? Yeah, on the other side. That's what kind of confused me, but I guess it's a high value from them as well for the Eldegoss and the Alolan Ninetales.
Let's see what Chaotic has to bring to the table now as well, now that the Alolan Ninetales has been selected by GT. What early game Pokemon is Chaotic going to want to use? They got to use the Alolan Ninetales for free, and well, that was one of the biggest criticisms of GT in the Grand Finals, that they were sort of giving all the comfort picks over to YT. Well, now they're able to steal one away, and well, they're hovering some fun ones on themselves. A Blastoise, which has had a lot of impact so far today, as well as the Machamp. I would say Lakota is a certified Machampion.
I'm really interested as to how GT is drafting this. Are they drafting this around Stockings, getting the Alolan Ninetales, or is there still going to be a different special attacker at the end? And then in the same vein, I'm surprised that neither team took Mew at this point. It's a little bit surprising. I mean, we do know that we do have the Delphox at least, but I feel like both teams kind of wanted that, and hey, we're not going to see Mew on either side without it being banned. I'm actually really surprised about that.
I love YT's strategy. You grab the Delphox, and then you take away one of those Pokemon that's really susceptible to it in the Venusaur, and now you have 2 incredible damage dealers without too many counters on the other side. I think Sylveon's a good response into the Venusaur. We'll have to see if they can play it picture perfect, though, to get a game number 2 win. GT needs every single chance they can get to qualify for NAIC, and I'm excited to see it.
Me too. My last question to you, have you ever seen Stockings on the Alolan Ninetales?
I have. It's really solid, going with a pretty safe build. No stacking, just Spoon and double glasses. But I think we're going to see an absolutely amazing game. Such an exciting matchup between YT and GT. Spraggles, Deuce next, take us through it.
Oh boy, I mean, we are in it right now.
Yep.
YouTube taking game number 1 means that they are securing their spot, but GT still has a path to make it to NAIC here and possibly to Yokohama. They need to win 2 in a row against Team YouTube, who lately has been their kryptonite.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, before this matchup kicked off, they were even 6-6, and that is slowly slipping into the direction of Team YouTube. They seem to have really figured out this GT squad. Putting Stockings on a Alolan Ninetales is very interesting to me. That's a closer range Pokemon that we normally see her play, so that's going to have to be leveraged very well. On the other side, though, So Sad Sam, with this Venusaur, was the exact Pokemon they played to seal themselves the May Finals Championship against GT.
Now, I gotta say, I'm a little shocked to not see Buzzwole right here, just because Fui has been so dominant on this Pokemon every time we see it. However, we've got the double defender, those 2 tanky water Pokemon defenders in Slowbro and Lapras right here. Nice secure for the side of YT. That water gun is just so incredible at getting those last hits on the wild Pokemon.
Absolutely. Already a stack in for Lakoding. A nice little look. Can they converge and get more damage in? Maybe Holler for some support here. Looks like Lakoding's going to make it out. But I'm really watching the Bulbasaur right now because it needs to tick up, and So Sad Sam needs to get big quick.
Yeah, that's going to be a very, very important part of their strategy right here. They have often been playing the Giga Drain Pedal Dance build for this Pokemon. Lakoding barely making it out there, but heading back to get some experience. And it looks like they're going to be taking that blue buff. Obviously, Black as a Sylveon did not need that experience to get its evolution.
Right, exactly. It's a great way to spike up some of your Stage 2 Pokemon like Machamp, like Blastoise, while simultaneously having a high impact early game Pokemon like Sylveon.
Yeah, big plays there in the top path. Looks like we got an evolution for the side of YouTube. Right now, the only team to score some points was that Machamp earlier, putting in 6 right here, as we almost have our level 6 on this Delphox. Huge power spike that they are looking for, but Machamp has its power spike and its dynamic punch, and it's looking to push this Slowbro back.
Nice little surf by Phil to buy some space, but keep shelling in some damage, and that's exactly the type of movements we expect out of Phil on that Pokemon. Espo trying to get themselves that wild Pokemon, and they do in the face of Pikadiff here. We put in tons of pressure on Stockings, and again, Stockings at a closer range than normal. Espo's getting right in their pocket to make sure that they don't take too much damage too quickly.
Right now, they can fight this Alolan Ninetales pretty well, but in just a sec here, it is going to have Blizzard, and that's going to be a lot more difficult to deal with as these teams converge on this central area to try to get this experience. There is the Giga Drain. There is the Pedal Dance there from So Sad Sam, and they're just going to look to feed that Venusaur, make it big and strong so it can hit level 13 and become an absolute menace in the late game.
Yeah, Espo trying to hold down this goal zone. Stockings there, kind of taking the Vine Whip and getting stunned before they can grab the berry, but really So Sad Sam doing a great job to get Fui and Pikadiff out of trouble here. Pikadiff needs to flip the script here and pick up Fui with the Moonlight. They do. Looking for a decent engagement here, but So Sad Sam needs to rotate through and start taking that central again.
Yeah, there's more central area experience, and if they can get to level 9 before the big fight here at 7 minutes, that would be massive, unlocking that Unite move, becoming Venusaur right there. Great secure, chaotic, almost level 8 now in this bottom path. As we pick up a big KO in the top path, Clefable going down.
Yeah, that's a problem. Fui's not going to be able to hold this down by themselves, but here comes So Sad Sam with the support. A little bit of a Giga Drain there to get some of the HP back, but they're getting shredded on their own goal zone. Eggnoob with the pop back so they can't retreat is huge. Wow. That's 1 KO. If they find another one, another shattering this goal zone. Nice little push by GT.
Great stuff from GT here at the start of game number 2. They're right back in this thing, taking this Reggie Alecki, and now YouTube is in a precarious situation because they're going to want to defend this. At the same time, of course, they want that bottom Reggie. Everything going the way of GT here in game 2, and they desperately need it.
Yeah, they really need to keep their head above water, does Team YouTube. They scale great late, but you have to get to the late game to scale into, and right now, it's getting a little loose. Phil in the face of 4, can they make a miracle play? No, they cannot, but what does that result in? Them getting caught out. Hyper Voice is going to melt them down. Now they're just trying to buy time so the rest of the team can do what they need to do. Quickly get KO'd by Black CH, and that's no surprise.
Here we go. GT actually pushing right here. I thought they might pull back, assuming that Team YT was down in this bottom path, and they do. I think that's a very smart play there from GT. They're not going to give up the advantage they just achieved in that top and bottom path. Really nice stuff here. However, they have unlocked that tier 2 goal for Team YT, and this is exactly what Fui did last game. Now it's just sitting up in the top path as Lapras getting incredibly fed.
Yeah, the good thing about Lapras is it can defend fairly well by itself, which will allow Team YT to get to other stages in the map and make impact in a different way. Mainly, you can tell by their composition, they're really just trying to get So Sad Sam going, trying to hitch a ride with the big Venusaur and ride it to victory.
Yeah, if that Venusaur can get all of its levels, it's just so incredibly difficult to take down in some of these final fights. However, they've got a Blastoise Unite, they've got a Machamp Unite, they have some tools at their disposal to possibly take this Pokemon down, but YouTube is doing their job. Even though they have missed their objectives, you can still see that Venusaur already level 10, definitely getting all the experience they need.
Yep, Fui keeping an eye on Eggnoob. Eggnoob finds Fui in short order. We've got a Fire Spin chasing down Espo. They finally get gobbled up and put in a rinse cycle there. As we're taking a look, Black scoring on the backside and just not a lot of willingness to skirmish right here.
Yeah, interesting play right there. Nice score from GT as they continue to extend their point lead. Interestingly enough, we got Fui on the Ice Beam Lapras, a build that I feel like you don't see too much. Phil in a little bit of trouble right here, using a Unite move to possibly take down Stocky. Here comes the Venusaur Unite into the Fire Spin. Oh, this is chaos for GT.
They're coming in, and this is exactly what they needed. Chaotic, KO streak of 2. So Sad Sam is online. They're pushing 2 players down. They're all over this goal zone. Just Espo trying to auto-attack through. Here comes Black with a Hyper Voice on the backside. Tons of damage is getting rained in. Fui gets kept from scoring. They get surfed on top of. Is this an opportunity for GT to flip the script? Hydro Typhoon right in the middle. Eggnoob's on the chase. They're following up. Tons of damage goes in, and that's another KO. Machamp getting credit for that one. 4 players down for Team YouTube, and the only reason Phil isn't KO'd is because they're not there. GT shattering a goal zone and getting this Registeel for free.
GT is right back in this thing, and they are fighting extremely well, up by over 100 points, taking another objective, looking amazing level-wise, and winning another massive team fight. Team YouTube needs to get their head on straight and get back in this thing.
They're down by about 123 points here. Eggnoob looking for an opportunity perhaps to score. Phil walking away. They don't want to play defense anymore. So Sad Sam needs to keep getting larger.
And here we go. We can see a nice little sneaky score from GT. They are extending their point lead right now, and it feels like Team YouTube is just kind of running around this map, not exactly sure how they're going to get back in this thing as they push forward here, looking for a big fight on this goal zone as they catch the Alolan Ninetales.
That's huge. That's a KO. That's exactly how the other siege started. Chaotic on the backside, need to shell in some damage. Phil's playing very far forward. I expect a big time surf here to get a little space. Rinsed is the Machamp, putting the spin cycle and absolutely burned down with the Fire Blast follow-up. So Sad Sam can play far forward. They need to hit a Giga Drain sometime to get a little bit of a sustain going. Good surf coverage into the Fire Spin to let the rest of Team YouTube peel back.
And now Team YouTube is collapsing on this Regieleki in the top path. We can see in the bottom path, Pikachu all alone with a Blastoise. This usually is not a great situation for a Clefable to be in. It's a supporter, and it really is focused on supporting, not really skirmishing with a Blastoise.
Well, it did its job. It stood its ground against Eggnoob, the Blastoise. Unable to get a KO is Eggnoob there, which means that goal zone stands, and Pikachu did exactly what their responsibility was.
Well, let's take a look here. We have level 13 on Delphox, level 13 on Venusaur, huge power spike. Level 13 on Machamp on the side of GT. That is also going to be another massive power spike for this Pokemon. The Unite move that comes out of Machamp could be the deciding factor in this game as Rayquaza hits this map in 10 seconds. GT needs this fight desperately. Their chances at Worlds are on the line right now.
And they catch Espo early. All of a sudden, Phil's in the mix. They're trying to find an opportunity. Fire Spin is going on the chase to see who it can track down. So Sad Sam's on the hunt, too. Pedal Dance, Giga Drain, Verdant Anger right into the middle. Bang, gets the Alolan Ninetales sorted quickly. Slow Beam on top of the Blastoise. Legendary play. Black CH is caught out. They have to force out their Unite move, but they're getting smothered by everybody on the team. They're Fire Spun, and they're trying to bail out, back out. They're trying to get out of there, but they have to make a play here as the Machamp uses their Unite move. It's in the middle of 4 players, but doesn't matter because it's the Kanto starter Venusaur that's eaten today. Fui all on top of Espo. YouTube's ripping this Rayquaza. They're trying to crush GT's dreams in one shot. They're going to keep going for it, and they're going to keep putting the pressure on. Black finally goes down, but the rest of GT's in the mix. Rayquaza isn't getting chipped on anymore. They're about that action. They're pushing forward. Fire Spin catches 2 Espos down. So Sad Sam in the Hydro Typhoon, but it doesn't really matter as they're trying to get on top of Fui. Fui's playing so far forward. They're on a chase on the Alolan Ninetales Spraggles. This thing keeps going, and Eggnoob is getting chased out. However, Team YouTube needs to flip on this Rayquaza Spraggles.
It's happening right now. So Sad Sam takes down the Machamp. They are looking for stalking right here. Here comes the Giga Drain Pedal Dance, chasing it down. That's a big KO as Rayquaza is just at a sliver right here. We have the Sylveon around. We have the Eldegoss around. This is coming down to just a final moment right here. YouTube needs to make a play. The longer this sits here, the better it is for GT, unless they can pick up this big KO. That's a full team wipe. YouTube takes Rayquaza, and the points are going to rain in, and it looks like GT's chances at Worlds have just slipped through their fingers.
I mean, it is supper time, and it's Hundo Burgers that are getting eaten. We're going through, and everybody's putting their points in. Team YouTube making a statement. 6 games in a row, 6 wins in a row. May Finals champions, and now GT. Don't even worry about packing your bags. Don't do your laundry. You ain't going nowhere. YouTube getting it done in 2 straight games.
Team YT somehow pulling it out at the end of the season here, looking like possibly the best team in North America, taking down the May Finals contender right there. I have to give a big shout out to GT. They're such a fantastic team, and I'm a little heartbroken that we won't see them move forward in this competition, but I'm going to throw it over to... Oh, we are not throwing.
You're throwing to me.
I'm throwing to Doomstacks.
We're taking
I said I was going to throw it over to Doomstacks. I can't believe people wanted to interrupt me.
Chaotic is the number I'm looking at right now on your screen. 7 KOs, 7 assists. We've seen them on the Alolan Ninetales over and over again. They say, well, I can play other Pokemon too. Delphox, that Fire Spin, Fire Blast combination looked phenomenal. Let's take a look at the score graph here in this game to see how this thing tracked out.
Yeah, so incredibly close, and GT had a really nice advantage throughout most of that here, but they just couldn't seem to shut down YouTube in that final fight, and this is what we talked about. Venusaur just getting so much experience, becoming so incredibly powerful. It was level 15 by the time Rayquaza went down, and obviously GT could not stop it. As soon as YT was able to secure that, they were able to secure their victory as well.
Yeah, I mentioned it. They're trying to tread water, right? They're trying to get So Sad Sam online, tread water. Just don't let the level and score disparity get insurmountable. They're able to keep that thing close. So Sad Sam comes online. They're moving with Chaotic, and wow, they look good.
Let's take a look at some of our damage right here. I mean, look at that from Black. Incredible damage. Just amazing stuff. Of course, Stalking putting up the numbers that we would expect as well. Really amazing stuff. And Pika Diff doing some incredible work with that healing.
I mean, 95K, that's the number that we're expecting out of Clefable, right? Just shades under 100K. And that's exactly how Phil and Fui were able to maintain the front line, and finally, when So Sad Sam was getting into the mix, to get healed up.
Yeah, amazing stuff there from Team YT. Again, GT, just such an incredible team, and they've been so incredible to watch all season. I have to say, the further and further we go, the more heartbreaking it is knowing that you're not going to be seeing some of these players, you're not going to be seeing some of these teams, but other teams are seeing their dreams realized, where they can see that the World Championships are right there, and it's theirs for the taking. Tomorrow we have EU. I mean, I cannot wait, Dupe Snacks.
Yeah, this pool play today was great. A lot of stuff on the line. Sometimes in group stages, you don't get that kind of paramount experiences, because it's like, is it a grand finals? No, but we had a bunch of banger matchups today. NA certainly delivered some great shakeups as well, making me look foolish with my Group B predictions there. I mean, what a great day, and I can't believe we get to do it back tomorrow for EU with the top 8.
Yeah, incredible stuff. And now I'm going to throw it over to Zoinks and Wonder Chef. Take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you so much. And I mean, I just gotta say, congratulations to Oracle. That does mean that they qualify, and that is a gigantic story. But before we get into our final thoughts, I'm gonna throw it over to Zoinks to talk about some of the highlights from that match.
I'm going to throw it over to me, because we have a clip with the last minute and a half of this matchup. We want to break down exactly how YT was able to take this matchup. Now, first thing I want to point out is the scoreline. GT has a 256 to 183, but they're finding these knockouts one by one. And now Team YT, I think it gets a lot of criticism for chaotic comms, right? However, the calm and the collectedness that YT was able to do this is perfect. They're still behind at this point in time. Rayquaza down to about half HP, but they take this fight through this thin corridor. A great response by GT to get a big knockup. But Team YT plays around it perfectly. A retreat by Slowbro, a retreat by Venusaur, and now they're ready to capitalize. This entire time, Rayquaza over here has just been getting ticked down in damage. Not to the point of knockout, but to the point where it doesn't reset its HP bar. Stalking's here with a little bit of a hope and a prayer, but Sam gets the chase down, and then Sam immediately rotates towards the Ray. But they don't have to. They pivot towards the Eldegoss. We're at 43 seconds left, and still, GT is winning this matchup. But again, YT proves they got ice in their veins as they are able to take down yet another target. And finally, Rayquaza is knocked out, and we move towards these final goal zones as Team YT takes this one home. What an incredible match.
The official gold star from Zoinks. That's the highest award that anyone can achieve in the game of Pokemon Unite. That's a lot of gold stars as well, but I mean, I think we all have to agree that Team YT is looking like potentially one of the strongest that we have, and now they've got an even bigger chance to prove what they can do, as they are for sure qualified in the highest spot into NAIC. But it looks like the MVP here is going to be Chaotic on that Delphox.
Getting the Alolan Ninetales taken away from them in draft, and then just performing to an even higher level on a different special attacker Pokemon. Energy Amplifier for even more Unite moves than Delphox normally gets, and they made it look fantastic. Fire Blast, Fire Spin for maximum damage as much as they possibly could. Chaotic has really been a great fill-in for this roster on this attacker role. They've been consistent, they've been performing, and they've been spiking at the right times.
Hey, as long as they can get a Fox that does special attack damage, they are fine. They are going to do absolutely great. No, but they have been a super key member of all of those wins. What an amazing showing from Team YouTube. I can't believe, in my final thoughts, that they shifted their draft completely. They literally had a draft that worked for like 5 games straight, and they're like, you know what? Let's just do something else. And it just worked. It just worked. They are so good. I'm so excited to see what they've got coming.
The one consistent strategy they employed was the Chandelure ban, 100% working on that ban rate. So great call out from YT. I mean, if it ain't broke, it wins you a tournament, I think is how the expression goes. So amazing job by YT. Let's take a look now at the complete bracket, or the complete group stage graphic, as we now have all the matches completed for today, and we can see where these teams are standing.
All right, that means that Group A is led by Amaterasu with that 3-0, and Rogue making it 2-1. Ginyu Force, one of the biggest stories of today, and Luminosity falling to them, but coming back from essentially the losers bracket to make it back into that qualifying spot. TTV and Spinal, we saw an amazing match between them, and then of course at the end here, Team YouTube in the end making it a 3-0, preventing the 3-way tie, and Oracle, almost a mystery with how little we got to see of them.
And I cannot wait until NAIC, so let's take a look at what it's going to look like there, as we have the bracket for NAIC already, and we can take a look at how this is going to look out. Amaterasu versus Luminosity, game number 1 in the quarterfinals. YT Spinal, Ginyu Force versus Rogue, TTV versus Oracle. By the way, Oracle able to take a game off of TTV in the open qualifiers. This might be one of the best brackets we have ever seen in North America, and it's live and in person. Oh, I can't wait.
Me neither. Okay, so first of all, I hope everybody heard how loud Doom Snacks just laughed right there. But also, I feel like we could talk about this bracket for like an hour and a half.
We will.
Yeah, we inevitably. I don't think right now. I think they're trying to kick us out. Some of this production is trying to leave, but there's seriously so much to talk about this. I am so excited for NAIC.
Absolutely. North America has proved every single time we get to spectate them how exciting of a tournament that they can put on. Parity across the region, incredible strategies, mechanics, and everything else that Pokemon Unite can provide. I've loved watching it. Chef, final thoughts on North America today?
North America over the past few months has been just a roller coaster of emotions and upsets, and I was like, eventually it has to end. Eventually every roller coaster goes down, but not this one. This one just keeps flying off into space, and that's exactly what's happened, because it is just continual upsets. And with how that bracket is looking for NAIC, it's only going to go higher. I don't know how much higher you can go than space. I think it's kind of the limit.
Yeah, well, thank you for an incredible Season 2 in the UNITE Championship Series. for the North America region. Incredible group stage that we had. Congratulations to the 8 teams who will be heading to NAIC to compete on the big stage. Who will win the top prize of $20,000? You'll have to tune in June 30th and July 1st to find out. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for the EU Regionals bracket stage, where we'll see which of our teams from EU will be headed to the World Championships.